Okay. Right, so then, what do I send you? The video link again?
So after when you start,
Yeah. Which, right, okay. Good.
yeah, you send me this one.
Right, gotcha. Okay. Let's see.
I don't know if I want. I think because just one line would be too small. I think it's best to have the three, just so people see a blob of text.
Yep.
Okay.
And maybe you can put dots on Y, on I.
Right, so.
Sure.
Just to be
Yeah.
clear for people.
Downloads.
The question, did we find the projector that someone brought yesterday?
I don't know. I wasn't looking.
Yes, you have one there. Is that the one you are looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this one is live.
Yeah. Okay.
Can we test?
Yeah, I'll just download that.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So then, if I go into into OBS again, can I just add it?
Exactly. Can we let's
Yeah.
test?
Let's see if we can. Yeah, yeah. So like, add image. Okay. Browse. Open. Okay. And then, right. Okay, so we can hear some volume on that.
Okay, sweet.
Right, so then, what do I send you? The video link again?
So after when you start,
Yeah. Which, right, okay. Good.
yeah, you send me this one.
Right, gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Right, so if I say something now, is that coming through? Might be a bit of a delay on it. Oh, about a 20-second delay, maybe more. Right, so if I say something now,
So there's about a 30-second
coming
delay
through?
on there.
yep, might be a bit of a delay
that's
on
true.
it. Okay, right, so shall I turn it down again?
Yeah.
So that all seems to be working amazingly.
Can we try to switch to the camera?
Yes, right, so about a 20-second delay, maybe more.
Right, so if I say something now, so there's about a 30-second
coming
delay
through?
on that.
Yep.
Yeah, we have to.
Might be a bit of a delay
that's
on it.
true. Okay,
So
the best way
so
to do
shall
that
I
is just
turn
to
it
pull
down
this up
again?
to the top.
Yeah.
So that all seems to be working amazingly.
Can we try to switch the camera?
Yes, right, so
About a 20-second delay, maybe more. Right, so if I say something now, so there's about a 30-second delay on that.
yep.
Yeah, we have to.
Might be a bit of a delay
that's
on
true.
it.
Okay, the best way to do
shall
that
I
is just
turn
to
it
pull
down
this up
again?
to the top.
Yeah.
So that all seems to be working amazingly.
Can we try to switch the camera?
Yes, right, so
About a 20-second delay, maybe more.
yeah.
But it's okay because
Right, so if I say something now, so there's about a
Yeah, I can
30-second
take
delay.
off. Yep.
yeah, we have to.
Might be a bit of a delay on it.
If I take desktop, okay, the best way to do that is just to pull this up to the top. So that all seems to be working amazingly.
Can we? Yeah.
That, isn't it? Yes, of course. Right, so bring that back up again, actually. And then it's gone to that, so yeah. I'm sure this is not the best way of doing it. This is where you could do with a monitor to have the various elements in it. But will that work like that? Just sort of swapping these around there.
I know that there are like keybinds to switch. So for instance, if you delete this scene,
Yeah,
well, the scenes that you're not using,
yeah.
you can have. So you can have a scene that is called Amsterdam video,
Yeah.
and another scene that is called an Amsterdam schedule, and then you just need to click on the scene and it switches.
Right, gotcha. Okay, so if I do keep that like that, so right, gotcha.
I think you could not put something. Just do one at a time.
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing it here. Yes. So I'll put now everything on the
Okay.
website.
Right. So I'll just check that that comes over again. Yeah. So. No.
Yeah. So one thing that we can do is that you can.
Oh,
keep-
it's gone blank instead of. Oh no, there it is. Brilliant. Okay. And then, right. So then, if I go back to that.
Should we take a monitor somewhere else, maybe?
this monitor.
Oh yeah, we don't need that. Yeah. And then I'm just clicking back.
Yeah.
So.
I think one thing that we can do
Mhm.
is that you keep the microphone always on, but
Yeah.
in this.
No, it doesn't seem to, does it? So.
So yeah, so you always have to go with the mixer and do it. Okay.
Yeah. So I've got that on at the moment.
Yeah. I will put it now on the website, so I think you should mute it.
Okay. Right. So now if I go back to that. Okay. Are you getting audio through there, Gonzalo, or have I got it turned off?
So it's still delayed. It's still You just switch now.
Huh?
No, I'm still getting audio.
Okay, right, so then I need to take this down. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes
It's about a 20-30 second delay, isn't there? Right.
no, it's still coming.
It should stop in a second.
No, because you just said there's 30 seconds delay in the video and you was already muted. So
Ah, yes, you're right. Yep. Okay, so let's take down
plug the thing into some electrical plug and then turn it on from there. Yes.
She's from where?
Yes.
Sí se han conocido, pero virtualmente.
It's muted, it's muted.
It's not
How do you know he was coming to? I thought on the program.
Yeah, the audio is coming not from the mixer, but from maybe from this mic.
Ah, right, yeah. So, there's basically got those like the desktop audio, and maybe if you take the desktop audio down, and then we've also got, that's the software control there. So I'm on mic 1, so yeah, that should all be okay.
Can you speak on the microphone? Yeah, it is coming out.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So then in 30 seconds that will come out here.
But it's not.
So, Roman, you put back this one. What we find okay. That is okay.
It's gone black, the...
Black Magic Design, right?
yeah.
Can you speak on the thing?
Yes, hello. It's a test for the live session. It's a live session test to see. Okay. Okay, thank you.
30 seconds.
So we will start in few minutes.
Before was not working and now it is.
It is, no, it is. It was just a robot.
Oh, right, okay. So because I did something and I will take it back.
So the live session is not as
Wait. Let me check.
Good morning, everybody. Hello. My name is Peter. I'm one of the organizers of the conference. I just wanted to let you know that we will be offering translation in Spanish for the opening session for the first hour, and translation in other languages for the second hour. But if you okay, perfect. We're offering translations. Also, people in the audience might intervene in another language. So even if you speak English, please get a translation box at the back. Can you raise your hand? There you can get a translation box if you don't have one already. We're getting ready to start.
Ahora, ya. Entonces, básicamente en español, para que lo entiendo, esta sesión y también la siguiente ya va a tener traducción, por eso tenemos para español, portugués y francés, ¿correcto? Sí. Y pueden pegar los kits ahí atrás con Enrique, que está ahí, y los que también pueden entender, pueden escuchar inglés mejor que lo tengan también, porque va a haber intervenciones siguientes que no van a pasar en inglés. Y vamos a empezar temprano, estamos solo esperando unas personas más. Welcome, everyone, to the 2023 Global Climate Jobs Conference. My name is Leonor Canadas, and I'm a climate justice activist based in Portugal. I'm part of Climáximo, which is a climate justice grassroots collective based in Lisbon.
And my name is Peter. I'm a climate justice activist from the Netherlands and an active labor union member. And welcome everybody to our lovely country.
It is a real pleasure to have you here today with us. Just to also kind of explain you a bit about the Global Climate Jobs Network, which has been asked a lot about. The Global Climate Jobs Network brings together the different climate jobs campaigns and movements around the world. And climate jobs campaigns, they bring together climate justice and labor organizations in the struggle for the creation of climate jobs, which basically are new jobs created in the public sector, in the key sectors for the energy transition, which guarantee a just transition for the workers of carbon-intensive sectors. And this is a network of volunteers. And me, as part of the Portuguese Climate Jobs campaign, have been coordinating the Global Climate Jobs Network. And I've invited a few other people to organize this conference. And here we are. We are in 2023. I was very young when I first heard about the climate crisis. I have never recovered from that. I honestly do not want to recover from that. People are dying. I'm upset. I'm anxious. I don't sleep much. My childhood friends and family, and even a lot of people from activist circles, they tell me I must relax. They tell me that this is not my responsibility. I disagree. I tell them they also have to assume their responsibility to stop the violence that is being waged at us. I think they have still not emotionally connected to this emergency. They're making an effort not to, because it is extremely distressing to connect. They know the data, they know the facts, they know the science. It was known since before I was born. But we must make an effort to stay emotionally connected to what these facts mean, to what the number of people currently displaced or killed by the climate crisis, by the climate collapse mean, to what it means to be alive in 2023. We're currently on 1.2 degrees of global warming. Our governments and businesses have plans that will lead us to 4 degrees warming. We're losing. And we're not losing in the abstract. We're losing lives. We're losing power. We're losing the biggest struggle for life humanity has ever faced. We're not the ones to blame, but we are the ones responsible for stopping it. And this implies an organizational culture of a different kind. In Climassimo, the organization I belong to, we tried to cultivate a culture of flexibility, of agility. We tried to break habits, to rebuild ourselves when necessary. We changed strategy and organizational structure accordingly to what we think our next steps should be, so we can be aligned to the urgency and commitments this crisis demands from us. We try to stay attentive to what is happening around us and always learning from our mistakes. We're still failing. We try to fail forward. We try not to drain, burn out, or make the same mistakes, because that's what this moment demands from us. Courage and militancy to change history and stop humanitarian collapse. And this conference, which wishes to play a role and contribute to objectives we understand are fundamental to building the mass movement we need to stop climate collapse. And when I say we, I actually mean you and me. Hence, I put myself to the task of organizing this conference and of finding those who could organize it with me, and of actually organizing it. And here we are. And so what are we here for? So the idea of organizing such a conference came around as we understood a deep vacuum in the current political landscape. We're living a cost of living crisis side by side with an intensifying climate emergency. We need a plan for the future and also for the present. We need a radically just working class program that delivers real solutions to tackle this crisis. Climate jobs programs, I believe, are essential and an essential demand in these programs. And bringing labor and climate justice movements together is key. But then we need the power to win it, to win such a program. And to do that, we must take these transformational visions out of discussion rooms. We will change nothing without the broad support of working people. We need to make these ideas mainstream. And this conference was built for that. And it was built based on the acknowledgement that without a radical restructuring of our socio-economic system, we will fail to deliver a just transition and climate justice. This conference was organized to build the social power to fill the gap in the current political landscape, to build social power to move from policy discussion to action, to build social power that stops climate change. So I invite you to, during the 3 days of conference, keep your ambitions high. Challenge yourselves and challenge others. Be active, not only reactive. Because now the success of this conference depends on all of us. Welcome, everyone. And now I would like to invite Bas from FNV, who is going to say a few words. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Leonor, for your call for courage and militancy. Hello, everyone. Should the clear waters be destined to become drainage sewers for factory water? That's a quote from Henry Polak, one of the founding fathers of our trade union, FNV, from 1909, more than 100 years ago, which shows that the relationship between nature, capital, and labor is not a question of recent years. I want to welcome you on behalf of FNV, the largest trade union here in the Netherlands, with about 900,000 members, active in all sectors of the economy, to the Netherlands, to Amsterdam, and today we're here at Plantage Dock, but tomorrow this conference will move to the Burgt, which is the oldest union building in the Netherlands, and also founded by Henry Polak, by the way. A building that is a very inspirational surrounding, and I think we will need this inspiration for the main question of this conference, being how are we going to build power to change the very foundations of our economy? Because our current economic model does one thing very well, which is take, and take from people, from the planet, and gives it to the profits of the 1%. What we need instead is a public pathway to a system that guarantees decent quality of life for people and that makes sure we stay within planetary boundaries. And that system is not going to fall into our lap. We will need determination and solidarity in order to achieve this. One key ingredient for that, Leonor already mentioned it, is close cooperation between trade union movements and the climate movement. Because only if labor and nature join forces, we can put a dent in capitalist power structures. FNV tries to play its part by informing and mobilizing our members to demand viable climate plans from their companies, from our government, and we work together with climate NGOs in order to do this. And while we still have a long road ahead, I'm also proud of several successes we've had over the past couple of years. For example, successfully demanding a coal fund for workers which were will be losing their jobs in the coming years, or have already lost their jobs due to the closing of coal plants. But also the proactive industrial action taking place at the largest steel factory here in the Netherlands, demanding a different plan, not a plan based on CCS as their bosses originally planned, but also pushing ABP, the largest pension fund here in the Netherlands, with about 500 billion in investments to divest from fossil fuel producers. And all of these successes were only possible because we worked together with climate activists. Is it easy? No. As our big inspiration, Kermit the Frog, always says, it's not easy being green. And that also goes for being a green trade unionist. Because as temperatures rise, so does the heat of discussion in society around climate action. And as a trade union, largest trade union in the Netherlands, we are not immune to that discussion. But the worst thing we could do in response of that is to back down. What we need to do is to step up and show our members that ecological unionism is the way forward. And I hope this conference will help doing that. I want to close with a quote from Tony Mazzocchi, which was a US leader of the oil and chemical and gas workers in the 70s, and who was credited with founding the term just transition. He said, "There is a dawn approaching that is shouting and indicating that it's our moment. But we've got to seize that moment and do what we know so well, how to organize and fundamentally how to fight. So let's fight."
Thank you.
Thank you, Bas, for welcoming and opening this conference. The next speaker we would like to invite is Sean Sweeney from TUET. Welcome, Sean.
Welcome, Sean.
Great. This one? Yes. All right, everybody. Thank you for having me here. My name's Sean Sweeney. I coordinate a project called Trade Unions for Energy Democracy, which is 11 years old. And I'm going to give a little bit of background on the project. It's a network of 102 unions now from well over 30, 35 countries, increasingly in the global south, which of course is crucial. We set up the project because we were concerned about the green jobs agenda, which kind of morphed into a climate jobs agenda. It's not that we didn't want jobs, but the jobs being promised by the liberal wing of the capitalist elite were at the expense of loss of ownership, and particularly public services and public ownership of energy. So we were part of a trade union discussion that was dominated by the global north. And this term, social power, came out of a paper that I wrote in 2018. Now, on its own, it means nothing. Social power, yeah, okay, who can argue with that? But I want to give you a little bit of background on that term and why it's important, I think, for this conversation. First and foremost, the unions in the global north had been suffering 30 years of defeat, longer, during which time they felt their only option was to get a seat at the table and be part of this great transition to a low-carbon economy that everybody said was inevitable. The problem was the data didn't hold up to that assertion. What we were seeing 11 years ago, and we're seeing now, is an energy expansion globally, where fossil fuels are growing alongside renewable energy and also nuclear power to some extent and other forms of energy. So what we're seeing is a capitalist expansion, which means more energy. And so renewables look like they're growing spectacularly fast and the transition is inevitable. But when you actually look at the numbers, it's not inevitable. If anything, we're in worse shape now in terms of the transition than we were 10 years ago. But not to be negative, The unions were putting forward a view that if we sat at the table and made arguments for being included in this transition, that workers' rights would be respected and jobs would be protected, then everything would be fine. The unions that started TUED said that is not the case. It won't be fine. We need to have a radical restructuring of the economy. We need to defend public energy systems, even though those energy systems may, at the moment, be involved very much in the development of fossil fuels. So if we look around the world, we see a lot of public companies are involved in coal, oil, and gas. That's not the issue. Fossil fuels are not the problem. The problem is the capitalist system that burns fossil fuels for profit in order to sustain the political economy of growth and accumulation. But how do we put that out there in terms of the discussions on climate jobs today? We know that the challenge before us is so immense that without radical change in the system, we're not going to succeed. But we do need a program, a pathway from here to there. We can't just assert principles. However valuable those principles are, we need to have a plan of action. And central to that plan of action must be ownership of energy. Energy is the means of production. And we can't delude ourselves that the more we have, the more our ambition is what's the most important thing. What we see with the narrative around climate change in particular is countries, now over 150 countries, have said, oh yes, we'll do net zero by 2050, 2060, 2070. And then the argument comes, is that fast enough? The truth is they are not going to reach the targets. They will not reach the 2030 targets. We're seeing this even in areas of the world that has done more in terms of a transition, such as the European Union, for example. We are not going to reach those targets without controlling the energy system and then decommodifying energy in a way that we can have a managed decline of fossil fuels and a managed scale-up of low-carbon energy. Energy is crucial. So therefore, and I'll conclude on this point, the problem, as I see it, is not blah, blah, blah. You might think what I'm saying is blah, 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 and I forgive you for spacing out on me at this time of the day. But the problem is not lack of political will. The problem is not insufficient ambition. The problem is the people who run this system do not have a clue on what to do about climate change. Because the solutions that we need to develop, and they're not easy solutions, are not going to be consistent, compatible with the system that they preside over, which is the system of growth and accumulation. Just to illustrate, we've got the World Bank declaring itself a climate bank, and it's laughable. One office down the road at the World Bank in Washington, D.C. is promoting trade and growth and liberalization and privatization, and the other office at the other end of the corridor is having to deal with the impacts of increased trade, privatization, and, of course, economic expansion. So you've got this ludicrous contradiction that's at the heart of the ruling elite and the way they're trying to run things. So I would say climate jobs, yes, but without public ownership, and particularly public ownership of energy, we will not be able to pivot towards the things we need to do. Energy conservation, weatherization, prudent use of energy, planning of the managed decline of fossil fuels. That's all going to take ownership and control, and I hope that that will be a theme of this great conference, and I'm looking forward to being part of the discussions. And I think we're privileged to have our comrades here from Colombia and Mexico who are going to tell us a lot about the struggles there in other parts of the world. So I'll conclude there. Thanks, comrades.
Thank you so much, Sean. And I wanted to invite now to the stage Jana, who's going to tell us a little bit about our safer space policy and other things.
Hey everyone, really lovely to see you here. In the spirit of organizing and winning, I believe is crucial to make friends, make comrades around here. So we do have a safer space policy, which you can read on the welcome kit, which you can get through the QR code, which I think is spread over the venue, or on the wall. And in that spirit of listening carefully to each other, I just want to use this second to ask you to just say hi and introduce yourself to someone sitting next to you that you don't know yet. So just briefly say hi, your name. Thank you. I'm sure there's more time to have longer introductions. And in the spirit of getting to know each other, I am going to try to speak more slowly, which is another reminder for the space we are trying to create. So please, not everyone has English as their main language, so including myself, I speak way too fast. So we encourage you to speak slowly and listen carefully, respect each other. Please do not discriminate. Then we also really ask you to respect the facilitators and moderators. Everyone here is volunteering, so we're all here together to win together, to fight together, to organize together. So please, with that in mind, also respect the space. If you see something lying around, tidy up. If you have the chance to sign up to volunteer on the front, that would be fantastic. There's opportunities to help with the coffee, the food, note-taking, many things, and we really want to create this collective experience. And in the spirit of working together as comrades in the future, this is a great chance to get to know some people. And I think further announcements on the food. Well, further announcement will be done by Peter on the food.
I will end with some logistical stuff, but I think we can go to our next speaker first. We would like to invite Jonathan Neal. No? Axel. Oh, Axel. Right, there you are. Axel is going to say something a little bit about the Translation Collective.
Okay, I didn't expect that now. So my name is Axel, and I'm part of Coati, which is this project based in Barcelona already about 15 years ago, in which we try to provide the people with the understanding of each other when they don't speak the same language. So basically what we do is this, we coordinate interpreters, which in this case, they are all volunteers. So actually, a big thanks for them. So we actually traveled half Europe with my van to mount all this system. In the time we have been helping other projects to develop that want to do this. So there are already like 5, and now I'm building a new project myself in north of Italy. Soon I will also set up some little market where you can fund this project. Anything you want to know, you come talk with me. Now a little bit about the tech, because in this conference there will be 4 languages, which are Spanish, French, Portuguese, and English. And at any time, if somebody wants to intervene in their language, they are very welcome to do it, so in Spanish or Portuguese or whatever. So anybody of you that doesn't understand the 4 languages is invited to take the receiver at the back, because even more when there are maybe questions from the public, for example, then one of these 4 languages can be spoken from there. So yeah, I mean, you got the message, right? And so yeah, I think that's all. And as she said, speak slowly, make some breaks. Everybody will understand better, and they will work better. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Not the tech person. Thank you, Axel, and thanks to all the volunteers from the translation crew. Yeah, we really appreciate you being here. And I'll take it big.
Yeah, I will end the opening session with some household notes, and afterwards we will start directly with our first panel. But first I want to explain a little bit about the venues that we are hosting you in this weekend. We will be hosted in 3 different places. This is the first one. It's called Galerie Het Dokhuis. This will be our home base. So we have access to this space on all days of the conference. This is where all the plenaries will be, all the large panel sessions will be here. This is also where we will host you for food, and where in the evening there will be a screening of a documentary or a film. So this you can consider our home base. As you can see, it looks a little bit like a church. It used to be a church, a reformist church. And it was squatted 25 years ago after it wasn't used anymore as a church, and it kind of got, well, as things go in the city, it doesn't get used anymore that much. And then 25 years ago, a collective squatted it. Pretty quickly afterwards, it was legalized, which means that the squatters own this place. And this space is used for activist gatherings, for social gatherings, and that's this public space. And there's also a private space where people live and where there are offices of artists and other grassroots collectives. So this is a really cool place, and we're very grateful that we can be hosted here. The second venue is Sant'Egidio Church. It's a church which is 10 minutes walking from here, and today we will have workshops there. So the workshops in the afternoon from 2 to 4, there will be 2 of them at least will be in that church. So when the time comes, we will arrange a starting point, and we can all walk there, or over there's also the address, and you can use Google Maps. The third venue will be tomorrow and on Sunday, so we will not be there today, and it's what Bas called, it is the Burgt. I like to see it as a cathedral for the working class. It really is a special building, and I'm also very grateful that we get to share that space. And that will be where workshops are hosted tomorrow, on Saturday and on Sunday. So those are things about the venues. Everything is also written on those posters where every workshop is. But do keep in mind that you might have to travel a little bit before you start the workshop. Then I would like to say something about funding. As Jana and Leonor have already said, the organization of this conference is entirely run by volunteers. We are still in need of quite some funding to make everything possible. So we have 15,000 euros actually that we still need to raise. And we hope that with donations from you for the food or for being a participant in this conference, that you can offer us a little donation, and then hopefully we can close that gap as much as we can. On the left side, or my left side on your right, there's a fist, you can see. It is currently empty, but we want to fill this up as donations come in. So we will fill the fist with solidarity, it says, I think. And there are QR codes everywhere around the conference which will allow you to to give a donation. And I also think it's important if you are, for example, from a union or from a larger organization and you have a really good time here, you make really valuable connections, it would be also nice to see what is possible with your organization and make maybe a bit of a larger donation. Then finally, I want to say something more about volunteer roles. We, of course, want to post a lot about our conference online, and there's a Telegram group, and we need to also make this a little bit of a collective effort. So there are QR codes that you can scan to enter this Telegram group, and if you take pictures of the conference, of the sessions, of discussions, then you can upload them there, and then our social media team can upload this on our social media accounts. So join the Telegram group, take a couple of pictures, and that will allow us to spread the word also to people beyond this room. And final point is that if you haven't registered, please register at the front desk. And if there are any questions, the front desk is always open during the breaks when there isn't a panel or when there isn't a session. And feel free to go there and ask your question or just approach me. That's it. Leonor, do you want to introduce the panel?
Thank you, Peter. So actually, ¿no está funcionando la traducción para español? What is the channel for Spanish? Canal 1. ¿No está funcionando? Vale, vamos a intentar de hacerlo. Good thing is, la cosa buena es que tenemos 10 minutos hasta que empieza lo próximo panel. So we have 10 minutes until the panel starts. So we'll actually solve the translation issues. Entonces vamos a resolver estos problemas de traducción en estos 10 minutos. Y nuestros convidados para el panel se van a llegar para frente. Entonces, our invited speakers for the panel will come ahead, and you can have a 10 minutes break, and we'll solve the translation problems. Entonces, tomamos una pausa de 10 minutos y vamos a resolver estos problemas de traducción. Y ya vamos a empezar el panel siguiente con Sam Mason, Jonathan Neal, Charlotte Bratt and Humberto de México. Y see you in 10 minutes. Nos vemos en 10 minutos. Gracias. Thank you.
That's it. Okay, great. Right, comrades, everybody, if we could take seats and get started, that would be brilliant. Because we've done a very good job to start off keeping to time. And it would be nice to keep that way so we can get lots of discussion. Right. Welcome, everybody. And I'm just going to open this first panel session. So thanks to Leonor and Peter for the opening remarks and setting the scene for the conference this weekend. And huge thanks and appreciation to Leonor and comrades who have put this together. I understand how much work goes into organising these events and setting up panels. So hopefully it's going to be a really fantastic weekend, but advance apologies, I will be leaving after today, sadly. But my name's Sam Mason. I'm a policy officer and climate activist. I'm at the Public and Commercial Services Trade Union in the UK, PCS for short. We are a civil service trade union and have been active and at the forefront of the climate jobs agenda since its inception in 2008, 2009. I'm sure Jonathan can correct me if I've got the dates wrong. So it's very great to be here and being able to speak and moderate this platform on behalf of PCS. And I think it's really important, as it's been set out on the agenda, that this isn't about how we start to transform our policies from a programmatic level into an agenda of power and make the changes that we need. And this is one of the first of the panels focusing on program, obviously throughout the weekend. It will then look at strategy and narrative. And it's essential that we do get these things combined and don't talk in isolation. I know we had this conversation in my union. We have very good policy, but there's no good having policy. We're not transforming that into real action and change. So this panel is really addressing two fundamental questions. What is the progressive agenda and policy proposals to face the multiple social and climate crises? Because as Leonor said, we've got a cost of living crisis, we have an energy crisis, we have multiple crises facing us, and the solutions really lie in very much the same political areas, and challenging the neoliberal agenda and that hegemony that we have, and which obviously Sean articulated in terms of the energy agenda at the start. And the other is, what does a political programme compatible with climate science and driven towards social justice look like? I'm just going to say quickly before I come to the panel, for those of you who may be following debate in the UK at the moment, we are seeing an absolute rolling back on climate policy. And it's being done in the name of justice, strangely enough, because they're saying there will be a disproportionate impact on the working class. Now, we know the government has no concern about the working class or workers. This is a facade for their own greenwashing. Interestingly, most people actually do still care about climate policy, but we are going to be heading into an election in the next year, which is now already being called the Klexit election. So we had Brexit last time, now we're having Klexit. This is coming out of climate policy, and it's going to be very much part of that election. So I just wanted to make that as introductory remarks, and now come over to fantastic panel that we've got here. Jonathan Neal, Lala Peñada, Umberto, and Charlotte. I'll introduce each as they make their contributions. But going to open up with Jonathan Neal, who really as he said, the grandfather of climate jobs, and it's great to have you. Over to you, Jonathan. Thank you.
Okay, here is the situation we are in and what we need to do globally. The evidence for climate change is increasing very fast. The majority of people now know what is happening and feel that something must be done. At the same time, governments all over the world are running away from doing anything big. We know because emissions globally are rising all the time. In this situation, the climate movement needs to change, because until now, we have been campaigning in unity for empty promises, for promises from politicians that then they break. That has been our campaigns. We have to change, and we have to go for concrete solutions. The solution that works has 4 parts. First, we stop fossil fuels. This is what the demonstrations are for now. We stop coal, oil, and gas by maybe 2040. And also, the way we stop them is we make them illegal. We say it will be illegal to sell coal, oil, or gas by 2040. But also, that's the first thing. The second thing is we cover the world with renewable energy. Because to say that you have, that we stop fossil fuels, if we do not already have the renewable energy to do the same things, the policy will crash. It will go nowhere. Third thing is we need governments to do this. It is not enough to be against the governments. We have to be the government, or it will not happen. We need government action to do this. That means the government hires the necessary workers to do the job in 15 or 20 years. It's a big job to do that job. 1 million workers in Britain or South Africa, 1.5 million in Germany. They hire them next year. And then the process has started. And once the process is started, it will be almost impossible for them to turn it off. But we have to have that, not just against fossil fuels, but for renewable energy. And the government does this now. This is a solution that starts as soon as the government decides they are going to do it, as soon as we make them do that. The last thing, every worker in the old high-carbon industries, every worker who loses a job because of climate change, gets a guaranteed new job with the government climate service, and training and decent pay. So all the oil workers, all the miners, the auto plant workers, these people, they all have this guarantee. If we do not do this guarantee, our project will crash. Everyone will be divided. We will not get it through. We have to make that guarantee. That is not just moral. That is, it will not work unless we do that. Okay, this is a very, very big change. We cannot win it in 1 or 2 years. We have not done the work. We can win it in one country, maybe in 5 or 10 years. Once we win it in one country, it's much easier to spread it. But it's a big change, and to make this change, we have to change people. First of all, a campaign big enough that it's a grassroots campaign that goes to all of the local trade union branches, the local churches, mosques, synagogues, temples, that goes to the local clubs, that goes to the schools, to the universities, that goes everywhere. And we ask people for a simple commitment just to climate jobs. We ask them, and we build up the support everywhere we can. This is a very big project. For that, you need some propaganda. I can talk about this later. But this is important. The key thing in keeping going is to commit to each other that this is a serious project. This is not about having a progressive policy. This is not about having something that like-minded people agree on. It's not about looking good. This is a policy we have to persuade the majority of people in our country and in the world to fight for. That is the scale. That's a very, very big scale from where we start. But our advantage is that the world is full of people who know something must be done, and full of people, governments who are not doing it. Also, we have to persuade the climate movement. And we have to understand there are many parts of the climate movement who will not agree to this at first. There are many parts who politically do not want to be the government. Other parts who, the NGOs are committed to not being the government. But also, many people in Fridays for the Future, NGOs, many other organizations say we must not divide the movement. As soon as we talk about what is the solution to climate change, we start to divide the climate movement. That's true, and we have to accept that. We have to accept that we will win people over, but at first we are losing some people and we're getting other people. The other thing, so we're not unity for vague promises, but unity for a solution. But also, very important, there is no other solution on offer. There is no other way of doing it but climate jobs with governments doing it. There is no other solution. It is not that there is an unjust transition and there is our just transition. The just transition is the only transition actually on the table. This means also that we have to go out to win support from many different people. We have to win support from the people who vote for the social democratic parties and the liberal parties and the conservative parties. We have to win some of the people who vote for Trump and for Brexit. We have to win majorities. This does not mean we water down our politics. It means that we persuade people that on this one we are right, and on this one we have to act together. But also, in addition to endless talking to meetings, endless recruiting people, propaganda, we have to have action. We have to have steady action, starting with direct action. Direct action, the most important direct action will be defending workers who are losing their jobs. Every time workers are losing their jobs in high carbon industries or other industries, we move in, we talk to them, we try to have occupations to insist that they get a climate job now, paid for by the government, to insist that the government takes over this car plant and works. Occupations, marches, occupations of places, but also occupations and strikes in schools, in colleges, in universities, and in workplaces. But always not just an occupation for the climate, an occupation for a demand that we can win, that they can give us. Small enough that they can give us, important enough that we will fight for it. But also, you have maybe read Naomi Klein's book, The Shock Doctrine. We must also have our own shock doctrine from our side. In every heat wave, we organize in the middle of the heat wave to make sure that people get cooling, to make sure people check every neighbor. Before, during, and after the heat wave, we organize for proper free air conditioning for everybody in the hot places, from renewable energy, solar power on the roofs. We can do that. In every flood, we organize to help people. After every flood, we march on the ministries and the capital to demand that the people who lost their farms get new farms, that the people who lost their houses get new houses. Always in the first hour of the disaster, we move. And we move saying we must help each other, no one left behind, climate jobs. Where the disaster is 5,000 kilometers away, 10,000 kilometers away, this is happening all the time. As soon as it happens, we organize fundraising events to be sent to people in that country. We organize them with the immigrant people from that country who are in our country. We organize, as always solidarity, and no one left behind. And everything else we can think of. Big bicycle rides, musical concerts, poetry slams, football marathons, dances in the public squares, mass bicycle rides, and group mountain climbs for climate jobs and save the glaciers. Everything you can think of, we organized that. Because the time for dishonest promises is past. This is action that must be taken. And to build the renewable energy is the only way we can do it, and to get the government to do it. In this struggle, this is not a struggle we win in 1 or 2 years. This is a long struggle. Some moments there will be explosive growth. It will be fantastic. Other moments will be slow, sometimes slow for years. What we need is a commitment to each other that this is serious. We mean this one. Like the people who stopped the colonial empires. They got together and said to each other, we are going to do this. We need a commitment. We're going to do this. Always eyes on the prize. Always eyes on what we have to do in the future, but always action now. And the important thing about this way of doing it is we are not waiting to see that their promise is a lie in 2040. We are campaigning so that the action, when we start to win, the action starts now. And the actual, not the political action, but the building, the work of the hands and minds of human beings to build the renewable energy, that it starts now on the scale that is necessary. Once we win that in one country, it will be much easier in the second country, and much easier after that. So we build everywhere we can. The last thing is, in the poor countries of the world, we have to build renewable energy, not just to replace the energy that is there now, but more renewable energy to meet the needs of the people in those countries, the working people, the farmers in those countries. Not what we think are their needs, but what they think are their needs. Not what will be their needs after the revolution in a different world, but what they think are their needs now. We have to do that because the majority of energy use now is in the global south, because it is so much bigger than the rest of because 80% of people live there. We have to do that. We have to think that we are building this globally, and we have to think always that we are recruiting majorities. So we need the small farmers, we need the working people. We cannot win without the determined support of those people. From a small meeting in Amsterdam to this vision is a very large jump. But I think there are more and more people who think that something must be done, and who have seen that nothing is being done. What we have is what can and must be done. And if we get that word out, it will resonate in the hearts of the people who can change the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I think a really important point there about keeping the eyes on the prize, because I know just with some of the policy that's being rolled back in the UK, for example, we can get distracted arguing about electric vehicles and heat pumps rather than actually the bigger picture and stuff we need to be doing. We will be coming to questions and contributions after we've heard from the speakers, so do obviously think about things you want to say. I'm now going to hand over to Lala Peñaranda, who's an eco-feminist from Colombia and is the Latin American and Communications Coordinator for TUED, so Trade Unions for Energy Democracy. Over to you, Lala.
Thank you, Comrade Sam. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Lala Peñaranda, and I guess I'll open by saying that in tomorrow's panel on Latin America will be focusing on more sort of concrete case studies from Colombia, from Mexico, and from the region at large. But today I'm going to touch on sort of top level, what does Trade Unions for Energy Democracy as a network propose? What is the alternative that we are building? What do we mean when we say that we are fighting for a public pathway? That is a pathway that unconditionally, adamantly rejects green structural adjustment, that calls green capitalism by its name, and that identifies de-risking and privatization and the marketization of our energy system as essentially the equal culprit, along with the burning of fossil fuels, of the climate crisis. As my comrade Sean mentioned, it is the capitalist system that structures our power relations, including imperialism, colonialism, and profit over people, that is to blame for this climate crisis. And we have to be very clear about that. I'll just, if you allow me to indulge just a minute in the case study of Colombia before I get into the concretes of what is a public pathway. Colombia is, I think right now, in a moment of optimism, of political opportunity. We have, for the first time in our history, a progressive government. Many comrades of mine from my days as an anarchist organizer and a Communist Party organizer and an agrarian trade unionist are now in power. And so the questions that we've been, as in like working for the ministries, working for the government, and so the questions that we debated in spaces like this of what to do, what is to be done, the historic question, we're now implementing. And so Colombia is a highly indebted country. It is a country that has seen a rise in the percentage of renewable energy in its matrix, and yet this percentage is almost entirely private. It is almost entirely owned by multinationals. And this will not lead us to a just transition. It's public funds of an indebted country that are de-risking and guaranteeing profits for Italian multinationals like Enel. And so, not only that, but it is a country whose emissions actually come not primarily from the burning of fossil fuels, but from changes in land use, transportation, and deforestation. And this is because of the role that Colombia has in the global economy. And this is the case for most countries in the global south, where because we don't have energy sovereignty, because our historic role in the capitalist economy has been to provide primary raw products for global north development, we have an economy that is not industrialized and that does not have much control over its long-term planning, right? The neoliberal state everywhere around the world has been, has receded almost to have no planning capacity. And so I think that these questions, abstract as they may sound, are actually central to the question of the just transition. How to strengthen a state that is democratic so that we can plan long-term through public ownership and social control of energy, our future. Because otherwise, we are continuing to stay in the same place that has led us to not having an industry, not having the capacity to plan, not having control over our future, and not decarbonizing. So I think when we talk about the just transition, it's fundamentally a question of how are we reimagining the role of the public, the role of the state, and of course, embedded in that, the role of the working class. And I mean, there's lots to say, but I'll just go straight into the details of concretely what we are fighting for when we say we are fighting for a public pathway. So first, I think it's just important to start from the starting point that widespread electrification of many energy-dependent processes will be necessary to meet agreed science-based decarbonization targets. And this widespread electrification will come from many sources. I want to make a case, and we can debate this because we were all comrades here, for incumbent utilities, like centralized, large, long-term planned, state-owned utilities. I think, for example, our movement often points to rooftop solar as an important contribution of decentralized energy, and small is beautiful. And this is a huge debate. But just to say, for example, in the United States between 2011 and 2021, rooftop solar accounted for 1% of electrification. I mean, this is a contribution to our electricity system, but it will not suffice. And as a movement, as a climate movement, and as a working class movement that believes in class struggle, we cannot forgo or leave aside or in any way de-emphasize our fight for the public ownership and social control of the large utilities. So anyway, that as a sort of starting point. Also, obviously, widespread electrification, in many parts of the world, primarily in Africa, requires addressing energy poverty, which of course then will see like a huge increase in demand for energy, which TUED has written many working papers on, all on our website, and I encourage comrades to check them out. But because I really don't have many minutes left, I'll actually just choose a few points to highlight. So we talk in the public pathway, we talk about the need to enforce a new pro-public mandate. This includes reclaiming power sector companies to public ownership where they have been privatized. It also includes fully reintegrating or rebundling power generation, transmission, distribution, and grid management functions. There's many points to cover here, but again, I'm just doing a summary. We need to introduce democratic governance and controls. So for example, involve workers and users in democratic decision-making processes. We need to publicly fund the energy transition. In Colombia, when you truly follow the money, what we see is that more public funds go into guaranteeing profit for our privatized energy sector than we get in return. So we're told that these are essential companies for our economy, and yet in fact, public funds are what make these companies profitable. There is no reason why, even in an indebted country like Colombia, we cannot publicly fund public companies for this energy transition. And again, because of time, I see I'm already at 10 minutes. Another point is to establish a global public goods framework and multilateral cooperation. These are complex points, but I'll just mention one. For example, build public-public partnerships to strengthen skills and knowledge sharing. And yeah, I'll close on saying that in Latin America, I think, since this is the first time since 2010 that we've had as many left governments in power as we have. As my comrade here said, this is really the moment of action. We see examples from Chile to Mexico to Colombia to Brazil of fighting for public power. And my God, if it is possible in the global south, it is definitely possible to fight and win public power in the global north. Thank you.
Thank you, Lola. Very powerful ending to there, and hopefully we can come back to more discussions. And yeah, totally support, encourage everybody to go to the TUED website and look at some of those documents as well. I'm next going to hand over to José Humberto Montes de Oca, Luna, who's from the Sindicato Mexicano de Electricistas in Mexico, and Humberto will be speaking in Spanish, so if you want to put your translation on for those that need it. Thank you.
Sí, muchas gracias. Encantado de estar aquí y poder compartir nuestra percepción y perspectiva de las cosas. Quisiéramos puntualmente ceñirnos a las preguntas de la convocatoria, porque planteamos responder desde nuestra perspectiva cuáles son nuestras iniciativas. Primero quiero decirles que nuestra organización sindical el próximo mes de diciembre cumple 109 años de existencia. Es la organización sindical más antigua de México y por tanto ha vivido diferentes procesos económicos y políticos a lo largo de su historia, a donde ha intentado, desde la perspectiva de los trabajadores, influir. Bueno, acá la pregunta dice: el programa progresista y la propuesta política para hacer frente a las múltiples crisis sociales y climáticas. Múltiples, que es algo importante que queremos interrelacionar. Y la segunda, ¿qué aspecto tiene un programa político compatible con la ciencia climática e impulsado hacia la justicia social? Bueno, vamos a tratar de integrar en una sola respuesta a estas dos preguntas. Primero, nosotros pensamos que estamos viviendo un periodo de grandes acontecimientos históricos que están sacudiendo al mundo. Lo que vivimos en la crisis económica, enseguida la pandemia, luego la guerra, luego esta aceleración de la disputa por la hegemonía mundial, son para nosotros acontecimientos históricos que no se veían desde el siglo pasado. En su entrelazamiento son las crisis causa y efecto de una misma cosa: el agotamiento de un modelo de organización social basado en la desigualdad que no es capaz de garantizar el futuro de todas y todos. Lo estamos planteando que la crisis del capital es la crisis que integra todas las crisis climática, económica, migratoria, alimentaria, política que estamos viviendo, bélica, son la expresión de un modelo de organización social que ya no tiene perspectiva. Eso es central para nosotros. Entonces, estamos en la disyuntiva de seguir por el mismo camino o generar nuevas alternativas que abran otras posibilidades de un nuevo orden mundial, comunitario y, como dicen en el sur de México, un mundo donde quepan muchos mundos. 5. Una agenda común como marco de referencia para la unidad de acción norte-sur, porque eso es muy importante. O sea, no, y lo mencionó Sean, la perspectiva que tienen los sindicatos del norte es diferente a la perspectiva de los sindicatos del sur. Y sin embargo, nosotros creemos que es posible una agenda común como un marco de referencia global que nos permita actuar en la unidad de acción, intentando salvar las diferencias, pero centrándonos en los ejes de articulación que nos puedan procurar unidad de acción y, por tanto, poder de los trabajadores. También es importante no solamente tener un programa, sino pensar cuáles son las formas de organización, cuál es la fuerza que puede mover, como decía el compañero, a esa mayoría o a esas fuerzas vivas del progresismo en el mundo para converger en una plataforma de lucha común, en un programa que plantee alternativas de cambio y que por tanto se ve en la necesidad de luchar por el poder, porque sin el poder no es probable que nosotros podamos hacer avanzar los cambios progresistas que está demandando el mundo. Entonces, para nosotros, en tanto que el programa pensamos debe de definirse por algunos ejes que serían para nosotros elementos de articulación. Uno es la desmercantilización de los bienes comunes. O sea, hay una apropiación privada de bienes comunes que no deberían de tener ninguna propiedad, como es el agua, ¿no? Como es la energía, que son indispensables para el bienestar de las personas, de las comunidades y de las naciones. Otro elemento es la desprivatización de los servicios públicos, porque esta es una de las características más acuciantes de todo el periodo de imposición del neoliberalismo en el mundo. La privatización del transporte público, de la educación, de la salud y obviamente también de la energía. Y entonces decimos nosotros que este es un eje. Otro es la redistribución del ingreso. Acá estamos discutiendo el tema de la renta básica universal y de los impuestos progresivos a las grandes fortunas, que en algunos países de Europa y en América Latina se están haciendo ya algunas legislaciones, por ejemplo en España recientemente, donde se están gravando las grandes fortunas para incrementar el gasto público, los servicios públicos de salud, educación, vivienda hacia las mayorías. Otro elemento que nos parece importante es la desconcentración del poder económico y político, porque hay una centralización del poder tanto en lo económico como en lo político. En lo económico son los grandes centros financieros, son las grandes empresas multinacionales, son los bancos internacionales, los bancos centrales, quienes determinan la agenda de la sociedad y de los gobiernos. Muchas veces incluso los gobiernos progresistas que quieren hacer avanzar algunos cambios se ven limitados por la agenda de los centros financieros y no alcanzan a desdoblarse, incluso llegan a desilusionar a sus electores después de que no pueden distanciarse de la agenda de quienes les prestan el dinero. Socialización de la propiedad hacia lo público y lo social. Acá nosotros en el tema energético decimos que no basta con defender el servicio público de la electricidad y dejar en manos del Estado la exclusividad de la prestación del servicio, sino que hace falta también una gestión social de la energía. Y esto implica la participación no solamente de la empresa pública, sino los trabajadores de la empresa pública, los usuarios del servicio público de la energía, los investigadores, especialistas en la materia, que pudiéramos entre todos buscar una gestión social de este bien común. Bueno, también estamos viviendo un momento de reacción a nivel global. Por un lado, la ultraderecha, la derecha, este negacionismo, la aceptación del cambio climático, dicen que no pasa nada, que todo va muy bien y que podemos seguir dilapando los recursos de la naturaleza. Bueno, esto es algo real y pareciera inverosímil, pero hay partidos políticos en el mundo y acabamos de ver las elecciones en España, Vox en España, que está planteando que no hay problema y que podemos seguir con las políticas extractivistas. Un elemento importante es la desmilitarización del planeta, porque hay el riesgo de que todas estas contradicciones que estamos viendo en la aceleración de las disputas hegemónicas entre bloques dominantes también se convierta en el desenlace final de nuestra sociedad humana. Eso es un riesgo real y lo estamos viendo con lo que está ocurriendo en Europa, en la guerra de Ucrania-Rusia y el cúmulo de intereses que están ahí entrelazados. Bueno, algo que ya las agendas progresistas plantean de manera reiterada, pero que nosotros suscribimos, es el luchar contra toda forma de discriminación racial, étnica o de género, por una ciencia y una tecnología al servicio de la preservación de la humanidad y desde luego una transición energética justa, democrática, y nosotros añadimos a lo que tú dices, también soberana. Esto le da para nosotros como latinoamericanos un significado a las cosas. Bueno, yo quisiera decir que el capitalismo pretende remontar su crisis expandiéndose, y esto es algo que vamos a ver en el presente y a futuro, que es que se van a expandir las potencias creando y disputándose nuevos mercados, desarrollando una ciencia y tecnología acorde a sus intereses, y en muchos de los casos, y particularmente en África y en América Latina, el despojo de los pueblos de sus recursos naturales y la intensificación de la explotación de la fuerza de trabajo. Acá nosotros vemos que el capitalismo, después de la pandemia, todos tuvimos mucho tiempo para reflexionar, ¿verdad? Y ellos también hicieron su reflexión y dijeron, bueno, es que esto no puede continuar así, hay la necesidad de resetear al capitalismo, pero en sus conclusiones, pues la mejor forma de salvar al capitalismo para ellos es expandirlo, ¿no? Ir hasta el último rincón de la tierra donde todavía no hay, para apropiarse de la riqueza natural de las naciones. Y en ese sentido, pues la ciencia también es un recurso que ellos pretenden abanderar como una salida, buscarle soluciones científicas y tecnológicas a todas las crisis, ¿no? Pero sin cambiar el modelo. Ese es algo muy importante. Entonces tú ves que ya Elon Musk dice, bueno, ya nos acabamos la Tierra, vayamos al espacio, ¿no? Conquistemos el universo y exportemos la desigualdad hasta el infinito. Son las soluciones que ellos proponen, sin cambiar los modos de consumo, sin cambiar la propiedad de los medios de producción, sin cambiar los modos de gobierno autoritarios. Entonces ahí que nosotros tengamos que repensar también desde otra perspectiva qué mundo queremos. Y en ese sentido, pues las organizaciones sindicales me parece que pueden reactivarse, que en un periodo han estado desarticuladas, a la defensiva después de las derrotas que nos impuso los gobiernos neoliberales, pero que en este momento somos de las formas de organización social sobrevivientes, colectivizadas, porque todo el periodo neoliberal fue asentar en el individuo, ¿no? Los individuos en competencia, la perspectiva del mundo. ¿Sobrevivieron los sindicatos? Sí, pero creo que los sindicatos tenemos que renovarnos, tener un pensamiento más amplio, más integral y desde una perspectiva global, tener una actuación más protagónica en los cambios, no quedarnos rezagados y atrevernos a incidir en la política, en los cambios legislativos, en las diplomacias internacionales, etcétera. Y por eso vemos muy importante la articulación de TUED, porque como se dijo, son cientos de sindicatos del norte y del sur que pudiéramos intentar en algún momento definir esta agenda común que decimos puede ser el marco de referencia para la unidad de acción del norte y sur. Bueno, en el tiempo que me resta, que es poquito, quiero hacer referencia porque también nos lo pidieron los compañeros y compañeras que organizaron este evento, que habláramos un poco de las reivindicaciones de los trabajadores mexicanos en el contexto actual. Bueno, nuestra industria eléctrica fue nacionalizada en 1960. A finales de los años 90, los neoliberales comenzaron un proceso progresivo de privatización de lo que era público, la empresa eléctrica. Y lograron, mediante cambios a la legislación secundaria, ir privatizando algunos segmentos para incentivar la participación privada en el sector. En el 60 quedó establecido en la Constitución mexicana que solamente el Estado tendría la exclusividad en la prestación del servicio público. Y ellos de manera ilegal lo fueron haciendo progresivo para que con cambios en legislaciones secundarias pudieran intervenir los privados. Esto hasta el 2013, donde ya en forma definitiva el presidente Enrique Peña Nieto, un presidente neoliberal, impuso una reforma que privatizó buenos segmentos de la industria, particularmente la generación de la electricidad, dejando en manos del Estado
la red de distribución y la red de transmisión. Bueno, eso fue un golpe fuerte para los trabajadores que resistimos durante décadas a la privatización del sector, en particular el gobierno de aquel entonces de Felipe Calderón Hinojosa, un presidente que llega al poder por un fraude electoral, nos impuso la desaparición de nuestra fuente de trabajo. Y desde 2009 a la fecha nosotros estamos resistiendo para recuperar materia y zona de trabajo. Lo hemos hecho, hemos logrado parcialmente, primero, evitar la disolución forzada de nuestra organización, pero aún nos falta que recuperar. Y aquí es donde queremos comentar que nosotros, para resistir en todo este periodo, hemos establecido una alianza estratégica con los usuarios de la energía eléctrica. El sindicato promovió la creación de una Asamblea Nacional de Usuarios de la Energía Eléctrica. Esta organización popular de usuarios de la energía está en huelga de pagos desde 2010, que no paga la luz, porque inmediatamente después de que desaparecieron nuestra empresa, Luz y Fuerza del Centro, se incrementaron hasta un 700% las tarifas, y la gente de bajos recursos pues no tiene cómo pagar la luz, y entonces se puso, con la ayuda del sindicato, en huelga de pagos. Entonces ustedes se preguntarán, ¿el Estado no hace nada? Sí, el Estado, la policía y la otra empresa pública que colabora con los neoliberales, pues iba y les cortaba la luz, pero nosotros íbamos y lo reconectamos, y hasta la fecha lo seguimos haciendo, de tal manera que la huelga se sostiene con la solidaridad de los trabajadores del Sindicato Mexicano de Electricistas. Hemos lanzado iniciativas legislativas para instaurar en México el derecho humano a la energía como un derecho constitucional, que es otra de nuestras banderas de lucha, la tarifa social justa para los sectores más vulnerables de la sociedad, y en esta alianza con los usuarios el sindicato ha logrado pues no solamente sostener la huelga de pagos, hemos logrado la no desaparición de nuestra organización sindical y recuperado parcialmente algunas cosas de las que nos arrebataron. Eso es todo. Ya, gracias.
Muchas gracias, Humberto. That was covered a very wide range of, sorry, I still got the translation in. A very wide range of issues there, and very important issues, and I think lots to come back to. So I'm just going to hand over to our final speaker on the panel, who's Charlotte Butt. Apologies for pronunciation. Who's from Extinction Rebellion and a climate activist within FNV. So over to you, Charlotte.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm relatively new in the movement with unions, and my background is mostly in climate activism. And recently we have been trying in the Netherlands to bridge the gap between these two movements. So I will talk a little bit about that. So in the last year, we have seen quite some big actions from the climate justice movement here in the Netherlands, some of which went pretty viral. We already talked a bit about it in the break, but some of you have seen videos of an action we did at the private jet terminal in Amsterdam with bicycles being chased by police. I see some people nodding. Yeah, there was a lot of fun on the internet about this is the most Dutch way of doing activism. But to me, this really signaled a change actually in the target of actions from the climate justice movement. I didn't know before doing the action where we were going. All we knew that we were going to target Schiphol and aviation. And I must say I was very pleasantly surprised that we were targeting the private jet terminal, because with that we really clearly stated it's not only rich companies but also rich individuals that are wrecking our planet, and private jets are really terrible things to use in this day and age. So that's kind of where I wanted to start as a good example. After that, we also had another big action in the Netherlands a few months ago, at the biggest steel plant in the Netherlands. They are one of the biggest polluters also in the Netherlands. They are called Tata Steel. And this, to me, maybe signaled where the climate and the union movement in the Netherlands is not very aligned yet. So this action was, received mixed, I would say, maybe to put it mildly, by the people that work at the steel plant. And this is one of the reasons why me and some other comrades in the Netherlands from the climate justice movement started a network around climate in the biggest union, FNV, here in the Netherlands. And this really came out of, I would say, frustration of these two movements not working together to tackle our common enemy. All my comrades here in the panel have already mentioned it. I think in the movement here in the Netherlands, in the climate movement, more and more organizations are also calling it by its name, capitalism. Last weekend we had a conference in the Netherlands with the climate justice movement to see where we're at with the movement. A little bit like this, but then with the Dutch climate movement. And also there I saw that most of the big NGOs and also of the grassroots movement here are finally saying that this is, capitalism. We need to fight, still miss a little bit of the class struggle. So that's why we started this network to bridge the gap between these two movements. And so my contribution is going to be a bit short. So maybe we can capture some more time for the discussion. Last thing I wanted to say is, from this network, a new initiative is going to start on the topic of getting public services back into public hands, as has been said in this panel as well. And one of our first main targets we're looking at now is public transport. In the Netherlands, there has been politically a big divide. I think in many countries it's similar between cities and rural area. And I think with this campaign on public transport, where we want to demand affordable, but also bereikbaar? Accessible, thank you. Public transport for everyone can maybe bridge this gap, but because a lot of smaller towns and cities in rural areas are not reachable by public transport anymore because of the market, let's say. So we really want to bridge the gap there, but also between workers and the climate movement, because starting next year, a few contracts are going to be renewed. And we're now in the process of gathering solidarity on both sides to fight for good, affordable, accessible public transport back in public hands, which is very important for us to show other people in the Netherlands that public services should be in public hands and that we should decide together about our energy transition. This is something that has been just starting up now. From this initiative of the climate network in the union, and we would love to learn a lot more from all the experience that's here in the room and that we will see in the coming days. So I will end it there, I think. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you, Charlotte. And really important point around public transport, because I think it really chimes in actually with what we were saying about, do we fight for more EVs in the UK? No, we fight for a public integrated transport system, which is at the heart of the climate jobs. And that is the point. It's about energy. So I'm just going to hand over now to the floor. So it's yours to make contributions, ask questions, develop the discussion on any points that you want. So if people want to put their hands up, we can come. Yeah, we'll probably need a roving mic. So does anybody want to start off? Just reactions? It doesn't have to be specific questions or... So.
My name is Niels. I am from Amsterdam, from the Netherlands. trade unionist and climate activist. I think, Jonathan, you set us up really well, the opening, with some hard and honest observations about where we are. I kind of wanted to continue on that with a question that also relates to like personal experience within the union. You mentioned that unfortunately trade unions, especially in northern countries, have for a long time backed away from offensive demands, from organizing to win, and that they've cozied up in a position to manage losses rather than to organize for wins, if I may sum it up like that. I see, fortunately, some hopeful signs that unions are reorienting to do what is necessary to organize working class people and to strike and to win. Maybe you can allude a little bit on like strategies, how we can open up that like blossoming potential for unions to organize on that again, because I feel you have a lot of like sharp analysis on that. Maybe you can help us out, like how we can comradely move trade unions into more of a fighting position and a winning position.
Thank you, Nils. I think we should go straight to that question with Jonathan, and hopefully that will open up some more discussion. I think, you know, there are a number of obviously trade union representatives in here, so it'd be good to hear about what different strategies there are in unions as well. So, okay.
I will give a very short answer to that question, and it will take me 3 hours and 30 minutes. Let me just do the beginning. Where we see the hope is that in some countries, strikes are beginning to build. And where they are building, they are particularly building among industries where most workers are young. You see this very clearly in the United States, where there is a massive union movement, and a serious one. The writers, the television writers and the actors just went on strike for 146 days, and they won. That is the kind of serious action. I've had it with one-day strikes. Fuck one-day strikes, frankly. They never win. How we change the trade union movement is at the base, to develop at the base wherever we are. I can talk to you about this at great length later, but it is looking for the particular thing that really matters to these people here, and then organizing a small thing to do about it, and building from there. You are completely right that our trade unions in the global south and in the global north have many, many, many years of defeat. But there is a general problem. This is part of a much larger problem, which is the governments, the political parties, they have all been, they are the children of '68, and they have been my generation, and we have been comprehensively defeated. And so it is rebuilding from the grassroots up. And that climate change is a very important part of that, because it is the whole future, and unions are central. But one very important thing, do not expect that the workers at Tata Steel are the people who are going to fight by themselves, that is their job. If you are a climate activist, your job is to bring out the school teachers and all the school children on strike for a new steel mill. That's your job. Do not expect the energy workers to lead the fight if other workers will not stand with them. Our bigger job is, but this is the very important answer is all the daily organizing for the workers to change the world. But the very large answer is the world is fucked everywhere. Everybody knows this. And so we have to rebuild. We live now in the ruins of the anti-colonial movement, in the ruins of social democracy, and in the ruins of communism. Our ancestors, they fought for that. Our parents, our grandparents, they fought for that. And now it does not serve. And now we have to build again the best of their dreams. We have to build a new understanding. So very concrete local work and a new political vision, both those things.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Hello, I'm Ibrahim. I come from Turkey. I would like to ask Charlotte something about energy transition. You said we should be the ones making the decision on things like energy transition, right? And I would like to ask, what is to be done is clear, but how it is to be done? Like, how can we take the power from those who make the situation worse and worse with climate change effects and everything? So I would like to, because, I would like to ask that for you.
Yeah, that's a big question. So maybe I will start with where my expertise is mostly based. What my personal goal is, or what the goal is of the climate network of the Union in the Netherlands, is to really bring those both worlds together, of the climate activists that here in the Netherlands at this moment actually have like quite a big platform. So to give one example, yesterday we ended with Extinction Rebellion a 28-day long blockade of a highway, demanding that our government stop with fossil subsidies, which is over 40 billion a year. And also with our public transport campaign, we're saying, okay, well, if we can give 40 billion to the fossil fuel industry, why can we not put aside 4 billion for free public transport for everyone in the Netherlands? Like, so to use that momentum, I think, to bring together those two movements, really how to do it, like step by step. I think if we would know that, maybe we wouldn't have to need this conference. But for me, I feel in the Netherlands really this underlying knowledge of we need to fight together as movements to tackle our main enemy is not very apparent to everyone yet. So this is like the first groundwork we need to do first, I feel. Of course, it would be great if at some point we will strike and march together as workers and climate activists alike. Maybe energy sector would be a good place to start, but I don't have like a guide, step-by-step guide for you. Maybe others in the panel want to say something on this question.
I'll speak to the question coming from the floor. I think that Charlotte's sort of formulation is spot on of making the argument against the private sector's, profiting from the climate crisis, and then to make the obvious answer decarbonized, democratized, decarbonized alternative. So I'll give two examples. For example, in Colombia, indigenous communities made it impossible for Enel, which was establishing wind farms, to operate. They said, you don't have our permission, all you've ever done is come extract, we don't have electricity, we've never had electricity in our regions. And Enel said, we can't do business here, this is not profitable, we're going to pack up and go elsewhere. And then the proposal right now is for Ecopetrol, which is Colombia's oil company, which is 85% public and has one of the strongest militant unions in Colombia, La USO, to then step in, take those contracts, and be the one to develop public renewable energy. Same thing is happening in the mining sector. We're proposing a public mining company for the first time in Colombia to provide these, so-called critical minerals for the energy transition, etc. There's lots of examples. And then in the global north, in New York State, the public power campaign, there's lots to say about the lessons learned there, but it's, Tued put out an interview with the organizers that made it possible, and there's so many lessons to learn, but it was precisely like, it was the Green New public schools for the Green New Deal, public housing for the Green New Deal, workers for the public power campaign that made that coalition robust enough for even the capitalist Democratic Party to not be able to essentially continue to reject it. New York State, one of the richest, home of Wall Street, one of the richest states, whatever, in the world, has only 2% renewable energy. It is embarrassing, and it screams of the market failures represented. And so it was, again, what agency stepped up to say, we'll do public renewable power? It was one from the New Deal era, the New York Public Authority, NYPA, that has now been appointed and mandated to build out public renewable energy in New York State. So I think that equation is right. Make it impossible for the private sector to continue profiting and point to the clear alternative, public energy.
Thank you, Lala. And Charlotte, just before I bring Clara in, I just want to put a question as well to Umberto, because I think you raised a really important point about basically about needing to reconstitute our trade unions or renew them. And the reason why I raise this particularly is because I'm involved in a project which we call the New Lucas Plan, which was a group of workers back in the 1970s who developed an alternative corporate plan in the face of redundancies. But they also put the point, it's not just about ecological questions, it's about political questions. And one of the things that always strikes me that going back in the 1970s, they said our trade unions were not structured in a way to address the changes that were coming up. And a lot of it then was around mechanization and multinational corporations taking over huge subsidies. They actually worked in the defense sector, but a lot of their contract was public contracts. And I think, many of us now, and it's a debate we often don't touch on, is about how we actually need to restructure our unions themselves to address these questions. So if I could just pass that to Umberto, and then I'll come back to the floor and I see, I think, Clara, and then I think Sinan had questions.
Sí, claro. Efectivamente, los sindicatos en un periodo posterior a sus derrotas por los neoliberales se replegaron a sobrevivir en el marco de sus reivindicaciones gremiales, economicistas. Y en ese repliegue se desarticularon de otros movimientos. Cuando nosotros decimos que hay que reestructurar y reorientar al sindicalismo, estamos planteando dejar de ser o de hacer un sindicalismo gremial, economicista, que hacer un sindicalismo de carácter social, o sea, que los trabajadores se reconozcan no solamente como trabajadores productores, sino como reproductores de la sociedad y que encuentren en otros sectores, en otros temas, en otros territorios, un conjunto de reivindicaciones compartidas con otros sectores y ir construyendo una identidad, nueva identidad como sindicatos sociales. Eso nosotros lo practicamos, en particular nuestra organización sindical es reconocida en México por la capacidad de articularse a las luchas populares. a las diferentes reivindicaciones, a las luchas por el territorio, a las luchas por el extractivismo, a las luchas en solidaridad con otros movimientos, por ejemplo, ahora la huelga automotriz y de los actores escritores en Estados Unidos, articularse a la lucha feminista, a la lucha por reivindicaciones particulares de distintos sectores. El sindicato es prácticamente un centro de articulación de luchas en México. Así está considerado y eso nos ha costado también ser víctimas de la represión, porque a los gobiernos pues no les gusta eso, ¿verdad? Que ahí se reúnan los rebeldes. Tenemos apoyo hacia las comunidades campesinas e indígenas del sur del país. Este próximo 12 de octubre se conmemora en México la lucha de resistencia de los pueblos originarios. Y bueno, nosotros apoyamos esa movilización, tenemos relación con los compañeros, les facilitamos algunos medios para que ellos puedan desplegar su movilización en el Zócalo de la Ciudad de México. Y así como constantemente en nuestra organización hay foros, hay debates, hay encuentros y nuestros compañeros de base están participando en esos debates. Esto está haciendo que ellos amplíen su conciencia más allá de sus propias reivindicaciones particulares como del gremio y se reconozcan en otras luchas. Acabamos de terminar el fin de semana pasado, una Convención Nacional Democrática de las y los Trabajadores. Pudimos reunir a 350 organizaciones de diferentes estados de la República, no de todo el país, hay que decirlo así, pero por lo menos una tercera parte estuvo representada. Y tuvimos mesas temáticas, mesas de discusión sobre el análisis de la situación y hay unos resolutivos que nos obligan a buscar ya en su concreción, pues articularnos con todas las luchas. Nosotros pensamos que los movimientos sociales deben jugar un papel más protagónico, ser más activos, incidir en la política, que es algo que dejamos de hacer, incidir en la política porque también en cierto modo los sindicatos fueron perdiendo autonomía y se fueron ciñendo, se fueron conduciendo por la agenda de los gobiernos y a veces sin agenda, ¿no? Entonces nos parece que hay que reconstruirnos en torno a una agenda, como decíamos, a donde nos reconozcamos todos, no solamente como sindicalistas, sino con otros sectores populares y todos emprender una lucha. Si las feministas, si los compañeros que están contra el extractivismo, si los compañeros que se solidarizan con la migración en México, que hay movimientos y organizaciones que dan apoyo a la migración, todos nos reconocemos también como actores en la lucha por defender a la naturaleza, en contra del calentamiento global, pues entonces vamos a sumar a muchos sectores, pero no todos se van a sumar en torno a nuestra bandera. Eso téngalo por seguro, ahorita que decía el compañero de por allá. Hay que articular, pero compartiendo agenda. Lo otro es muy difícil, porque la mayoría pues está pensando en lo inmediato, en lo mío, ¿no? En lo que me corresponde, en lo que me afecta en primera instancia. Cuando somos capaces de ir más allá de eso y podemos entendernos en los zapatos del otro, es cuando realmente se está haciendo no solamente solidaridad, sino que estamos emprendiendo una lucha común.
Thank you, Umberto. I think they're really important parts and points, and certainly in the UK we have a very big struggle about the trade union movement and its political role, and about whether it's there just literally to protect jobs. And of course we are there to protect jobs, but about these wider questions about being part of a social and wider movement. So I think that's really important. I'm going to hand over to Clara now to have the next question. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm Clara from Unite the Union in the UK, and apologies because we were late and we've missed your contribution, but I was collecting my sister Rehema from Tanzania at the airport, and we've been working together on fighting the EACOP project, which is the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, where a lot of, especially young climate activists from Uganda and Tanzania, have been, risking a lot campaigning against those projects because the repression against climate campaigners is like really strong. But so far there haven't been links with trade unions in that region. That's something we try to develop a climate job project, because the Ugandan and Tanzanian oil companies are owned by the governments in public ownership, but they are working with French private company Total to build that gigantic pipeline that will displace communities, threaten water, lands, etc. And they're using the job argument and the economic development argument. So how do we use our network of global climate jobs and this collaboration when it's in an area where we're not talking about decarbonization? Uganda and Tanzania, produce 0.02% of the emissions. The sort of like public services are not very developed. 75% of the population live off the land. Transport may be more individual, informal economy. So yeah, I am really interested to hear your thoughts on everybody on the panel of what role this network can play to support this collaboration, but also explore new models for global South country, but also in particular in East Africa.
And welcome to Rahana. Kumi Rahana from Tanzania. Welcome here. Well, I'll hand over to the panel if anyone who wants to respond. I mean, I think it was quite a specific question about the role the Global Climate Jobs Network can play. If you want to have a think about it, I can also come to Sinon to ask his question if you want and come back. Okay, Sinon, do you want to make your contribution and then we can come back to both points?
I'm just keeping the mic. It's fine. There's two more back there.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm moving.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mikko. From Finland originally, living here in the Netherlands since 20 years. Part of the DiEM25, Democracy in Europe movement. And so my question is also regarding democracy. I hear a lot of you mentioned, thank you for your contributions, bringing ownership back from the multinationals and private sector to public ownership. But what I didn't hear is, or what I mostly heard as implied is to public ownership as state ownership. But that's of course not the only form of public ownership. So I'd like to pose that question. What are your views on other forms, mainly cooperatives, and slight follow-up on that, since we have a lot of union people here. Of course, if we had everybody working on a cooperative, there would be no need for unions. So, what are the views on rethinking unions in terms of worker co-ops? Thank you.
My name is Mina van der Swen. I work for Friends of the Earth in the Netherlands, and I want to add a bit more about our experience in cooperation or the relationship between the climate movement and the labor movement here in the Netherlands. We've seen a big shift in the past years in the climate movement from, let's say, more consumerist demands of eating differently, or very general demands like do something towards the government, towards now much more concrete demands like the stopping of fossil subsidies, but also more actions around companies, the big polluting companies. Charlotte's mentioned the example of the airport, but KLM, Tata Steel, banks have all seen much more big actions from the climate movement. But most of these actions have really been from the outside. And one of the consequences have been that the workers working there have gone more on the defensive, have been seeing these also as attacks on them because they identify very strongly with their company. And it's increased the resistance, I think, on parts of the trade union movements against the energy transition, or it going too fast, or it's polarized the debate more. And to come back to the example of Tata Steel, because the workers of Tata Steel have actually struck for 21 days, not only against mass layoffs, but also for a more sustainable transition of their company to make it future-proof, for a green steel plan that they had developed with scientists. So they've been very proud of this, and they won the board of directors changed course because of the union activism away from CCS towards green hydrogen and electrified steel production. But in the meantime, the climate movement that was supportive in the beginning has also been impatient and has organized actions to close parts of the plants against the pollution and to actually do it more quickly. And it has resulted in the workers having gone from, let's say, more allies of the climate movement to really have direct face-offs with them and become much more right-wing and much more conservative. So one lesson here is that let's say the time thinking, or the climate movement feels a big urgency and wants things to move quickly. But to change companies and to have a social transition, it takes time to work that through. So we need to be, speaking from the climate movement, be much more sensitive and sensible on the interests of the people working there. And one of the things that we're working on or are going to try is to engage much more directly with workers, not the trade union bureaucracy, which, you know, often these links do exist, but there have been very few, I'd say for Tata Steel, no meetings between climate activists and the workers there. Also with banks or also financial, just a few. KLM and the airport, it's the same. So one big task is to develop direct relationships and talk through of, you know, the climate collapse, but also their interests, what this can mean for our demands, and take up much more demands for example, transition funds for workers. Because at the moment, we're at the point where workers in these companies that need to go into transition would say, we don't want climate jobs, we want to keep our own jobs. And so that's really the point we're at this moment.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, I can try. Can I stand here? Hello, I am Sinan, and I want to ask, I want to share and share something and ask a question about public pathways that we were talking about in terms of programmatic approaches to the climate crisis. One thing we stopped saying in Climaximo is nationalization of destructive industries. We stopped saying that. Instead, we say, launch climate jobs as a public program, decree closure of all fossil fuel power plants by 2025, and deliver a reparation bill to fossil fuel industries for financing the just transition and also reparations for the global south. That would, in Portugal, be around a billion euros a year. If they afterwards file bankruptcy, we can nationalize the assets. But we would not pay for destructive assets. We would not pay for weapons of mass destruction. And we would not let the shareholders or CEOs go unaccounted. They have to pay independent of as the name of the corporation or as individuals that made those choices over 30 years. So I'm wondering, as part of the public, so of course this doesn't apply to the renewable energies and electricity as a whole or industries and so on, but specifically about fossil fuel industry. So I'm wondering if you would like to interact with this as the as part of the public pathways framework. This would be a question to Lala, although I also hear that in your context, the fossil fuel industries happen to be state-owned, at least some part. So maybe also it could also be a question to Jonathan, where everything was privatized very quickly in his context. So maybe if you could reflect on this a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sinon. Okay, I'll come to questions on this side in a minute because we've got quite a lot here, I think, to respond to. And just to mention as well, obviously, really important question asked by Clara and the contribution from the comrade from Friends of the Earth, so I didn't quite get your first name. But obviously, throughout the weekend, we will be discussing issues around strategy and narrative as well. And I think, so we don't have to have all the answers from the panel. So I think just to bear that in mind, these are not just questions for here, these are questions to carry through into other conversations as well. So I'll pass over probably to Lala to start on this.
These are great questions. Okay, so I'll start with the first one. I think this is more than anything else maybe an invitation to you, comrades, to get involved with the Trade Unions for Energy Democracy Network. For a long time, even though TUED was launched from initiative of Latin American comrades, for a long time it was primarily Global North unions. And last year in 2022, we launched a platform within TUED called TUED South. And it was the attempt to apply many of the analyses that you've heard today to the specific needs and the varying contexts of the Global South. So many of the ones you outlined. Of course, in Sub-Saharan Africa in particular, energy poverty is one of the most sort of immediate needs that we need to address in this energy transition. But in general, a third of all humanity lacks access to reliable power. So this is like a huge right topic, and that will see an expansion in energy demand and in emissions from the Global South. And so we will need to know how to address that in the context of an urgent climate crisis. TUED South was launched in Nairobi, in Kenya, with the participation of mostly Sub-Saharan African unions, 70 comrades from around the world, but mostly from Sub-Saharan Africa, joined to launch this platform. And the platform said, essentially, we as Global South unions need to do a better job coordinating. None of the issues that we are facing in our particular contexts are our problems alone. They are part of these structural global trade dynamics, and we need collective answers. We need collective analysis. We need to pool our resources together. We need all the research centers that we can gain in our movement, and we need to think collectively and push collectively for public energy and democratized energy. So we had, there's lots to say, but I'll just, we had a regional Global South meeting a few months following in Johannesburg in South Africa, where we talked, for example, about how to end the death spiral of public utilities, such as Eskom in South Africa, that has led to rolling blackouts in the country. How to make Eskom truly public, truly democratized, to work for energy users and for workers in the context of a country that also is seeking to decarbonize. I'll just say, this is something that TUED has dedicated a lot of attention to. There's two documents that I would recommend in particular. the TUED South framing document, which is over 100 pages of TUED South unions putting down on paper what their demands are. And then also a recent position paper specifically dedicated to the energy needs of sub-Saharan Africa, led by the discussion of the Johannesburg Regional Sub-Saharan Africa meeting. And then we're looking to do this in Asia Pacific at the beginning of next year, and then at the end of next year in Latin America, in Argentina. So, as comrades here have said, I mean, it's really about the base work. It's really about pooling our resources together, counting on our allies from the global north, and responding to the specific needs of workers and energy users in the varying contexts of the global south. There's sort of a lot to say, but I'll just leave it there and extend that invitation. Yeah.
Okay, the East African pipeline. The reason for the silence after you spoke, Clara, was that we were all thinking, because we face a real problem. The pipeline project is right now. We can argue and try to develop a climate jobs movements in East Africa, and indeed across the global south and north. But the rhythm of a climate jobs movement is going to be slower than the rhythm of the pipeline. So the argument we are making in the face of the pipeline is that we need a completely different approach to climate. We need an approach to climate that makes many more jobs. Here is our approach that would make many more jobs in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. But that is, in the start, it's a propaganda argument. It's different from the argument you have always seen coming from the global north. The argument from the global north from environmentalists is against growth in Tanzania. And we have an argument that says we are for growth in energy supply in Tanzania. And that's an important propaganda argument, but it's not going to, and we need to make it, it will help, but it can't be the central part of the fight right now. I think that's but we can talk about that in much more detail. Okay, two or three very quick things. One is the difference between climate activists and unions. Almost all the climate activists I know are either students or workers. Almost all of them who are over 22 are workers. Always there is a union you can join. If you are an artist or a musician or a computer programmer or an advertising worker in Amsterdam, there is a union for you. Shut up about the climate activists and the workers. We are workers. If you want the unions to change, join the unions. That way of thinking about us and the workers comes from a deep arrogance that is in the tradition of environmentalism. It comes from a class arrogance. It's not true of the environmental movement now. We need to get rid of it. The argument about nationalization and timing. We cannot demand that all fossil fuels be closed down before we have built the alternative. People will need that energy. People will need the energy from fossil fuels. It will take 15 years to make the transition. We will need the energy from fossil fuels, but on the day when we say fossil fuels will be illegal in 2040, every fossil fuel company goes bankrupt, right? They have to be taken over. They have to be taken over and managed and wound down. The argument for the public sector is not just a socialist argument for everything being nationalized. It is because it cannot be done technically. It cannot be done in energy without central control and central funding. That means also we must confront a very big political problem. The comrade who talked about cooperatives is coming from that problem. Here is the problem. In Lebanon, they had almost a revolution in October 2019. 2 million people. And they shouted over and over again the same slogan. All of them means all of them. And that slogan meant that all the political parties in Lebanon were no good. Even Hezbollah, that had defended everyone from the Israelis, no good. All of them means all of them. And that is, again and again, that has been the political experience of a generation. And that means that we have a deep antipathy to the state, a deep antipathy to becoming the government. We have all of that. But we cannot do this. We cannot do this without taking power. We cannot. We have to, and we have to have a majority behind us. We have to be elected. But in that is always a tension of betrayal. I think again and again about in Iceland, the people said they would not pay, after the 2008 collapse, they would not pay the debt. And they elected a new government that promised not to pay the debt. And then that government started to pay the debt. So they surrounded the parliament until they had a new election, and they elected a new, more left-wing government that would not pay the debt. That government began to pay the debt. So they surrounded it again. We need always to walk on two legs here. We elect people, but we also know that they are not gods and that we will have to discipline them and change them. We have to both. This is very, very, very difficult. This is a very difficult thing, but it cannot be done. It cannot be done except through the government. The one other thing I want to pick up from before, from the comrade who asked about trade unions. The way that you change the trade union is not to fight the top of the trade union. It is to fight the employers and the managers. And in that process, you develop the forces that are going to change the trade union as well. But it's always looking for the top to fight the top. Do I have one more minute? One more minute. The other thing, when we look around the world, sometimes we are depressed by the country we live in. But look, in the last 12 years, at the enormous movements for democracy. The millions and millions and millions prepared to die. In the Arab Spring, more recently in Lebanon, in Iraq, in Sudan, in Chile, in Bolivia, in Hong Kong, in Burma, in Thailand. These are enormous mass movements. These are signs of people who are prepared, who are looking for something entirely new, and who can mobilize not all of society, but 90% of society against the military and the dictatorships. That is new. And that is the spirit that is spreading in the world and that we need to look to change the world.
Bueno, yo quisiera decir tres cosas de las tres últimas preguntas sobre el tema. Primero, de las cooperativas. Sí hay cooperativismo energético en América Latina, hay propiedad social, hay cooperativas, sobre todo en Brasil. En México hay poco, muy poco, pero Brasil, Colombia, hay muchos países en donde sí hay cooperativas de energía. Bueno, en Estados Unidos hay. La distribución de energía de baja tensión en algunas localidades está administrada por cooperativas. Sí hay otras formas de propiedad que para nosotros son esenciales para poder socializar este bien común. Luego, les voy a platicar una anécdota. En alguna ocasión, unos años antes de la pandemia, nos reunimos en Montreal con funcionarios del Consejo Mundial de Energía, porque nosotros pertenecemos también a una ONG internacional que se llama, seguro ustedes la conocen, Derecho a la Energía, SOS Futuro. Y platicando con esta funcionaria nos decía que hay suficiente dinero en el mundo como para poder invertir en los lugares donde no hay electricidad. pero que ellos no podían invertir si no había 3 condiciones previas para llevar dinero y desarrollar una industria eléctrica. Primero, que debe haber una certidumbre jurídica. O sea, las leyes debían de garantizar la inversión y rentabilidad de la inversión de las empresas y de los centros financieros. Si eso no existe, no hay inversión. Segundo, que tenía que haber estabilidad política, porque ellos no podían poner en riesgo sus inversiones en un país convulsionado por la lucha de clases. Y tercero, de que debiera haber mercado. O sea, debía haber demanda de energía, porque si no, ¿para qué? Y demanda de energía para la funcionara es que hubiera pues desarrollo, industrialización, etcétera. Mientras esas 3 condiciones nos dijo la funcionaria, mucho antes de la pandemia, yo creo que ¿cuánto será, Martín? Como 10 años antes de la pandemia. Si esas 3 condiciones no se cumplen, nosotros no vamos a llevar inversión a África o a América Latina, a países donde nuestra inversión está en riesgo. Bueno, pasó la pandemia y demás. La pandemia tuvo efectos económicos de carácter global que se complicaron todavía más con la guerra Ucrania-Rusia, y las cadenas de suministro del gas, del petróleo y de materias primas pues se vieron alteradas, ¿no? Y entonces hoy para esta expansión del capital que hablé en mi primera intervención es muy importante invertir en África y invertir en América Latina, porque está buscando también la forma de garantizarse el suministro de minerales, de petróleo, de gas. Y bueno, lo hacen conforme lo han venido haciendo siempre, ¿no? Invierten para ganar e imponen el terreno laboral, condiciones de sobreexplotación de los trabajadores, en el plano de quien gana con la extracción de los minerales y la exportación de combustibles, pues imponen también a los estados nacionales pues el endeudamiento, las políticas, el diseño de lo que debe ser esa industrialización. Nosotros creemos en la autodeterminación de los pueblos, y yo no podría decir hágase así, ¿no? A un compañero de otro país, no, lo único que nosotros podemos decir es lo que vivimos, y en nuestro país hemos dado una lucha permanente por el rescate de la soberanía energética de nuestro país, y estamos por la defensa de lo público y por la socialización y gestión democrática de la energía. Entonces nos parece que cada país tiene que decidir, ¿no? En el otro sentido que decía el compañero, cómo atemperar estas contradicciones, que sí las hay, me parece que en Colombia ha habido una experiencia muy buena con los compañeros de petróleo. Sí, que sería muy bueno que la conociéramos, porque en México no se da tanto eso, porque digamos las plataformas del alto al calentamiento y global no son tan fuertes como en otros países. Sí hay, pero no son tan protagónicas, o sea, están en un desarrollo todavía que no logran impactar como en otros países se están impactando. Entonces, es cierto que en algunas regiones hemos tenido conflictos entre las propias comunidades indígenas y campesinas, que son propietarias de su territorio y de sus recursos en México, porque en México todavía hay ese tipo de propiedad, ¿no? Comunitaria. Y entonces sus recursos son despojados por las empresas transnacionales, y muchas veces algunas organizaciones o falsas organizaciones ambientalistas intentan gestionar con los pueblos originarios la llegada del capital, ¿no? Convencerlos de que se van a beneficiar de un modo u otro y buscar que tengan un acuerdo con las transnacionales. Y las hay quienes se oponen a toda costa y bueno, también toman acciones a la hora de la implantación de estos proyectos. En general, estos proyectos no son de empresa pública, son de empresas privadas. Y entonces las empresas privadas contratan a trabajadores.
There's a problem with
Sí. Sí. Bueno, Retomaría entonces, resumiendo, que sí hay conflictos. Yo creo que en otros países de América Latina son más fuertes los conflictos. Hay experiencias de cómo conciliar esos conflictos en algunos países, y mencioné el caso de Colombia, donde hay una plataforma, ¿no?, en donde las comunidades, los pueblos platican con los trabajadores y buscan ponerse de acuerdo, ¿no? En México, decía, no se da mucho eso. Sí se da el despojo del territorio, de los recursos por parte de las transnacionales. Gracias.
Thanks. I will keep it short again. On the ECOP, I wanted to say something as well. I've been part of a group of activists that was trying to see, well, to solve maybe another big problem that we're facing here. Most companies we're fighting against are internationally organized, and most campaigns, either by unions or by climate activists, are focusing on the national level. And one of the ideas that came out of this group is, well, we have to hit these internationally organized companies at all the fronts at the same time, because then it will actually hurt them. And I think with a company like Total being active in so many countries, I would be very interested to talk to more of you to discuss how can we maybe in 1 week do strikes, do climate actions at different parts of their supply chain in the same week. Because right now I think we focus on, you know, ECOP is of course a very big project, but it's one of the many projects Total is doing. And to really hurt them, I think we need to try to target different parts of their supply, oil supply, for example, at the same time. And it would be very interesting to talk with you about how we can indeed involve the workers there as well. And something else I wanted to say is that now that in the Netherlands this discussion on fossil subsidies is very much ongoing, I read an article that states, like, if these subsidies are not given anymore to these fossil extracting companies, can they still exist? And I think probably not. And I think this is a question that I know that the climate movement is, well, most people in the Dutch climate movement are not thinking about yet, because to them this feels like a very concrete and logical demand. But what happens after, I'm very interested to discuss more. And also one last thing I wanted to say about climate jobs is that before even Russia invaded Ukraine and we all became even more aware of the energy poverty situation in all of our countries, some comrades of mine and we started a campaign on insulating social housing in the Netherlands. And I think this was in COVID time, so it was not very easy moments to organize, but we tried to organize at housing protests, coupling together as many struggles as they are, in this theme of public housing and energy crisis. And I think, to me, I think this has been said before, but we need some very good examples where indeed we see with the actions of Extinction Rebellion more and more teachers come out together, more and more nurses come out together to demand climate policy, but also climate jobs, because I think when we say climate jobs, we also mean jobs like teachers and nurses and that kind of stuff. So I think we need a few very strong examples to show people that this type of organizing, this type of demanding climate jobs together really helps. We create jobs, we help people where they need it, for example with the insulation of their houses, and we fight climate change all at once. And I think in the Netherlands now there's a big potential with public transport, but as has been said, everywhere the situation is very different. So we really need to look at where people need what they need at their current situation. But I'm still very positive that we can learn a lot from each other because also we're all humans, we all need energy, we all need democracy, we all need to fight climate change and to have jobs. So I'm very happy to discuss further in the rest of the conference.
Brilliant, thank you. All right, we've got 2 questions to take over from this side. We'll take those and see where we are for time because we need to finish at 12, so we haven't got long left, but thank you, go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep it short. I'm from the organization called Undercover Activist, and we train and empower employee activists to engage in workplace activism, so really from the bottom up. I have a question here. I think it considers also the scope of this conference and this movement. Are we talking only about energy sector and energy jobs, or are we considering most of the jobs that people have as climate jobs where changes should be needed? And are we only looking at fossil fuel related aspects, or are we saying we talk about planetary boundaries, social foundations, but also have discussion on how companies are also endangering biodiversity. So there's all these other questions, and I know I make it broader and sometimes it's better to be focused, but it's just for me also to know, because what we see from employee perspective is that there's a big need to change governance in companies, to change all sorts of ownership structures, it was mentioned already, and above all, change the role that employees actually can have in the companies they work for, so they can use their talents and expertise really to accelerate in their own jobs with a climate lens, with a whatever ecological lens, what is needed to change also their jobs from within. Because what concerns me a lot in this discussion on fossil fuel versus renewable energy, what we call clean energy, well, there's a cost to clean energy as well, because it uses all these materials that are super scarce. They are mined in all these very poor and unstable countries. So it just if we don't organize it from the outside, that also there has to be a just transition, and don't call it clean energy, because it isn't. How do we cope with that? So I realize that by adding this, we need more, the scope will enlarge, but I don't really see it as only the problem of the climate jobs in the energy sector. So it's a question also and a statement.
Second one? If that's fine with you? Yeah. Yep. Okay, well, if anyone on we've got 4 minutes, so anyone on the panel wants to come back on that, but I just say I think it's for the conference to decide what it includes to some degree, and that will be discussed over the next few days, but obviously within the Climate Jobs campaign, it's not solely about energy, but obviously energy lies at the heart of everything we do, so I think it's not that there's an intentional focus on energy per se. But anyway, I'll hand over to...
Okay. Do we campaign for everything, or do we campaign for climate jobs to stop fossil fuels? The answer is yes. We do both, but they are different things. In the last 12 years, I have spent about half my time on climate campaigning. I've spent the other half on the global campaign against sexual violence, Me Too, and all the different names it has. Those are the 2 things I have done with my political time in the last 12 years. Those are very different things. They bring you into conflict with the same power structure, the same enemy, but they are very different things. And what we do is we campaign against everything that we want to campaign against, and as a climate jobs movement, we develop as much solidarity as we can around climate jobs, around stopping climate change. That means for that purpose, and that purpose alone, the jobs of energy workers are much more important than the jobs of nurses. I was a hospital worker for many, many years, but for climate change, those jobs are more important. If you go to people and say, this happens all the time in the movement now, people go to a larger movement and they say, we want climate change, but I will not have it unless we have a revolution. I will not have climate change unless we have vegetarianism. I will not have climate change unless it is also biodiversity. I will not have climate change unless this thing that is more important to me is also accepted. When people hear you say that, they know that climate change is not the thing you care about most. That's what they know. We are developing the largest alliance that we possibly can. I myself am also working for a revolution. But I don't say to the people that I want to make this alliance with Tata, also you have to be for the revolution. I say we have to stop this. I think this is a very important distinction to make going forward. And there is one other very important thing I have to say, which I cannot remember what it is, so I will stop now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. And we're going to finish the panel there, so please show appreciation for everybody who's made the contributions from the floor. I think it's been a really excellent debate. Hopefully has set us up now for the other sessions. So we will be going to lunch, and I'm sure Leonore wants to say something about what happens.
Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you, everyone. We have some announcements. So I will make some announcements on program, and then Peter will make announcements on food, which is also super important. So the program should be now updated and correct in terms of rooms where the sessions will happen in the website and also in the QR codes, which are available in different locations where it says full program here. But just also to let you know, we're starting back at 2 p.m. And here in this room, we'll have a session on climate jobs campaign. So for all those who want to hear a bit more about the experience of folks who've been involved in climate jobs campaign, that will be happening here, and we will keep on having the translation. And then Peter will, after lunch, go to the name of the church that I don't know how to pronounce it, maybe?
I will explain it.
Yes,
after.
and there we'll have a session on workers' assembly with by Safe Landing with Tom, and also a session on with the Debt for Climate, which will also happen there. So then Peter will head to that venue. So that's the plan for right after lunch, and then we come back here for 2 other sessions, one here and one downstairs. So then we all come back to this venue. Looking forward for the sessions in the afternoon.
Yeah, perfect. And the sessions that are not here, but in the other venue, it's a 10-minute walk. So just take that into consideration, and maybe I think it's a nice idea to wait outside at, that would be 1:40, to all meet outside if you want to head over to there, and then one of the organizers can also lead the way if you don't want to get lost. That's that. About food, we're running a little behind on our food schedule, but the food is being prepped now. It's a soup and a dal, so a rice with dal. And I think always it's very yummy food. But we will start serving the soup pretty soon, and then afterwards the rice and the dal. Last thing is that we still need volunteers. So for example, to do the dishes afterwards, if you're done quickly with your food and you have some time, please help us with the dishes. And there are also other tasks that still need to be filled in. They are all at the entrance. There's a window and there's a sign-up sheet on the window. So take a look there to see how you can volunteer. And if you haven't registered, signed your name when you entered the building, please also come to me or someone sitting at the registration desk. There we will note you down as a participant. That was it. Enjoy your lunch.
Yes, so you can put them back in the table there where Roman is now. So just, put it back and then you can take it again after when you need it. And switch it off. Thank you. Hola. Oh. Hi everyone, so we're starting here in the main room for those still outside in 5 minutes. And for those who are already here, I'll just probably have to say it a couple more times, but we're really trying to make this round. So please do not be shy. Take the first seats. We make it a bigger circle, but as long as there's still seats, I think just go for them. So we can all actually be in a round conversation. And we'll just give it some more minutes for maybe some more folks to arrive. There's translation during this whole time for the session, so the translation kits are in the back for all those who want it, and we'll start very shortly. FYI, this is the session on climate jobs campaigns, in case you're lost. The other two are in a different building. I hope you're not lost. Hello, okay. So 1 minute until we start, but I actually wanted to know if there would be someone who would be available to support with note-taking. So wonderful Jana will be taking some notes, but this session can go up to 2 hours of very interesting debate and conversation, and it would be really lovely if someone else could maybe at some point take turns with Jana on taking some notes. I mean, as you like, yeah. You can also sit together and then just share the laptop and make some turns, shifts. Perfect, thank you, Gabi. And yeah, I think almost everyone is here. So maybe the translation is already going, perfect. And I'll pass it to some Mason to kickstart this conversation.
Thank you, Leonor. Yeah, sorry, it's me again, but it won't all be me. This is very, it's on? Yeah, sorry. So a very short introduction. I mean, presumably you've obviously read the stuff that was in the program. So I think what we want to try and do in this session, obviously talk about Climate Jobs campaign and share what we're doing in different organizations, in unions, etc. But also to talk about some of the questions that really came up in the first session as well about how we get these demands into trade unions as part of industrial programs and part of disputes. Certainly in the UK, we've seen the biggest wave of industrial action for around 30 years. But despite that, a lot of climate demands are not actually coming into those industrial campaigns, even though some of them do more naturally have some links. So, for example, within some of the transport strikes, so they might get talked about when they're told to kind of mention it, but it's not really part of the demands. So that's one side of it, is how we do that. But I just want to start by talking a little bit about what we're doing in PCS. So for those who may not have been here earlier, so the union I work for is Public and Commercial Service Union. We are a civil service, the biggest civil service trade union in the UK. And we have been at the forefront of the 1 million climate jobs campaign as it was then. Now it's more referred to as the Climate Jobs Campaign. Now, some of you would be aware that one of the original demands of the campaign was to establish something called a National Climate Service. And this is something that's not really been talked about in what we actually mean by this. So in PCS 2 years ago, after conference, well, 1 year ago actually, in 2022, so although we'd often referred to it in conference motions, it's something our union supports, we decided that we were actually going to start doing some work on developing the idea of a National Climate Service and what do we actually mean by this. So you'll see some leaflets outside on the front table, but what we've been doing since 2022 in our conference in May is getting together a working group of trade union members and reps. It's been open to anybody who wants to join it, so you don't have to be a trade union rep. And what we said is we want your skills and knowledge of your professional experience with working in the UK civil service about how we actually set up a very radically different alternative civil service that will deliver on climate change, that will have public ownership of energy, that will deal with issues around just transition and properly support workers, that will deal with things like retraining and skills, for example. So we've been over a year now working on this. We've got a number of subgroups because, of course, the more you talk about it, it's incredibly complicated. We're not trying to say, give a blueprint for what the civil service should look like. That's frankly what we don't see as our job, but we are trying to come up with a very concrete proposal about what a National Climate Service would be doing, because there's one thing we know in the UK and one thing that's driving this, aside from obviously the climate catastrophe that's happening around the world and increasing greenhouse gas emissions, that the government is not set up in a way that can actually deliver, even if we thought that they were going to seriously take action on climate change. We have segmented, siloed governmental departments. They don't talk to each other, so it's all fragmented. So what we're saying is we need a centralized planning, coordinated, not necessarily delivered centrally. Democracy and accountability are very much part of what we're trying to do as well, and looking at how we bring that in. But how do we then start to make this part of our industrial demands as civil servants, and in our, not just pay campaigns, but this is the alternative, this is the just transition for the civil service. So that's just some things that we're doing in PCS, and we're trying to make this a reality, and we're trying to move very fast, because obviously we're in a very urgent situation. But I think, certainly as Jonathan set out this morning, these things will take some years. We're not expecting to come up with some ideas that will come into planning, straight away, but it's building the ideas, building support for it both within our union, with other unions, and in the wider climate movement, and of course internationally as well. So I just want to make those comments, and we can sort of discuss some of these things as we go along. I'm going to pass over to Leonor now to come in, and I think Jonathan's going to come in as well. Anyway, Adil, sorry, I wasn't introduced earlier. So Adil will come in after that, so I'll pass over now to Leonor. Thanks.
Yeah, it's working. Thank you, Sam. So obviously, maybe I will introduce myself first again because a lot of you have arrived after lunch. So my name is Leonor Canades. I'm part of Climáximo, which is a climate justice grassroots collective based in Portugal. And Climáximo, I've been especially active in the Climate Jobs campaign in Portugal, which has also been around since 2016, so around the time where a lot of other campaigns came around. FYI, I brought, these are kind of like belongings that I care for, but I brought them, and there will be again back after the session in the table with a lot of reports and stuff. And there's the Portuguese Climate Jobs report. There's more. This one is mine. Do not take it home, but there's more there that you can take home. There's also the one from the UK, which is also mine, and I like it, but you can look at it. Please do. And there's also this small report from the campaign in South Africa, where Andil is, and he will also talk a bit about it. And they all came around a bit around the same time. These are actually the Portuguese and the UK one, they're second versions of the reports. But yeah, I think they are interesting to look at. And they will be there in case you want to look at it. But yes, at the same time that the campaign in Portugal came around, there were also other campaigns coming around in different parts of the world. This was also, Jonathan will be the person to tell you more about it, but okay, let me just make a small warning. Moisés, tú vas a precisar... Exacto. Perfecto. This was, the discussion came around a bit around the time of the COP in Paris, where I think kind of the climate justice movement understood that there was really no way we would ever get a real program and a plan coming out of any kind of COP. So we needed to have our own plan, our own program. We needed to have our own vision for the future, and we needed to build a mass movement around that vision. And obviously, as I also said in the opening panel, the labor movement is of course key in building that mass movement that we need. But because of different reasons, of course, because they are the labor movement has organized labor, it organizes labor, and it organizes the working class, but also because that's where a lot of knowledge lays, right, of how industry works, about what kind of work actually needs to happen, and it's also where a lot of power it's standing, because labor can be heteroed and can be, there's indeed a lot of power within working class organizations, and we needed to make our ideas mainstream, and we needed to have ideas and concrete plans that we could talk to workers about, and we could talk to general society about. And so actually I'll just take a step back and again tell what I said in the opening panel of what are climate jobs. Because we also, I think, very relevantly try to stay a bit away out of the green capitalist agenda. And climate jobs we have a kind of a definition for what climate jobs are. So they are new jobs that are created new in the public sector. So these are not jobs that we're asking private companies to create for us. These are jobs that should be created by governmental programs. So as Sam was saying, for example, National Climate Jobs Program, National Climate Service. These are jobs created in the key sectors for the energy transition, so from energy system to transportation, agriculture, forestry in Portugal, for example, is also key in cutting emissions. And these are jobs that directly have an impact in cutting those emissions and that guarantee just transition and direct access to workers that will be affected by the energy transition, so workers from fossil-intensive sectors. Yes, and for us in Climassimo, the campaign, I think, has been a very interesting process. Also, for me, has been a very interesting process. I think there's a couple of things that I wanted to point out. One is really like the importance of the climate justice movement having its own program, having its own plan, and being able to talk about it. We've had, so for example, Fridays for Future in Portugal, they've been part of the campaign since Fridays for Future started in Portugal. So also Climassimo kicked off the campaign there. And it has been very relevant, although still we keep on being often ignored on that, but that we can, when confronted with, you're just kids or you're just radicals and you have no proposals, you have no, you don't have a plan, you don't know what you're talking about, you're just like going to the streets out of nothing, which could also be valid because a 16-year-old young person, they don't need to know what the whole policy program looks like, but they are part of a campaign who has a plan. Like we have our plan and we know how to talk about it, and that has been very important, I believe, although still we're far from having the mass movement that we want to have, but that has been very important. The fact that we can approach workers from the fossil sector and go like, we want to study with you, how does a just transition in your sector looks like, and we want to discuss it from you because we cannot be waiting for the government and for your companies to be proposing what is going to happen when your job finishes. And the fact that we can propose to have that conversation and to support in that struggle of writing a report and actively thinking about proposals, that has been very interesting. Unfortunately, to be honest, like the Portuguese society is still very dormant. It's still very asleep when it comes to climate. Hopefully, it's waking up a bit now, and I think now we actually are in a step where we need to maybe take a step back. I mean, we already have a plan. We have been doing a lot of like policy research, and now we need to, we're maybe going for strategies which allow us to reach more people faster, so that again they can be discussing the policy proposals with us, because we kind of like need to take that step back now, reach a higher number of people, and then again, okay, let's sit together and discuss how do we stop this and what's the plan for that. But overall, I think it is very important for the climate justice movement to have its own vision, have its own plan, to know what we're fighting for and what we're asking people to fight for when we're telling them, come to the street with us, when we're telling a worker that they need to block their own refinery with us. Why is that? Like, what is the plan for that? I think being able to, we've actually did last year in a climate camp that I organized, I was one of the organizers, we entered the oil refinery to block it, but we had a just transition report on our hands specifically for that region, and we distributed in that day over 1,000 reports, and we still are failing. We're very far from being where we wanted to be, but I think it was a very powerful action to be able to like enter the refinery and say like, we have the plan to on how to close this shit down. We know like how to do it, and we want to discuss it with you, because they are like, they don't care. They will close it when it's not profitable anymore, and it will probably be soon, as it was in other infrastructures in Portugal. So me and you, like to the workers, to the civil society in the region, we need to sit down and we need to discuss together this program, our program, the movement's program, and not their program. And I think that's something that it's really important that the movement does at a larger scale. And to finish my intervention and pass it on, I think like this moment of cost of living crisis, this is maybe also like a more European perspective, but very intensifying cost of living crisis and an ever-intensifying climate crisis also opened up some windows of opportunities, especially I believe to talk about public ownership and like taking back public goods and public services to public hands, democratizing it, making them public. I think there's a big window of opportunity for that. That's, for example, why we decided, I've been for the last months also, amongst other things, with other folks writing this new report with the campaign. It's called Empower the Future, Public Renewable Energy Service, and it basically lays down what would be the political processes. It's not very technical in terms of what things technically do need to happen for us to have this energy service. It's more like how to actually at a political level make it happen. It was a quite interesting process, and I think the report is pretty cool. It's taking back to public hands. The proposal is to take back to public hands two big energy companies in Portugal, which were privatized during the Troika years in Portugal by imposition of the European Commission. So we noticed there was a window of opportunity to talk about, as it has been mentioned here also in the panel before, public transportation service, like free transportation for all, renewable transportation for all, public renewable energy service, and just in general bringing back commons to public hands. I think there's a big window of opportunity for that, and I think climate jobs programs are a key part in that. And I'll finish here. And I don't know who goes, maybe Andil? Go? Yeah.
Hey everyone, my name is Andile Zulu from the Alternative Information and Development Center in Cape Town. And glad to be here and glad to start unraveling these questions. So AIDC undertook the Climate Jobs Campaign, or what we specifically call the 1 Million Climate Jobs Campaign, more than a decade ago at this point. And that has to be understood within the context of South Africa. The first point, or rather the first thing that thrust this campaign forward, was the reality of systemic unemployment in the country. So currently right now, there are over 13 million South Africans who do not have jobs in a country of about 60 million people. And so you can imagine the different kinds of crises that that's going to create. But secondly, and just as important, South Africa is one of the largest emitters on the continent. In 2021, we were the biggest carbon emitter, and Egypt and Nigeria were quite close behind us. And the reason for that has been what some people call our minerals and energy complex. So South Africa's industrialization has been led and is still sustained by cheap African labor and by cheap coal. And so the 1 Million Jobs Climate Campaign was not just about confronting the climate crisis, initiating an energy transition, and protecting the rights and dignities of workers. It was also very much dealing with the question of unemployment and the fact that we need a form of re-industrialization, one that is within the limits of the planet, of course. And so just to flesh out the discussion, perhaps lead us into provocative questions, I'll just go into the context of our 1 Million Jobs Climate campaign and the challenges that we faced. And one of the main ones really has been the construction of a neoliberal state in South Africa. So we pursued austerity measures, we've pursued increasing interest rate hikes, we've pursued labor market flexibility, we have an export-led economy, and what essentially this has led to is a state that is incapacitated. A state that does not have the coordination, that does not have the capacity, nor does have the resources presently to be able to initiate a just transition. Not only in terms of capacity, but in terms of finances as well. And so what that has led to is the dawn of something called the Just Energy Transition Partnership. And I'm sure many of us have heard of these Just Energy Transition Partnerships. And South Africa was hailed in places like The Economist and the Financial Times for taking on a substantial amount of loans in order to be able to initiate a so-called just transition in South Africa. And this financing is provided by countries such as the UK, the US, Germany, France, helped by the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, on the condition that a transition to renewable energy is profitable, right? So what we have is a situation in which our transition to renewable energy is being led by the profit motive. But even more than this, South Africa enters into this deal, and I believe many countries in the global south will begin to entering into these deals in a context where they don't have the fiscal resources presently to be able to initiate a transition, under the condition that South Africa also de-risks private finance. So you may pursue investment in renewables and you may pursue profit seeking, but the job of the South African state is to make it as less costly as possible, to make it a pursuit that is not risky. And so then this entails us then adopting a series of macroeconomic policies, which we essentially call green structural adjustment. So we've seen a steepening of expenditure cuts to the public sector. We've seen the IMF in a report early 2022 saying that in order to initiate a transition, we're going to need labor market flexibility, we're going to ease collective bargaining, we're going to need to decrease minimum wages as well, so that labor is cheap, so that labor is available, and we're able to do what we want to do. But more than that, it raises a very important question, I think, for countries in the global south that are pursuing transitions and trying to protect workers as it relates to debt. 63% of the financing from the Just Energy Transition Plan is concessional loans, and Sean will correct me if I'm getting any of the facts incorrect here. And so what we're seeing is South Africa and other countries in the global south taking on a huge amount of debt that has to be paid with interest as our currencies are depreciating as well. But more than this, a critical piece of the Just Energy Transition Plan, and it relates to Leonore's point about public ownership, is we have to transition on the basis of unbundling our national electricity utility. So the idea is that for us to transition and for us to create a competitive green energy market, we must unbundle our national electricity utility, turn the transmission components into a company, thereby creating this energy market to allow private players to come in. And as AIDC, we've been saying for the past almost 20 years now, is that you cannot initiate a transition that protects workers and communities if you don't have energy sovereignty. And you cannot do it if you also don't have economic sovereignty in terms of being able to set your industrial policies, being able to decide your macroeconomic policies, being able to decide your monetary policies as well. So that is one aspect of what we're facing currently, is green structural adjustment, is the promise of financing in order to implement a set of macroeconomic reforms that are likely to make South Africans more poor and more financially precarious, and likely to make workers in a worse off position. We already have reports of workers at power stations which are being decommissioned, specifically outsourced workers, simply being let go once the power station has been closed down. with no process of consultation, deliberation, no means of trying to protect those outsourced workers. And as I speak, there are workers in South Africa at different power stations who don't know what's going to happen to their jobs. They don't know if they're going to have those jobs in the next 3 to 5 years, for example. And then this brings me on to the point of trade unions, which is a very complicated subject, I think, especially in the global South. In the South African context, what we have are trade unions to varying degrees, that some are compromised politically, so some of them have very much gotten onto the neoliberal bandwagon of the ruling African National Congress. We have trade unions that are immersed in internal divisions and internal battles and skirmishes for power and for prominence and for resources. But also we have the reality of declining union membership, as many countries in the global South, I think, went through premature deindustrialization. So the reality is the labor-intensive sectors of the economy in Southern Africa are not growing. And so unions have a shrinking pool through which they're able to rally members and able to build, not cadres, but able to build rank and file membership. So we have a situation in which some unions are resistant to the attempts to privatize our energy sector and create this energy market. Some of them have spoken out about the issues with us taking out these foreign loans, and some of them have questioned what is going to happen to their jobs. But in terms of militant, consistent action and a clear program of demands to workers, there isn't really a trade union that has taken that on yet with great energy. Perhaps in the last month, I think, a major trade union had a meeting. I think it was NUM, if I'm correct. And they came through with some strong resolutions from what I've heard. So there is a promise of that situation changing down the line. But another reality I think that's going to confront all of us is how do you do this kind of organizing in a context where there is a cost of living crisis, in which the state is austere and simply doesn't have the capacity it used to have. And I think this also applies to many states in the global north after the past 40 years or so. And in a context in which many people have been depoliticized, in which many workers have been depoliticized as well. It's one thing to get workers to care about being in a union, it's another thing to get them to then also care about climate change. And a big point of contention and conflict in South Africa, and I think in many countries in the global South, is the question of how do we pursue industrialization without fossil fuels? So there are elements within South Africa, at least, within trade unions that say that, look, we realize the reality of climate change, but it's unfair for states in the global South, global North, to demand of us to transition before we've pursued our own kind of industrialization on the basis of cheap coal, on the basis of what is the most expedient and the most supposedly efficient. So in our work, we are always having to kind of broaden the imagination of workers to say that it's not an either or. The choice isn't between losing your job and dealing with climate change. We have done research to show that if you have a state that is democratized, that is truly accountable to people, that has the financial capacity and the organization, it could lead us into a situation where we're able to create 1 million climate jobs in the public sector, within transports, within energy production, within various other sectors of the economy as well, if we're able to initiate this transition. So for us at AIGC, we say in order to get 1 million climate jobs, we have to resist the privatization of energy. And we have to resist the further commodification of energy and the attempts to make an energy a for-profit sector, as we've seen happened in other countries in the global north as well. And the final thing that I'll end on that I think is quite important for all of us to remember is the reality of energy poverty in Africa. Right now, there are 10.1 million South Africans who don't have safe, affordable, or reliable access to electricity. And it's worse in other parts of the continent as well. And so if we are going to go to workers and make this demand for a just transition and make this demand for climate jobs, we cannot ignore the issue of energy poverty. It is a central issue within the African continent, and I think in Southeast Asia as well. So yeah, I think there's a lot to cover and there's a lot to discuss, but I'll pass it on to the next comrade.
Thank you very much. 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 Than
Thank you. Well, I mean, the floor is really open. I think that was just kind of three perspectives that we were putting. And the challenge now, I think, is, yeah, really about how do we use the climate jobs framing for getting workers behind a militant and industrial agenda that develops a program that we actually go out and fight for, and not just to have sort of motions that we do at our trade union conferences about, yes, we recognize climate change, but this is a serious program that we're developing, but also linked to the cost of living crisis, the multiple crises that we face, because it's not just the climate crisis. Obviously, these play out differently in different countries to some extent, but I mean, obviously energy poverty is a huge issue in Africa and other parts of Asia, as you said, but, you know, so we have the issues of fuel poverty in Europe and the UK. It's not the same as energy poverty. But again, we want to make sure that when we have these transitions, they're also about tackling these wider social issues as well. So, I mean, it's really open to the floor now for contributions, discussion, try and answer, well, not try and answer, but how we're going to sort of develop the conversations or hear about what's happening elsewhere, what you may be doing in your organizations, movements, trade unions. If anybody wants to come in. It's not just about energy. I know we had this question this morning, but obviously energy is very central to it. Moses.
No se asuste que... No se asuste que...
diferentes bases de los grandes centros de poder, encontramos que sí se están pensando en una transición energética, pero de corte capitalista, neoliberal y corporativo. Es decir, simplemente sustituir fuentes energéticas de energías fósiles por energías renovables y limpias, pero nuevamente bajo el control absoluto del capitalismo y totalmente corporativizado. Y entonces, aquí un asunto que tiene que ver con cómo nos relacionamos con la energía. Yo hoy cuando llego por primera vez a Holanda, pues por fortuna mi primera relación con la energía fue el almuerzo que me brindaron, porque claro, es que cuando hablamos de energía todos pensamos en cables y pensamos en kilovoltios y en petayulios y en todas las diferentes escalas de medición de la energía, pero nuestra primera relación con la energía es el alimento. Y entonces, ¿cómo pensar el asunto de una transición energética si no lo asociamos a la soberanía alimentaria, a la justicia hídrica y a la soberanía energética? Es una trípode en la que se tiene que parar esta reflexión y en la que naturalmente hoy por lo menos en nuestro país nos ha correspondido entender en medio de la guerra que vivimos que no podrá haber una transición energética si no hay primero una transformación socioeconómica de los territorios. Es decir, aquí nadie está planteando una cosa suicida, como decía el compañero de África, de la economía. Nadie está diciendo que vayamos mañana a cerrar los ductos y apagar las refinerías en un solo shutdown, como le llamamos técnicamente en la industria. No, eso sería algo para nosotros como colombianos, que nuestra economía tiene un peso del 48-50% de la exportación en petróleo, sería una cosa suicida. Pero claro, si nos permiten participar en este debate, si nos permiten construir de manera conjunta, tenemos fórmulas y tenemos planteamientos y propuestas para encontrar un horizonte común en el cual unos y otros podamos salir al otro lado y podamos poner a salvo las situaciones de unos y otros. Decía entonces que ese elemento que el compañero tocó del África de las privatizaciones, que tiene que ver con la médula esencial de esa relación del capital-trabajo y de la relación del capitalismo con nuestros países, se ha fundamentado en unas relaciones de dominación en las cuales buena parte de esas empresas se construyeron y pudieron ser realidad porque estaban desarrolladas en manos del Estado. O sea, quiero decirle que en el caso colombiano había territorios donde no podía entrar ni siquiera el ejército y pudieron entrar las cuadrillas de trabajadores de la empresa petrolera o de la empresa de energía eléctrica, porque se entendía que eran empresas del país, porque se entendía que eran empresas que le iban a cumplir una función social al país. Pero luego de que esas empresas se desarrollaron y penetraron en lo más profundo de todas las cordilleras y las diferentes valles y montañas, entonces las empresas terminaron siendo privatizadas. Y muy recientemente volvimos a vivir la historia con la represa de Hidrosogamoso. Se dijo a la sociedad que no era una energía limpia, que no era un proyecto conveniente, pero al final se dijo, permítanla hacer porque es una empresa que va a estar en manos del Estado y le va a rendir un beneficio económico y social al país. Pero tan pronto la terminaron de construir, la licitaron y se la vendieron a la Brownfield. Yo sé que aquí hay compañeros del Reino Unido, no sé si tienen conocimiento y noción de que allá, bajo un proceso de una oferta cerrada con un solo oferente, asignaron la venta de la represa de Hidrosogamoso. Y con eso no le estoy haciendo culto al tema de la buena venta o de los buenos negocios que se tengan que hacer o que se tengan que subastar con 5 o con 10 o con 20. Estoy tratando de plantear es como núcleo esencial que nos vendieron la idea de que permitiéramos el desarrollo de ese tipo de empresas porque iban a ser para el beneficio societal, y luego de que estuvieron construidas se han puesto al servicio del capitalismo y al servicio de los intereses de los particulares y de los privados que han estado detrás de toda esta horda de privatización. Entonces, para no sentarme en la palabra y para dejar elementos para los demás días de trabajo, quiero decir que dentro de lo que hoy venimos señalando en esta discusión de transición energética y de trabajo por el clima, estamos diciendo vayamos acordando los programas de cierre de las termoeléctricas. Todas esas que están funcionando a partir de la energía del carbón, vayámoslas cerrando. Establezcamos el plan de cierre de minas de carbón, que son muy prolíferas en la zona de la costa atlántica, en la zona de La Guajira, en la zona del Cesar. Vayamos acordando el cierre hacia el 2035 de esas minas, pero hagámoslo de manera planificada a efectos de que no nos ocurra como ya se vivió en una factoría donde cerraron abruptamente y dejaron 10.000 efectivamente se requiere avanzar en la configuración de una hoja de ruta de transición energética, que por fortuna en este nuevo gobierno, es un gobierno de corte progresista en Colombia, ha encarado esa responsabilidad y empezamos a trabajar de manera muy colectiva con la participación de todos y todas el diseño de esa hoja de ruta para la transición energética. Y también desde allí estamos diciendo necesitamos un ministerio de la transición energética que se ponga al frente de esta responsabilidad, pero también creemos las escuelas de las energías renovables y limpias, así como un día tuvimos las escuelas de petróleo, como un día tuvimos todas las diferentes escuelas para los técnicos del carbón y del gas, pues hoy necesitamos nuevos saberes y construir nuevas institucionalidades alrededor de las energías renovables y limpias. Pero aquí lo decía muy bien el compañero del África, si esto no tiene detrás también, además del elemento de la educación, de la transformación socioeconómica de los territorios, si no tiene detrás de todo esto también el soporte económico para financiar el costo económico de la transición, no lo pueden pagar los trabajadores, y mucho menos el pueblo. Es decir, de nada nos sirve decir que mañana tendremos kilovatios de energía provenientes de la eólica o de la solar si le vamos a seguir cobrando el kilovatio al ciudadano en sus hogares a unos costos inalcanzables, o si peor aún, no va a poder tener en su casa siquiera un cable que le lleve un kilovatio de energía para sus necesidades básicas. Entonces, sí, aquí propendemos porque restablezcamos esa relación de fortalecer lo público, colectivo, y necesariamente esta campaña que desde aquí se está pensando, mi mayor aspiración es no solamente conocerla y hermanarme y comprometerme con ustedes, sino que hagamos de esta una juntanza para que ojalá podamos un día no muy lejano ver la gran coordinadora obrera, sindical y popular mundial que sea capaz de jalonar este debate que nos enfrenta a lo más crudo de la agenda capitalista, neoliberal y corporativa. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, I think there's for sure more people that want to talk. I think maybe I just wanted to again put out on the floor what also me and some thought would be some interesting questions to try to address somehow or initiate the discussion here, which have to do with what some started by saying on, and I mean that's also very clear in Portugal, these climate jobs campaigns have been ongoing for quite some time. With different strategies and different amount of energy put into different in different countries and with different organizations involved. But something that me and Sam discussed when thinking about this session, and that some clearly pointed out, was that, for example, that's not the case in Portugal, unfortunately, but in the UK there has been a lot of labor mobilizations around the cost of living crisis, but there was still the, let's say, failure of including climate jobs demands in labor negotiations and as a primary demand in labor mobilizations around also the cost of living crisis. So even though the climate jobs debate is still present in a lot of unions in the UK, definitely more than in Portugal, that was still not a priority when the time came for like labor negotiations and actual labor mobilizations, even though they were quite large. So something that we wanted to also maybe ask about is what is missing, like what tactics and what strategies are also available for the labor movement in support with the climate movement, for the two movements together. What tactics are there that maybe we're still not using yet? How to build common strategies around climate jobs campaigns, but also with similar frameworks, just transition and other frameworks for programs. And yeah, we wanted to open also a bit, keep the discussion going. I know there's already some people with things on their mind, but also like reinforce this, what we thought maybe it's an interesting question of, what tactics and strategies are there maybe in our pockets that we have still not used, and how could we, as two movements coming into one movement, take them to the streets or to the working places, depending. And I'll pass it to Jonathan.
I want to start with an even simpler question. If you want to go home and start a climate jobs campaign, how do you do it? And the answer is, you talk to people you know, and you have a meeting of 4 people, you and 3 other people in a room. You 4 people, you talk about how to do it, and then you organize a national meeting, or in your city, of 20 people to talk about how to do it. And from that, you give yourself 6 months or a year to organize a conference of environmentalists and trade unionists. And to that, you get 50 or 100 or 200 people. That's how you do it. But the key stage is the meeting of 4 people, when it becomes not just you. And the important thing about those 4 people is not who they are, but that they will do some work. And the discussion about how to do it is the discussion between those 4 people and then with the 20 people. It's not what's in your head. Climate change campaigns have been founded in many different ways in different countries. The one in the UK came from the main climate change organization in the country. We had a conference and we had a meeting on trade unions, and we discovered that we had 20 trade union activists in the campaign. So they started a trade union group. And we got very important 2 national trade union leaders, but many other rank and file people, and it started basically as a trade union organization. In South Africa, it was AIDC, which is, forgive me saying this, comrade, it's a left NGO. But they had the experience to bring together both national environmental organizations and national unions at the beginning, because they had been doing that in other ways for many times. The organization in Norway started because one Norwegian was at the Climate Jobs rally in Durban in South Africa and said, I will go home and do that. And he was the vice president of Concerned Scientists Norway, and he went first to the Grandparents Climate Action Group in Norway. He said they were very good. And he started the campaign with them, and then he went to the trade unions in Oslo, in his city, which is half of the country. He went and talked to them, but also very important, he went and talked to the national church, the Lutheran State Church. And he said at key moments, the church was much harder than the trade unions in insisting that they push forward. And also he wrote a book about climate jobs immediately in Norwegian. So that's one strategy, is your Superman, and you do that. If you look at Climaximo in Portugal, there was no national climate organization in Portugal, and then it was founded by 6 graduate PhD students at the university. 1 mathematician, 4 scientists, 1 anthropologist. And they founded the national. They founded the national organization. They brought in people from the social movements. Those people from the social movements and not the unions started the climate jobs campaign. In the campaign in New York State, New York City, was started by 1 professor of trade union education who brought in local representatives from many unions in the city of New York. The campaign in the Philippines was started by 1 trade union leader of one of the confederations who came to 2 of our meetings at international events about climate jobs and decided this is right, got somebody who worked for his union to write a plan for climate jobs, and then when there was a national election, the the union leaders held a meeting with the candidate who did not win in the last election in the Philippines, the candidate who came second, and she adopted after that meeting the whole of the climate jobs program for the Philippines. That's as close as we've got. It happens in many different ways, and it doesn't matter who you are when you start the policy. You start where you are, and you reach outwards. We can help you from the global network. We can't give you money because we're financially desperate. We can't give you money. But what we can do is send somebody, give you advice and talk on Zoom and so on, and things to read. And also, when you need it, we can send somebody from South Africa or the Philippines or Britain or Portugal to talk to the people you're organizing with, but also to talk to your audiences to make this real. So you can start. The key thing is not to work out how we solve the existential problems of politics of the world. The absolute key thing is that you have that meeting of 4 people. And from that, it moves on.
Clara?
Thanks, comrades. It's really inspiring. I'm going to talk about 2 things. First of all is my experience as a rank and file worker and trade unionist of being involved in the UK campaign. And I think for me what was really powerful is not only it was like a national program, we talk about how it could be funded, and it created this alternative vision that we could use to talk to workers about why we need action on the climate crisis, and that actually we can create jobs. So that was useful as a narrative and as a strategy to get more trade unionists and workers on board with the climate justice movement and make the links between the difference like social justice and climate justice. But we also used it in a slightly different way in certain campaigns. So for example, a big one was they wanted to do fracking in the UK, so frack gas extraction. And we were able to use the idea of climate jobs to say, actually, we don't want the fracking jobs, we want those climate jobs. And that helped us get a lot of the climate activists who often were local in the area to embrace this vision and to look at the bigger picture, that it wasn't just opposing this fracking locally, but actually it was part of a bigger movement. But it also allowed us to get more workers and trade unions to support the anti-fracking campaign. And that's something now we are reusing, for example, in the fight in the UK against the West Cumbria coal mine, where the major argument is it's going to create job in an area where there is quite high unemployment, and local people want those jobs and have been supporting of the mine and the propaganda of the company. So the campaign by climate activists didn't really talk about jobs, so as trade unionists we were able to come in, start talking about climate jobs, and start talking to local people about what those climate jobs could look like in this region. So slightly different because it's not talking about public, we talk about public ownership, but at a regional level it's more difficult to create that. That led me to my second point, which as a climate activist, because I'm also a climate activist as well as a worker, I started to get involved in the campaign against the East Africa crude oil pipeline in solidarity with climate activists in Uganda and Tanzania, but in the wider region as well, who are opposing this project, which is a project led by the French company Total, but with the buy-in of the Ugandan and Tanzanian government via their national oil company, and a little bit of input from China, which is actually becoming bigger and bigger because it looks like they're providing the funding now and they may provide the insurance as well. But what I realized is that the campaign was very much against the pipeline, but didn't really talk about what we are for, and that reminded me in the UK where we were with this anti-fracking campaign. So I thought it would be a great idea to talk to some comrades in the region about the idea of climate jobs. That's something that they hadn't come across. I consulted with some of the climate activists about what they saw to try to initiate a bit of a narrative, a project, and then via the Global Climate Job Network, but also Trade Union for Energy Democracy, I was able to link up with East African trade unionists. And in August, actually managed to get East African trade unionists and East African climate activists to meet up around this concept of climate jobs. So two very different worlds, but now coming together very like slowly. Obviously, I am not from East Africa as well, so I'm just like helping to facilitate people to come together. But we need to like find funding. So we've got people from Tanzania and Uganda who can be paid to do the research and to develop the projects. I'll just finish to also say that working in that context really make me rethink about what climate jobs are and what that should be about, because most of the projects have been in the global north, although we've heard about Philippines, South Africa, but here we're talking about Uganda and Tanzania, like over 70% of the population still rely on agriculture and the land. It's not industrialized countries. They haven't produced a lot of carbon emissions, so it's not really about decarbonization. Actually, in Uganda, I think 75% of the electricity is produced via hydro. I know there are also problems with hydro, and it's recently been renationalized. So, totally different concept. We've mentioned about energy poverty, but also, for example, a lot of women are cooking with charcoal ovens in their own home. So they could also be like micro projects of solar energy to change that, or they could be community-owned or cooperatively owned renewable energy in smaller scales. So yeah, trying to like go beyond this sort of global north vision that, we need to renationalize everything because if it doesn't exist, how do you renationalize it? And also, I remember Jonathan made like a very interesting point when it came to transport, and he said in some of the cities in global south, you've got a lot of the informal economy, so there could be like individuals with, a little scooter who are self-employed informally. So how do you like transform that into national public transport is quite tricky. The moral of the story is it needs to be done by, for, initiated by people who live there, who know the context, and they are like part of the decision about that take forward. The last point is about money, because in all of the climate job projects there is always an aspect about how do we pay for it, which is a really important point not to forget. And the comrade from South Africa, you made the point about debt and those green structural adjustments. Obviously, debt was already existing before this new green side of things. But in the case of the ECOP pipeline, the Ugandan and Tanzanian government are actually taking debts to be able to fund their investment in the pipeline, which may become stranded assets. So it's like a different form of, indebtedness of countries who have already been pillaged by the global north as former colonies. Let's not forget about that. And this is a continuation of that with the intervention of companies like Total. So when it comes to finances, I think we need to explore the idea of climate reparations. That has been like featured in some of the discussion at COP, and I think like a small fund have been agreed, which is nowhere near what's needed. But yeah, climate reparation, and I'm just going to ask a question. It's like, how many people here are from Europe? Okay. Asia? Okay. No one? Africa? South America? Okay. So that's something for me I'm like really working on, because we created in the global north, we created the climate crisis. The most affected people are in the global south. So we also need to divert resource and our own energy in solidarity with people in the global south to support them to face this crisis. Because when we've got floods in rich countries, mostly we're able to pay for the reparation and stuff like that. when it's happening in countries in the global south, they haven't got the resources to face the consequence of the climate crisis. So more time to help comrades in the global south is my conclusion. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pete from Scotland. I wanted to make a couple of observations about the recent wave of strikes in the UK, and try and make them in a way which I think is relevant not just to what happened, but actually more generally as well. Two things, maybe to start with the positive. The COP26 in Glasgow, a bit more than 2 years ago now, was very important in terms of shifting the climate movement and to think about kind of worker organisation, and conversely to think for trade unions to think about climate. And it's been followed now in terms of the cost of living crisis by the biggest strike wave that there's been for several decades. But within that, the discussion around climate and around climate jobs has been very limited. There's been some very good exceptions. The Fire Brigades Union is probably one of them. But I thought really hard about why that is, because many young, particularly, but climate activists generally, have ended up on picket lines. That's actually been a step change in Britain, because for a long time, picket lines were relatively small. We've had big picket lines and there's been climate activists on them. But the demands around the strikes have been limited to economic demands over pay. This despite the fact that the root cause of the rise in the cost of living has been, visible is the wrong word, but it's very, very close at hand. Almost all of the gas used in the UK comes from the North Sea. The cost of producing that gas has not gone up at all. It's probably gone down. But the price it's sold at has gone up by many, many times. And as a result, the big oil and gas companies have made billions and billions and billions of pounds in profit. And there's a direct pipeline between the pockets of ordinary people living in fuel poverty and the bank accounts of the super rich and the big companies. And yet, by and large, although people know that, or many people know that, it's not been spoken much about. And I think the key thing is that the cost of living strikes has been seen as economic demands, and politics has not been talked much about in it when it was a perfect time to do so. That's been part of it, I think. And I think also part of it, and I think this is also something which is more widely relevant, is we remain in a situation where particularly most of the trade unions, particularly those that have members who work in energy and the extractive industries, are still deeply wedded to a policy of partnership with the employers. So for example, if we just go back to the North Sea oil and gas, a thing which is ironically called the North Sea Transition Deal, which is actually about keeping extraction going for as long as possible, is signed up to by the UK government, the Scottish government, the big oil industries, but also the major trade unions as well. And I think one of the things we need to say when we're to win the arguments about climate jobs and make them real, we actually also have to address those political things, and it's come out in the discussion today about being very clear about the stakes being so high, but actually halfway houses to transition don't mean transition at all. They mean actually greenwashing in the status quo. So we have to be absolutely open and clear about these things, and then I think we can win those arguments.
Hi, I'm Gabby. Maybe I'll actually just follow on kind of from what Pete was saying, but I guess for the last couple years, I've worked on a project in the UK on sort of working with oil and gas workers in the North Sea to develop transition demands. And we worked with around 40 workers, 50 workers to come up with 10 demands. And then we surveyed 1,500 workers or so, and the vast majority of them agreed with them, and it was a full plan for how to transition that workers agreed with, essentially. And it was like 2 years of grassroots work of sitting in pubs and meeting oil and gas workers and trying to convince them to talk to us. And it took a very long time. But I think the question, I guess it's like going back to the question about tactics, the thing that I think about now that we have that report and we have that information and we know what those workers want from a transition, and we have over 1,000 of them agreeing with that being what should happen, is we sort of fought tooth and nail for the unions to work with us, if that just meant not actively denying us access to their members. And RMT, one of the smaller unions, was always quite friendly with us and would help us and give us information, but the larger ones were dismissive to sort of uninterested, and eventually we got them to sign on to the report before we released it, but that was almost because we were sort of at the height of interest about it, and it felt like their members had agreed to something, so they should sign on. But since it was released, they haven't done anything with it, and they haven't, and even in the face of new oil fields being approved, they haven't said, well, look, this is a document that over like hundreds of our members in this sector have said that they agree with, or even tried to create their own. And I guess I used to think that the tactic was to separate workers from the bosses and be like, you are not the company you work for, you're not your bosses who are making huge amounts of money. But now I wonder whether we have to, like, I don't know, it was almost like separating workers from the union officials that are blocking the faster action, and I don't know how to do that, or if there are other people who have had more success in sort of moving unions as sort of conservative political institutions on things that their members have said that they're interested in, but that the unions, maybe it's not politically salient for them to be risky about. And it just feels like we were kind of at a stalemate because we got them to sign on to the report, and that was sort of it, and they weren't really willing to take any risks, and it felt like we'd spent 2 years of resources as climate campaigners to get workers on side, and they were on side. And then we were kind of just like, we showed every form of solidarity we could show. And that's not to say, yeah, anyways, I'll probably end it there. But the last thing I will say is that, like, also I've worked in unions for a long time, and like, I'm not coming at this from suggesting that, like, yeah, the sort of classic pitting the two against each other isn't useful, and I've worked in unions for a long time as well. I think it's just, it felt like a real opportunity, and I still don't understand why the officials that we worked with didn't do more with this sort of powerful vision that their workers had come up with, and they still didn't want to move. And I just, yeah, spend time thinking why. That's all.
So what was your name? Gabby. I will actually try to follow with what you left, because we made similar experiences in Austria. I'm from ISA, it's International Socialist Alternative, and we have a group in Britain, but also in Austria and many other countries. There we started a group in 2019 called Workers for Future, and I try to talk now about the problem that you encountered in the union structures, and maybe possibilities of organizing at the grassroots level that are one way to try to overcome that. And then I have a question for you, like, regarding demands. With the work there, we encountered that there were some unions who were open to work on climate issues, For example, a union that was representing airline workers, they also wrote a report that was actually including the need for public ownership. It was including the need to include the workers in a democratic way to be part of that process, to win. So it was about struggle and then to win public ownership, and was in conjuncture written and worked on by a group called System Change on Climate Change. However, once the report was released in a press conference, it went into the fridge. I later spoke with airline workers who are represented by those unions who have never ever heard about this report. It was just not worked with. And our experience with Workers for Future was also that the unions were quite superficially supportive. They would print our magazines and brochures that we developed, but they would actively try to deny us access to what Gabby said as well, to their rank and file members. And what we learned was they wanted to stay in control. And they would not want to lose control, growing activity at the base that maybe the leadership in the unions would not be able to then steer. And that represents, I think, the position that unions have within, also in connection with the capitalist state, that we have to be conscious about when organizing. And we try to learn from a group that works in the social sector in Austria. It's called, if you translate it, Social But Not Stupid. They try to organize what they call one leg in, one leg out. So their members are part of the unions, but they organize at the grassroots level in collective bargaining rounds, going further with their demands, being more radical with their demands, having more clear-cut actions that put pressure on the union bureaucracy to move faster, so that there's energy and dynamic at the grassroots level that would embarrass the union leadership if they don't follow up with. It doesn't always work, of course, but that is one way how to try to put pressure on the union leadership. And then maybe get an answer around heat protection or expanding public transport network to an industrial zone that doesn't have connection, or maybe a free public transport ticket on top of the wage, etc. And I think the key to get the workers involved was there. That was before COVID started, that cut across it a bit, that they already, if you have workers that are struggling with their own unions and for wage increases, etc., it's already such an energy investment of them and time investment next to their job, maybe next to their family, etc., that the climate demands and the climate campaigning, I think, have more success if that can be integrated with a general activity, so that that it's one struggle, that you don't have the economic struggle here and the climate struggle there, but those go together. And I was wondering if you had maybe made experiences in where you work, where you're active as activists, etc., how to work with unions on the one hand, but then also not be hacked to death by the bureaucracy, and actually how do you stir up from the bottom. And if you discussed in your networks like demands for nationalization connected with workers' control, so that it doesn't stay with the state. Thank you. And yeah, I'm super happy to be here, and thanks so much for organizing it.
Okay, we have a hand there.
Veronique Swinkels from the Undercover Activists. We train employees to become activistic on the workplace, so we call it positive workplace activism. I just want to acknowledge also from what we experienced, the difficulty to find allies in the unions and workers' councils. We tried to work together within companies, but it was a hard time because we really felt that we introduced a new struggle to our own climate goals. We haven't had really the answers yet completely how to do it, but what we see is that we can collect energy around ecological and climate subjects within the companies, and in a way we start to organize new collectives within these companies on their own rights, with their own agenda, so we can work from a place of already organization and some power when we start discussing these issues also with unions, so that we do not have to go through the bureaucracy of the unions themselves to get our message across, but come from a place that becomes more, some equality in the discussions between the two elements of climate and social justice. So this is where we are now looking if that is a way to get organized. So the love between the social and labor and the climate movement it's just doesn't feel natural yet. I hope it will come and be improved. Niels? But I really hope that there are more examples of how people manage to get this cooperation going.
Yo lo haré en español, que mi inglés no es muy bueno, ¿vale?
Hi, my name is Niels. I wear two hats here. On the one hand, I work at the Transnational Institute, an organization that works together with TUIT, with AIDC on the transition. And on the other hand, I represent workers in the NGO sector in the trade union parliament of the FNV, the Dutch trade union. So I speak on behalf of workers who are members of the trade union at Greenpeace, at the Friend to the Earth, and others. As NGO workers are also workers, and in a democratic union we elect our parliament. So I was elected running against somebody who represents the lobby of the car industry, which is also an NGO. Yes. That gives me a position, and that links to the discussion that we had about like how do we relate and work within and not necessarily against, but like trying to lean into the union as it is, in my view, the most significant and powerful organization that is still existing on the left. So as an organized worker with representing the interest of the people in my sector, I can speak out on behalf of us in our trade union parliament, which gets together every 2 months, and we decide the policies at a national level. That gives me a voice in decision making, but it also gives me some pushback from people working in sectors that don't necessarily agree with us 100%. So it helps for me to not just be there on my own. It helps immensely that we have a wonderful network of climate justice activists within the trade union. That network we set up last year. Charlotte in the morning panel already spoke a little bit about it. It came about because there was the only car factory in the Netherlands. They wanted to expand it, and they needed to cut down a forest in order to expand the factory so that a foreign investor would invest money into it. So trade union activists at that site actively campaigned to cut down the forest, and we said we must step in as climate justice activists and make sure that we combine the two rather than pit the two against each other. The forest was cut, the investment from the foreign investor never came, the car factory workers will most likely lose many of their jobs next year. We've been there as a network on site to show solidarity, but as a network also we gather a lot of workers in different sectors who care deeply about climate justice. So we have people working in bike factories, teachers, nurses. As a network, we're already the most vibrant network of the trade union currently. We hold meetings and like 100 people show up, and that's a sign to the trade union leadership that it's not just me in that like back room of other elected officials, but it's rank and file members, young people who have joined the union recently, or older people who've been with the union many, many years but got estranged with the union policies of not caring for the climate as well. So that is about building a power base within a union. I recognize that is something different and easier, at least the way we approach things, than working with workers directly in those sectors that need to change. I think that requires different tactics, so it's not to say do this rather than do that. I think it's and I want to learn from people who go into that oppositional and like sit down with workers there. And then I have a question which relates to the policies of climate jobs campaign linked to propaganda work, because I see that we have a lot of manifesto type of solutions that relate to taking over the energy sector in democratic public hands, which I fully support, and my colleagues, they write up these lovely reports, so I know that they're good, but I feel that that doesn't resonate necessarily with what people need to imagine that the world we are fighting for embodies in terms of what it will look like. And the comrade said here, energy is necessary for producing food. And I think linking the abstract more to the concrete and also do propaganda work. And tomorrow we will be in the trade union house, the Burgt, and there's a lot of old school trade union propaganda work, and I think it's beautiful. And some of the comrades in the US working on climate jobs campaigns have done a wonderful job, I think, in painting, literally painting the future that we want. And I would be interested to link climate jobs campaigns more to like visions, literal visions, bright pictures of what our future and transition will look like, because not many people will read our excellent reports, and many people, if we are there, will see our posters, will see our flyers, will hear our stories and our songs. And I think we need to embrace that tradition again of trade unions painting a brighter future.
Who had the hands? Okay, Marta. And I'll go to Marta. Then
Hello, I'm Martha. I work for Corporate Europe Observatory, which looks at exposing corporate abuses of power over people and planet. First of all, I'm quite new to the Global Climate Jobs campaign, and I just want to say I find it extremely inspiring, particularly to fight kind of just the right agenda in general of making people so fearful of climate action, of seeing it as scarcity, and to replicate the sacrifice zones that we've seen fossil fuel companies doing, and doing that again for renewable energy, and to actually really look at it more to shift from a scarcity mentality, which of course it's terrifying. I come from a family of miners, and the scarcity mentality is still there because they were dispossessed 40 years ago, and they were not given resources, they were not given any form of transition, and they are still dispossessed and scared 40 years later in where I'm from. So, I think that actually offering somebody, like people, an opportunity to shift the narrative from fear is extremely powerful. I just want to share a little bit actually on some of my previous work, maybe just because people were sharing good organizing examples. There was a coalition at European level. I have skepticism about that, but we can talk about how it fits into different forms. There was a coalition called The Right to Energy, which was about fighting energy poverty across Europe. And it was founded by Friends of the Earth Europe, which is a climate NGO, the European Public Service Union, which is trade unions working in essential services such as energy, water and waste, the European Trade Union Confederation, which represents most trade unions in Europe, and the European Anti-Poverty Network. And it was founded and nurtured between those three groups for 8 months to discuss what their manifesto was and to discuss who their common enemy was. And it was very clear, very quickly, that the common enemy was corporate-led fossil fuel company greed. And it was very clear, actually, that the European Anti-Poverty Network and the European Public Service Union had much more progressive solutions on how to dispossess that corporate power than the climate NGOs. So we were instantly put into a place of learning and a place of listening, because they had the progressive answers and we didn't. We were coming from a place of green capitalism where people were talking about public ownership and we were going, oh, that's not really what we do. And I think, it was actually a really powerful process of building solidarity. And of course, in the coalition, first of all, we were a resistance campaign, again, to fight energy poverty, but it became a very positive, proactive campaign, which I found trade unions being much more invested in, around, for instance, how does everybody get warm, safe homes? That would require renovations. How do we make sure they're socially just? They can provide 600,000 new jobs, etc. So there was a real talking point here. And maybe just to finish by saying, this requires a lot of quiet, slow work. I guess the only risk I see from the Global Climate Jobs campaign is coming in with such a firm agenda as coming from climate background. We have to be willing to listen. We have to go into these spaces knowing that our agenda will have to change. So for instance, we started working a lot against ETS, which is a carbon pricing emissions trading scheme, because of what we were hearing from our allies in the unions and anti-poverty networks of how this carbon pricing was going to disproportionately impact poor households. We started working on minimum wage. We started working on issues which were directly linked to their causes. And then it meant that actually when they were doing their congresses and when they were doing their trade union mandates, they were coming to us to ask our advice. You know, what are your positions on hydrogen? What are your positions on fossil gas? You know, can you come and share at our Congress and at our mandate on your views, because we've acted in solidarity, because we've built trust. And I think for me this is really important, because actually before that, slight disclaimer, before that all of the hydrogen research and information and fossil gas information was coming directly from Eurogas. They were the only researchers on that team. So, you know, actually having a Friends of the Earth representative was a very different narrative and shifted the whole mandates of those, of those union confederations. So, you know, I just want to maybe share, it's a very positive space. It was tricky, for sure. And we did replicate them at regional and national level to an extent. And I think that's something that could definitely have way more power than we had, because yeah, I have skeptical views on European networks. But yeah, so I just want to say, you know, it was a real learning curve for, I think climate groups and climate NGOs in particular have a lot of work to address green capitalism. And actually trade unions have a lot to teach us. And I think if we go in with that spirit, then it's going to like build and nurture a lot more support than anything else. Thanks.
Thank you. No, it's 2 hours. We're finishing in 20 minutes. Yes. And before I pass to you, I actually just wanted to do like a maybe short facilitation point. Let me try. We started this conversation also because we were saying we need to build a mass movement. We fought climate and think climate jobs campaigns and climate jobs programs can be key in building that mass movement that we need if we are to stop climate collapse. I think I would like to go maybe provoke, and you can still say whatever you have in mind, but maybe provoke again some questions. Actually, Gabi made a really good question, which I thought maybe there were already some kind of tips on what could be potentially the answer, but I think that could be something really still interesting and valuable to explore here, which is exactly this question of, and this conference was also, I was using the slogan on let's move from policy discussion to action, right? And Gabi was telling about how you put a lot of work into consulting workers and what are the policies that they agree, what is the program that they would supposedly be willing to fight for, what's the Just Transition program looking like. But then, we are still failing in taking the next step. So maybe we have the policy proposals, and how do we take it to action, right? What is failing? And so it's an honest question, also maybe complementing what Gabi said. What is failing in this process, and what does the next step look like when it fails? When we fail to move together from policy discussion to action? I think that's a question I would like to kind of throw back at the audience, yeah. And I'll still pass it to you, and then.
Actually, I wanted to ask a question, everyone here, so that, like you said, I can provoke some kind of discussion. Our comrade from Colombia and France, they talked about how are we, as workers, retake our central position as the decision maker in vital things like how we can distribute and how we can use resources and everything. I would like to ask you all, as someone from Turkey, I know that mostly there's no third or mediate way in countries like developing countries or like Turkey. and I know that there's enough money to use for things like climate jobs, but it's a deliberate political decision that it's not being made. So it's also the case in global north country, but I think it's global north countries still can make certain compromises and alleviate at least maybe some part of that budget to climate jobs. But how can we as workers or can force them, and how can this vary depending on where we are based? So that's my question. Thank you.
You wanted to speak?
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Boris. I live in France. I work in Luxembourg. And so we have a very specific situation in Luxembourg, which is not only the fact that this is a tax haven, but the fact that 74% of the workforce is not Luxembourgish and hence has no right to vote. So the working class is completely excluded from the elections that will take place this Sunday. And the unions and the left party are wondering, but why are we so weak? Last week there was something absolutely amazing because workers from the warehouses of the plane company, cargo plane companies, went on strike. And midway through the demonstration, the union officials wanted to go on the parking lot to have their speeches, but the rank and files workers said, no, this is where we block. This is where we have an impact. Why are we going on a parking lot? There's no point. And the secretary of the most, I want to say class traitor union, but I don't have the other word, was completely desperate for like an hour, ordering them, I don't know, like 10 times, go on the parking lot, and they refused. And I mean, the thing was that, 90% of them are not Luxembourgish, like the officials. So there is something that is not communicating here. So this is a very specific situation. I'm sorry, but I wanted to also to say where we come from and the problems that we face. Now, on the EU scale, if we talk about actions, what is a climate job? So it's a job, it's a new job, it's a public job, but it's also, as far as I know, it's also a job with a decent salary. It's a job maybe with a lower working time. And it's a job so with democratic ownership, not just public, because for example, this cargo air company is public, but there is no democratic ownership. So I've seen that in recent months, there's been a lot of talks about this cost of living crisis in Europe. And we still have no minimum wage on the European scale. Maybe that would be the fight. A green job is a job with a minimum wage. We have still a limit of working hours on the EU scale, which is 48 hours per week, which is completely insane. And with 48 hours a week, you don't have time to cook, you don't have time to take care of many things, and so your carbon footprint is higher. So maybe we could start our campaign from this approach. And we've seen that there were massive demonstrations in Greece in recent weeks and strikes in many countries in Europe for these things. So maybe this would allow us to tap into this and have below all the other questions that we think climate jobs are about. And for that, we also need a tool on how to strike. Because demonstrations are insufficient. They are useful tools, but they are insufficient. And there has never been, so far, a mass strike on the EU scale. In 2018, 2019, that was our goal, to create a mass strike of students. That was great, we did it. But that's not sufficient. But the right to strike is not unified, uniform on the EU scale. So what could be interesting is a working group on what is called in France, in Belgium and in Luxembourg, I don't know if it exists in other countries, the withdrawal right. And the withdrawal right is if your activity, if your job is putting at risk yourself or someone else, you have a right to stop working. So I don't know if that exists in other countries. Maybe we can have a working group exploring this and check if that right exists and start organizing this campaign on, okay, we exercise our right to withdraw, because pushing this economic system further is actively endangering us and all the people around the world.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roland Kulke. I'm working for Transform Europe in Brussels. Just a question, is there anybody from Poland here? Okay, otherwise I would hesitate to speak as a German person on Poland now. But your question was, where have we failed in the past, and can we build on experiences like this? So what we did in the last years was doing research on the coal transition areas in Germany, Czech Republic and Poland. It was very interesting. Some years ago we had a meeting in West Poland, and it was really funny because I thought the Polish comrades, colleagues from trade unions would basically mock me, because it was just like exactly telling the story of the problems of trade unions and movements in Germany. And then the Czech colleague said, well, this is our story. So we said, okay, let's have a project on this. So we worked for 2 or 3 years on the question of the coal industry in this 3-country area. And we looked at the social actors, so to have not only parties, but social movements, etc., trade unions and NGOs. And we were basically just trying to start the cooperation between these countries on a grassroots level. And then Russia attacked Ukraine, and then we had this massive rise in energy prices. And from basically one day to another day, the colleagues from Poland and especially Czech Republic said it's done. Currently the project is on ice because it's all about the cost of living crisis. I think it was the Czech Prime Minister who said we're going to burn everything to survive the winter, but tires. All else you have, just burn it. Heat your houses with everything you got. So in the long discussions we had, especially once in Poland, we had some years before, let's say in a safe space, a meeting with a trade union, the metal workers trade union, but same organizing like the coal trade unionists. And they said, if you would have come 10 to 15 years ago, we would have been supporting everything you said on just transition and getting out of coal, etc. But this discourse in Poland is dead now, totally. And we were shocked because in Brussels, the bubble where I'm living and working, the trade unions in Poland are always considered as basically the worst examples. Okay, they are always in favor of coal, etc. So I was shocked to hear that 10, 15 years ago it was different. And they said, well, actually we gave up hope for any just transition in Poland because we are strategically let down by our government. We have no hope. It's not a matter of us and then on the private market fighting for the climate jobs, but a transition like this, a structural change in the capitalist system, must be guided by public investment, planned investment on a long term, and all our governments have let us down, all the kind of bourgeois governments they had. So if we talk about failure, one failure might be that, and I have absolutely no answer, so I consider this a safe space, and please don't quote me. The question is, it's how do we get this, once we have this discussion, to immediately put pressure on the state to act on the climate jobs. Because of these long-term investments. And I give you just one example to show how complicated it is. And now, as a German, I can speak on Germany. The research we did on Saxony, which is a country, region, province in southern, eastern Germany, it's an area where including all other jobs connected to the coal industry. So if you take the coal industry and all the jobs which are connected to the coal industry, it's 16,000 jobs. These 16,000 jobs are so important for the German government that this area will receive 10 billion euro for the just transition. So basically, that's the best possibility you can imagine. You have a central government which is supporting it. You have, just count the money per job which we can spend in the next 10, 20 years. But the problem is the civil society just beautifully, including trade unions after a while, beautifully developed incredible projects, what to do, to build up kind of a sustainable humanitarian economy. And then the state said, so the regional state said, oops, sorry, you don't get money. We have taken the money, or the ministries have taken the money for plans they have developed 20 years ago to build places for the army to train the shooting of the tanks, to build new motorways, etc. So the whole spirit of trade unions and local civil society to build up plans, to build up networks were just basically crushed. So you have this once or twice, and then the people just said, fuck it, I just need a job. So the question is, how do we get immediately, I don't know, to get the state to, how to say, to bind its hand to say, okay, for the next 10 years, I have to do something like this. This would be my question. Thanks a lot.
Just continuing off of the point that the previous comrade made, and based off of what a lot of us have said here today, I think it's becoming clear, and I mean, I'm sure it's been clear to many of us, that getting climate jobs first means having to challenge and mobilize against a bunch of other policies that are embraced by the state. There's no way that we're going to get climate jobs if the state is embracing austerity. There's no way we're going to get climate jobs in the South if states in the global South are still taking out massive levels of foreign loans. There's no way we can get climate jobs if you have a situation where there is this dependency on migrant labor that is precarious, that is quite cheap as well. So, and I think it also creates an opportunity for us to connect with workers, to say that it isn't about solving just this climate change issue, but it's about making sure that you have dignified work. It's about making sure that you have a hospital and a school that is affordable, free even, for you to be able to access. It's about making sure that you have clean drinking water. So I think one of the failures perhaps is, or maybe the shortcomings, because political work, I mean, some things you'll only be able to see in reflection, is not connecting the different economic and social crises to the question of climate change and climate jobs. But we can't just begin with the question of transitions and climate jobs in the first instance. I think if you go into communities generally, people are concerned about, you know, pollution in their community, they're concerned about crime, they're concerned about the state of their schools, they're concerned about their jobs and their wages, and I think you have to make a connection to say that these climate jobs are not just about the crisis of climate change, but they're about improving our lives collectively, and that the approach by the state and by the private sector is not going to give you the solutions that you want to be able to get. So I think it's very true that one tactic is having to mobilize against the neoliberal state, as it's manifested in different contexts that we're all dealing with, before we even really get to the question of the private sector and multinationals and corporations in the first instance. And that then requires us, I think, to connect deeply with social movements, to make sure that social movements and trade unions work in cohesion together in order to be able to achieve that. Otherwise, I think that, we'll just continue facing obstacles from the state that make all of this almost impossible to achieve. But yeah.
Sí. Es algo muy puntual.
Pero creo que aquí se han dicho cosas muy importantes. Yo quiero, por lo menos desde el mundo sindical, que vengo participando en estos debates ambientales, en estas construcciones con las energías comunitarias, con los diferentes procesos de repensar este tipo de lógicas, dijéramos dejar planteados estos asuntos. La Universidad Nacional de Colombia adelantó una investigación sobre las coaliciones formadoras de la política petrolera y luego la extendió un poco más al tema de la formación desde el punto de vista político de la energía. Bueno, esas coaliciones formadoras de la política energética tienen por lo menos una definición de 3 grandes bloques. Uno que está conformado por la coalición transnacional, donde están todo este grupo de inversores, fondos de inversiones y todos esos estados transnacionales. El segundo está conformado por la coalición gubernamental, es decir, todo esto de los gobiernos estatales, locales, departamentales y locales. Pero hay una tercera coalición que es la coalición denominada obrero popular, que es la coalición en la que nosotros nos inscribimos, en la que estamos los sindicatos, los sectores sociales, populares, campesinos, indígenas, en el caso colombiano. Y dijéramos que a esa coalición es la que nosotros históricamente respondemos. Entonces, para dejar un poco fijado desde dónde estamos parados en términos de coalición en esta discusión. Y lo segundo es que claramente yo creo que aquí no se nos puede volver una discusión de antagonismos, de decir quiénes son los buenos, quiénes son los malos, pero sí dejo por lo menos planteada una tensión que se evidencia alrededor de esta reflexión, y es que no puede ser que los sindicatos, por más burocratizados que estén y por más burócratas que sean sus juntas directivas, puedan ser más peligrosos que el capitalismo mismo y que los sectores corporativos transnacionales que han diseñado e implementado la política y que son los que han tenido el control de la economía y de la energía en el mundo, porque de alguna manera yo percibo que hay más preocupación por los sindicatos y su forma burocratizada que por el capitalismo y sus formas de genocidas como saquean los territorios y destruyen la naturaleza y el ser humano. Muchas gracias.
On time, so I'm gonna give to Annabella for 1-2 minutes maximum, and then back to Sam to close, so we can actually have 1 hour break for everyone, which we deserve.
Gracias. Annabella. I will not be able to say better what the comrade from Colombia has just said. I probably was one of the biggest union bureaucrats that you could imagine, sitting in one of the most bureaucratic union organizations you would ever see. And I wanted to respond a little bit to Gabi and some of the folks that have been trying to work with unions. And this is not like this is what you need to do, because there's no recipe for making the work with unions or in any allyship. But just, I wanted to share a bit my experience of being in those positions where you have to arbitrate a really massively diverse organization and trying to push and move the climate agenda. There is always, and even more today, someone in whatever union you are trying to work with that is as concerned as you are on climate. Right now, in the world, wherever you are, there is someone there in the union that cares as much. That doesn't mean that that person is in power, it doesn't mean that that person is a general secretary or the bureaucrat, but there is someone there that believes as much as you do. And you have to find him or her or them, you have to find them, you have to make that effort to try to identify them, because they are also the key for what is happening inside. I think it's also important to capture the fact that unions are, in particular people that are working on environment, on climate, are doing that even if they are paid by the union. So I'm going back to the bureaucrat position and not only to the activist position, where you know those people have zero time and they are doing this just on the back of 200 other things. But even the people that are paid, they are doing that as part of 400 other things. And there is a sort of chronic undercapacity issue that makes even more valuable the contribution that NGOs and think tanks can make to movements when they work on the topics that unions are really worried about, providing some of that technical capacity, trying to give more arguments to the things that they are working on. So I think there is something also about allyship that goes into the space of what you folks did in Scotland, I mean, in terms of bringing even more, I mean, technical capacity to some of the work. I also think that you should never give up on pushing leadership and bureaucrats, because even if folks don't respond to emails, even if they are ignoring you, they are reading those emails. And you should never give up, because sooner or later, I mean, they will come to you for some reason and trying to figure out and ask for help. My last point is that we should not forget the context in which you are all operating with this Climate Jobs Conference, which is a context of deep, frustration and, from governments on the climate agenda. I mean, like, there's nothing happening from a leadership perspective in government. And that is making you believe that you are failing, when actually, I mean, like, if we listen to our enemies or our adversaries, what Friedman was always saying is the ideas that are used in a time of crisis are the ones that are floating around. And I think there is something also about putting some of the ideas of this campaign, of the climate jobs, of progressive just transitions, put them in the social space as much as possible, so that when there is the moment, like, they are going to be captured by the mainstream, or not the mainstream, but the progressist forces, like what is happening in Colombia. I mean, like, 4 years ago, there's no way the colleagues from USO would be, well, maybe there is a chance for getting something close to justice in Colombia, because the governments that we had there were the closest to fascists that we could ever get. I mean, if we have hope, it's because we have also leadership there that gives the platform. So my point is, let's not be so tough on us about our incapacity to rally the millions and shift the power. I think it's also about doing the right things and somehow push, but it doesn't only depend on us. And I think there are some actors out there that also have much bigger responsibility on what is happening. And we should not all the time just, I think it's important to reflect on how we do better, but not to the point that we stop trying things that are the right thing to do. What you are all doing is the right thing. And so, keep going.
Thank you, Annabella, and Sam to close.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to say much. I mean, hopefully that was a really rich discussion. I think lots came out of it, and thanks for taking the notes down there, which you obviously can come back to in the next couple of days. I think I just wanted to make a couple of points and things that I've heard anyway. The Climate Jobs campaign obviously came out of the economic crisis as well, not just the environmental crisis of the financial crash 2007, 2008. And I think there's a good point to remember, particularly picking up on points that comrades have made around linking this to economic and social justice. It has always been about economic and social justice as well. And it has to be part of that broader program, certainly is for PCS. I also just wanted to mention about the state and who the state is, because we're a civil service trade union. We work for the state. Our members work for the state. We are trying to change from within the state. So, you know, talk to your members in those civil service trade unions and build the climate jobs campaigns there. Climate jobs campaigns are going to look different in different countries, and Clara well made the point about, you know, it's not about decarbonisation if you're talking about, you know, as such in Uganda and Tanzania, you know, so perhaps that's things for us to reflect on as well, on how we talk about climate jobs campaigns. And I think the final thing I just wanted to say, because I'm particularly talking to Gabby, but other people's points as well, about not so much failure, because I don't think it's failure. Ideas are never a failure. It's about how we get them through. And I mentioned this morning about something called the Lucas Aerospace Alternative Corporate Plan. Now, this was a bunch of workers who came up with an alternative plan. It was well received globally, but that was over 40 years ago. And if you talk to people about that, in the UK, it's a very strong industrial story, which we celebrate. But everyone said it failed. Well, it didn't fail. We still talk about it today. The corporate plan didn't fail. What those workers did, using their skills and their knowledge of their industry as designers and working in manufacturing, and they wanted to work on socially useful products. They worked on things like wind turbines, heat pumps. This was over 40 years ago. Who failed them were trade union leaderships and the politicians, and this was the Labour Party politicians at the time. Now, the point is, and not all trade union leaderships are bad. Obviously, in PCS, we've got a trade union leadership that's putting forward these ideas. So I think, you know, it's not a one-size-fits-all, and I think really the points Annabella's made at the end is like, yes, let's keep fighting for these ideas, put them into the spaces. We have to talk about them in different ways. It's not a one-size-fits-all, but hopefully by the end of this conference, when it gets more onto strategy sessions and narrative, then it comes out in a way with some of the, you know, visual representation of the ideas, which I think is also important, because actually how we do things with strategy and tactics hasn't really changed. You know, we need to organise, we need to get 4 people in the room. It's about talking to each other, not relying on social media. Those things are still fundamental, but having concrete plans and knowing that actually we can win on these, and it's time that we have to win on them. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Just to let you know, we have, close to 1 hour break. So at, is my phone in Portugal or here? It's here. At 5, we're starting the workshops again. We'll have 2 workshops. Now we're staying at this venue. So there will be a workshop on the international labor movement in the struggle for a just transition, happening here with translation, and we'll have amazing speakers here and online. And we have downstairs, so in the basement, but same building, a session on theories of change and conflict escalation by Climassimo and Fermento downstairs. So all happening at 5. So we have around 1 hour break. Enjoy it. And also, just for the ones who are staying here for the next session, let's do some sound checks. If you can stay here for a bit.
Clear? I can hear you clear, but I do hear a lot of noise of other people who seem to be speaking. Is that possible?
Yes, it's clearly possible because the sound system is inside the main room and actually people are speaking a lot. So you should not have this kind of noise when the session will begin.
I do hear you. It's not extremely clear. It's not extremely clear.
Can you put it on a bit more? Yes. Yes, but I cannot understand him now. So if you can put it a bit more. Because you were listening from here. Okay. Thank you. So Jan, for you, let's say the setup is okay.
Yeah, but I do, when you speak, I still hear other people as well, that there is a bit of background noise.
And this is very, very, let's say, it's not good at all for you, or you can handle it right now?
It's not very good. It's not the same quality as when you speak on your on your on the mic you just did before.
Yeah. Okay. So. As I told you, when the session will start, I think you will not have this kind of noise because people will be quiet and they will listen to the speakers. Okay. So I hope it will be better for you. And Sean,
Okay.
Sean, for the live session, everything is okay? You can listen to Jan as well? Okay, so this is perfect. Do you have a delay? So I think
I have connected with my phone. You have to let me in.
Okay, I will admit you. Okay, perfect. So,
I have connected with my phone. You have to let me in.
okay,
Can you hear me now?
admit you. So, can you speak a bit with your phone now?
Yes, I'm connected to my phone now. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay. Can you disconnect your laptop first?
Yes.
Okay. And now?
Can you hear me now?
No, it's worth.
Better?
No, it's not good at all. Your ear plugs are well connected to your phone?
Yes.
It does not seem to, because we cannot hear you very well.
What about now?
No, it's worse than before.
Let me move to a different location. Maybe it's not very clear.
Breakouts first, so probably we can keep trying to figure this out when we start with the breakouts. Sí, sí, o sea, ya podemos entender un poco, él entiende. Estefania, Jan, as we told you, we are going to start with the little breakouts anyway, and we will have a little bit more time to fix this sound issue. But we are going to start here with the groups. Is it fine? Is it okay with you if we do that? And then we can keep figuring out, Estefania, how to solve the sound thingy.
Okay.
Because at the beginning
Okay.
we will not need the interpretation because we are going to be working on the breakouts. Yes.
Okay. So what about now? Is that better?
No, we cannot hear you well with this setup. So you have to go back to your computer.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
And let's start here.
And we will start.
And now we come back there. Okay. ¿Estamos? ¿Estamos listos? Are we ready? On est prêt? Yeah, maybe we can just put on mute the video for a moment. Clara. Hello, everyone. Hello? Are you there? Hello?
Maybe we need a stretcher.
Yeah, let's stretch. Like this is, you're all like, oh, okay, let's go. Stretch. Ya, vamos. Estiremos, respiremos. Because we have gone through several hours of conversation already. So, congratulations to the, really courageous that have stayed for this last session. I'm sorry to putting my back on some of you here. I'm Anna. I'm here to co-facilitate this session with Clara. Yes, and we are going to be having a conversation about the role, the challenges, the strengths, and also some of the opportunities of the international work that the trade union movement can do to advance a just transition. The way in which we are going to do this is to probably start from a space of sharing
where we are all coming from in terms of this just transition conversation. And Clara is going to explain the modalities. Then we are going to have a really interesting set of reactions from a panel that is virtual in part and present in part. And then we are going to have like a full sort of conversation, popcorn style, at the end. So I have not prepared a very long introduction to this topic. I probably the only thing that I would say that is that in this whole conversation about connecting environmental justice with social justice, the international space and international trade union activism has been really important for advancing that agenda in the labor movement over the years in different ways. That it has been part of conversations, of course, in very institutional settings of the trade union movement, but also on the margins of that through different collectives and initiatives that have been built up internationally to engage on those topics. And I guess one of the purposes of this conversation is to gather your thoughts on what are you seeing as the strengths of that kind of mobilization internationally, I mean, in the labor movement to advance a just transition in the context of climate justice. Also some of the challenges that that kind of work is facing. And ideally, start discussing also about where do we see actions or potential for moving forward on those conversations. Like what do we see as ideas, opportunities, hooks to improve that work, or at least, I mean, improve in the sense, or contribute or strengthen that kind of international work on just transition at the international labor movement level. So we're going to start. I'm passing to Clara for the how we do this.
Okay, so what we want you to do to start with is actually have small conversations with each other, because often when we think about just transition from a trade union perspective, we think about oil workers or workers in pollutive industry, switching sector, being reskilled. But yeah, what does an actual just transition mean? I think it was the comrade from Colombia who said that in the previous session. What on earth is it? So the first 15 minutes, we want you to turn to your neighbors, maybe groups of 3, you know, feel free to be in pairs if you prefer, or 4 maximum. But yeah, find your neighbors and have a chat. What is a just transition for you? What does it look like? And, you know, we'll encourage you to push the boundaries as well. After those 15 minutes, we'll take some of the feedbacks. We don't have to like mention everything before we hear the speakers. Is that make sense? And also maybe the Spanish speakers, if you can be together, that will make it easy. Okay. Find your neighbors. Introduce yourself. What is a just transition?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Of course. I'm trying to learn more now, even though I work at contact.
Okay, oops, sorry. Just maybe finish your sentence in just 1 minute, and then we're going to take a few feedbacks.
Okay.
Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to ask you to come back with us in the room. I can see some people can't stop talking, which is great. And it's definitely created conversations. Okay, thank you. So for the next 10-15 minutes, we're going to just get like quick feedbacks from some of your group discussion. So please don't cover everything you've been talking about, but maybe, you know, one key point. So, yeah. Is there anybody want to have a go? Was there like one strong point that came out of the conversation you would like to share with the group? Okay. Well, I'll start with ours then, while you think about which one you're going to share. Annabella and I, we were discussing about the fact that maybe just transition has been too confined to those, you know, pollutive industry sectors, whereas like within a union, our own unions, other sectors may be excluded from those conversations, not allowed to contribute, but also maybe at community level or territory level, where it's focused on just the job rather than a wider perspective. So that's, you know, what I'll share. Okay, who's next? Come on, be brave. Okay.
So we'd both been to we've both been to Detroit in the U.S., and so we decided to talk about what would a just transition look like in Detroit. How would they be able to realize one? Can you hear me? Sorry. But one of the fundamental issues in a country like the U.S. is there's almost no social programs. So we talked about how like access to food and to water and to health care and quality education is like a kind of a foundation of a just transition. Before we even talk about job transitions and economic and political, well, I mean, that's part of the economic and political transformation. So those things were like a fundamental thing. And one of those in a thing when you're dealing with a place like the US, a place like the Midwest, is that you also have to expect the powers that be to push against even the most basic asks, right? And so we talked about how in Detroit, when they were shutting off people's water because the new city manager came over and privatized everything in the city government, they started shutting off tons of people's water. And like in Greece, workers came and people formed collectives and started turning each other's water back on. And it reminds me of the Emma Goldman quote. The anniversary of it was 2 days ago. If they don't give you work, demand bread. If they don't give you bread, take the bread, right? And so sometimes you have to exhaust all the options to survive. So yeah, I guess that would be the beginnings of a just transition in Detroit.
Thanks so much. Anybody else? Also, we have got Spanish speakers, so make sure you've got your translators machine ready. You go. Oh, anybody else? Come on, we've got time to take 2 or 3 more. Okay. You and then.
Sorry, just got here from the airport. Hello. So I'm from the Philippines, and we organize I'm part of the trade union movement in the Philippines, and we're actually organizing workers in the transport sector directly on the basis of just transition. So in the Philippine case, I'll just share very quickly. the government is pushing for transport modernization because the bulk of our transportation system in the Philippines are repurposed World War II jeepneys, so from the 1940s. So that's still what we use in the Philippines. So very informal, very precarious. That's the situation for most workers, and the government is pushing for modernization. But the problem is the tendency is for big private corporations to take over the process and displacing livelihoods. So our intervention was there should be no modernization, transport modernization, if there's no just transition. And we understood and we articulated that as workers should not be displaced and they should be part of the transition process, particularly through the formation of transport cooperatives. So through transport cooperatives, the workers will be able to organize themselves collectively. They can apply for the franchise of specific transport routes. They will apply specific routes in the country, in our cities, and collectively they will be the ones to purchase the modern e-jeep units, the modern climate-friendly vehicles. So the potential there is that it addresses climate justice on the basis of worker ownership. So that's something that we're easier said than done, but something that maybe we could also explore as we go along.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll have more time to hear more about this. I'll take just one or two more.
Building kind of on what was said about America, so you said people need basic resources before they even have the space to think about a just transition. We actually discussed the one after that, the luxury of time, which is that people need time in their lives to be able to choose what their futures looks like, whether it's workers or citizens or local communities. And if we're under so much pressure as workers, if you work a 40-hour week for not great pay and then you have childcare issues and everything else, and then let's say I come to you and say, oh, would you like to volunteer some time at my organisation, Talk Just Transition? Well, maybe they don't have the time or the energy, so it's whether or not you need legal frameworks, trade union frameworks, etc., in order to give people that space, as union reps have, to be able to think about what this looks like, particularly if you're a worker in an industry, let's say, that needs to decarbonise. So basic resources definitely need to be met, and then a recognition that people need time. And I'm very lucky, I've got lots of privilege and I have the time to think about these things, but lots of people don't, of course. So.
Did you want to come back as a group? Do you want to come back? Yeah?
Recuerde que nosotros vamos en
Short.
español.
En español?
¿Sí?
Yeah, short.
Sí. Nuestro grupo planteó una pequeña metodología de, primero, establecer cuáles son algunas injusticias identificadas para luego hablar de lo justo. Entonces, identificamos que sería unas injusticias no tener trabajo, el no tener un ingreso suficiente, el no tener acceso a la energía y particularmente a la calefacción, el no tener jornadas justas y descanso y cuidado, y el no tener un reparto justo de la ganancia. Entonces, a partir de esto hicimos la definición de qué es lo justo. Entonces, consideramos que una transición justa debe garantizar trabajo digno, debe tener una remuneración justa, debe tener el acceso a la energía y a precios justos para los ciudadanos, garantizando que pueda ser gestionada comunitariamente. Debe tener jornadas de trabajo dignas que permitan el descanso, el estudio y el cuidado personal y familiar. También que debe tener un reparto justo laboral y social de las ganancias que produce la misma transición, y que una transición justa debe ser democrática y priorizar al ser humano y la vida digna. Y por el otro lado, pues, que una transición justa debe integrar la soberanía energética, la soberanía alimentaria y la justicia hídrica. Y por último, que una transición será justa si incluye a las mujeres y a las diversidades.
Really go and sign for this, huh?
So I think, unless we've got somebody else, I didn't see another. Was there a last person who wanted to share? Okay. Well, back to Annabella now.
I think what Moises was introducing as what this small group of has discussed about just transition is an excellent segue for listening from Jan Willem and from Stefania online, and also from Bella, who's just there, who are going to be our little panel for this evening. I guess the purpose to hearing from this prestigious set of panelists from very different experiences. Jan working in EPSU, in the European Public Service Union. Stefania as one of the leading researchers on the connection between just transition and care, and feminist views about what just transition means. And then Jan from like the ETUI, so the European Trade Union Institute, more in the Bella, sorry, not Jan. Bella, like from the ETUI, thinking probably more fundamentally on some of the challenges, like conceptually, that the just transition concept is basically confronting the union movement with, and all the tensions between union work and the future of the economy and where we're going. I guess listening from them on where they are seeing this conversation going about just transition, where you are seeing the strengths of an international conversation happening in the labor movement, but also where you're seeing the difficulties, the tensions, and potentially some of the, as we are saying, the improvements, the opportunities ahead for this international mobilization to, win the justice that we are all seeking for. So I would like to invite first Jan Willem to give us his thoughts. He has already apologized in advance because he will have to leave us at the hour. So of course, we really appreciate you being with us on a Friday evening. And so the floor is all yours, probably for 5-7 minutes, so that we can potentially also get the panel done, maybe a few questions, and back to you before you leave.
Thank you, Annabella, and greetings to everybody there. Let me first check, is the sound coming through? If you, I see that is coming well. So greetings to everybody, and especially my union colleagues of FNV. Right above is the red banner of my old union, so feel a little bit at home. They must have done that on purpose. So hello to everybody. EPSU is the European Federation of Public Service Unions, and we are a European trade union federation with members across the European Union, but also beyond, including into Central Asia, countries like Uzbekistan, but also Turkey, and so on. In EPSU, we organize health and social service workers, we organize civil servants, energy workers of many different, who work with many different sources of energy, going from nuclear, still coal, to renewables and hydropower, for example. In EPSU, we see a crucial role for public services and public service workers within their communities to also link climate justice with social justice. And I think for us, it has also been clearer. It became clearer also in this endless wave of crisis. You remember the financial crisis, the austerity, then we had a pandemic, now we have the cost of living crisis, and I heard already some referring to food security issues, there are biodiversity issues, and within that context we think the role of public services has become more and more clear. At this moment, and you asked about challenges we face, at this moment, of course, a lot of our union activists, a lot of our union work is filtered through the lens of the cost of living crisis. I mean, having to ensure that we deal with the increases of inflation and get that compensated in wages is what is at the foremost mind of many. We do, however, think that there's also the possibilities for I don't know to use the word program or narrative, or it's maybe a bit of a combination of both, which is this Beyond Growth perspective. The European Parliament had in June this big conference on Beyond Growth, and we think within that that's almost a programmatic title, no, a programmatic title of structural change, of change in power, change in wealth structures as well. And for us, within that Beyond Growth perspective, we see then also the role of public services. In the Parliament, they were called universal basic services. As the American colleague mentioned earlier, it means also moving away from the commercialization of public services, commodification of public service, and actually of all aspects of life, moving away, reclaiming democratic public control and an economy orientated towards more human rights. For us, that perspective will also be important towards the European Parliament elections in June next year. I'm going to add a couple of points to that. One of the challenges we're going to face, and I think all of us, certainly in the European Union, if not broader, is again the return of austerity policies. Until the pandemic, or shortly before the pandemic, austerity policies were very much the agenda. The pandemic changed that, and the pandemic changed that in a way also showing what the possibilities can be for collective action for the common good, well-financed welfare states and public services. The pandemic underlined the importance of public services. And of course, I'm aware that the structures did not fundamentally change, and we see that in how the funds the recovery funds are used by governments, reflecting very much older perspectives, but it did give a window of what is possible and what governments can do in terms of public finance. But as I said, one of the challenges, especially next year and beyond, will be confronting the challenge of the return of austerity policies. And in the union movement, some of you might be aware, in the union movement in Europe, we have already two important moments of mobilization. First is on the 13th of October in Paris, where the European Union movement will join the French unions to be on the streets for different perspectives. And the 13th of December, we will do that in Brussels. And the main message of the union movement there will be against this no austerity and for alternative social policies. An aside, one of the things where our fight joins that of many climate activists is by the recent attacks on the right to protest. I mean, you have seen that in the Netherlands, you see that in the UK, the changes to the public order bill there, you see that in Belgium, and you see that also in France, the soulèvement de terre, earth rising movement there, and the rapid reaction of governments to try to change laws to limit the right to protest. For many, we will see also in the European Union in particular, possibly in other countries, and also in the United States maybe, we see more emphasis on industrial policy. And industrial policy, certainly in the European Union, will take center stage. What we think is very important is to ensure that there is this Beyond Growth public service aspect to it. Think of good public administrations, well-staffed regulatory bodies, and in absolute we think of labor inspectorates, environmental protection agencies, tax administrations. Industrial policy needs good public infrastructure, needs good public services. In the European Union, we also argue for public enterprise. I think we have shied away for too long in standing up for public enterprises, giving a role to public enterprises. Imagine in the European Union 20 years ago, the European Union would have funded solar power panel production itself. We would be much further in addressing climate change, but actually also have a solar power panel industry in Europe and not in China, and ensuring jobs in that sense as well. And a last point on industrial policy is also about conditionalities and to public funding. So respect of social rights, respect of environmental obligations, no money to tax avoidance, that sort of thing. Speaking about tax, for us, we think tax justice needs to be very much part of this conversation as well. It's not normal that 80 billionaires have as much wealth as the poorest 50% in the world. I mean, that's just not normal and something we think we need to address. So there is a massive need for public investment, and certainly you asked us not to shy away of tensions, and certainly there is tension there. If we say massive investment for public investment, we need investment in renewables, we need investments in green industries, but we also need investment in preventing leakage of water, in having more nurses and teachers, etc. So a big challenge for all of us will be around public finance, and then of course public finance to help drive fair wages, decent working conditions, skilled workforce, etc. For us, important, of course, collective bargaining, collective agreements. I'll finish with two things, Annabella. One for some of you might be a scoop. We are negotiating at the European level with the gas industry, not our friends, I would say, but still our employers. We're negotiating around a European agreement on transition for the gas industry, what to do, how to help the workforce in that sector. And the last point I wanted to mention is that I referred briefly to it, but I want to flag it up, is that we do think that ownership matters. Ownership of our infrastructures, of our public services, that we do think that it's part of being what is essential to dignified lives, not an out of control private sector which challenges that. So for us, Beyond Growth is a bit a programmatic statement, if you want, a programmatic perspective, and we include the demands of our futurist public movement in that to help us pave the way forward. Sorry if I've been a bit too long, Annabelle, and
thank
look
you,
forward
Jan.
to questions, and sorry to have to leave you at 6 o'clock.
No problem. I think there was a lot of content there, also some opportunities. Like some very concrete, very close, and also some that are painting a bit of a trajectory also, where people can think about hooks and entry points. Maybe for the little round, your thoughts also on the international dimension of EPSU work with the Public Service International Congress coming. I guess any thought on how the climate conversation is looking like at the international level with unions from other regions. I think that would be interesting also to hear from you your thoughts about that. But let's move to Stefania, who has been observing this conversation about just transition for quite some time, and thinking about some of the elements of what Clara and colleagues were referring to, which is exclusion. I mean, what does just transition include, and what does it leave out, and what is the role that she sees also for the union movement in terms of bringing those concerns and those groups on board, and any other thought and reflection that she might want to share. Stefania, over to you.
Yes, thanks, Annabella. I hope you can hear me better now. So yes, I am as a disclosure, I'm not just an academic, I'm also actively engaged with several campaigns and movements. One is the Climate Jobs campaign, especially with the Portuguese brand, and also another campaign I've been involved with lately is the Care Income campaign. I will go to it shortly, promoted by the Global Women's Strike. So let me just say, first of all, I agree with everything Jan said. I think he has spotted the most important issues here with just transition. I think that in just transition there are embeds two big problems. One is the post-carbon transition, and the other one is justice. And they are not necessarily addressed simultaneously. I mean, they can be addressed separately. In fact, the just transition, the whole just transition discourse at the European Union level, and also adopted now by governments, we could say that it's been co-opted by governments everywhere in Europe, and what they actually do and what they actually finance, I mean, under this label, has nothing to do with justice, and it has something to do with post-carbon transition, but also in that aspect it's very problematic because for two reasons. First, because the transition into clean energy, whatever that means, is not necessarily a solution, insofar as Jan was also pointing out before, energy provision is commodified and gets to be commodified even more with this transition because all governments rely on the private sector to carry out the transition. And also the other problem is that the carbon issue is not the only issue. We are in the midst of a biodiversity crisis that is really serious, and also, and this is not being addressed. And also, we have the clean energies have costs, and they, for example, relying on shifting private cars from towards electric engines. It implies extracting huge quantities of lithium, and lithium is a mineral, and lithium extraction is problematic in many ways, and the costs are paid by the rural communities and the local communities where lithium is extracted. Just to make an example, I'm sure that you are aware of all the limitations with hydropower, also considered clean energy, but also very problematic. So the problem is bigger than simply shifting to from fossil fuels to renewable energy, I would say. In any case, we don't have time now to address all of these issues, but I wanted to focus on one particular thing that has been overlooked by the Just Transition strategy, even in its union version. And this is the role and the relevance of care work, because if you look at the Just Transition strategy, there's even the Climate Jobs campaign, there is actually no jobs are being envisioned in the care sector, and this reflects a reductive way of looking at the crisis that we are going through. So this is based on the idea that the just transition must respond to two big crises: the climate crisis and the employment or economic crisis. But the truth is that we also are, as the feminist movement is telling us for again and again, we are in the midst of a care crisis, also with no historical precedents, and this is due to cuts in public spending, mostly due to the austerity, and also, partly also has to do with pollution and extractivism and the cancer epidemic, and all that is harming people and territories. Also implies an overburdening of caring work, and most of this caring work is unpaid. Caring with the bodies and the territories that have been affected by this fossil fueled and unsustainable mode of production. So we are also in the midst of a care crisis, and if we don't see it as part of the problem that just transition is addressing, it's a very missed opportunity, no? And it is a missed opportunity because care work is essential. Both the paid care work and care workers that are constantly threatened by cuts in public spending, by this overburdening and by marginalization, but also the unpaid care work that is performed in homes, but also at the community level and also at the territory level on the territory. And I want to make some examples here of the new jobs that could be created by taking into account the care crisis as part of the just transition. So these are pretty much very raw ideas that I would like to discuss with you today, and also hear what people think on this. So, well, to begin with, simply compensating the unpaid caregiving work that is done would already create a huge amount of new jobs. And my argument is that this can be considered climate jobs. The ILO tells us that almost 50% of all the hours worked at the global level is unpaid. And this unpaid 50% of the working time is mostly performed in caring, and is mostly performed by women and girls. So if we take that seriously, this data seriously, and we see this as part of a just transition strategy, not only could we create an enormous amount of jobs, but also this would reduce the total amount of hours that people need to spend in paid work. And paid work is also, we have the data about that, is one of the primary causes of CO2 emissions, the way it is currently organized. No? So paying the unpaid caregiving work could reduce the time spent in liberate time, no? So to speak, from fossil fueled work. At the same time, of course, it will also be repairing a huge injustice, because society relies on these hours of unpaid work. And so compensating this would be a measure of justice. Then I also think that we need to substantially expand and restructure the care services in a sense of creating much more proximity-based, community-run care infrastructures. And I think that this also, beyond improving access to care on the part of a lot of people, would also reduce the huge carbon footprint of centralized healthcare the way it is currently organized. But this is just a hypothesis. I think that we very much miss the data here, and I think it would be very important to do this research and to see, to calculate the carbon footprint of different forms of caring. And then I think some climate jobs could be created in also financially compensating and training people to reduce the carbon footprint in the home, in their own homes, or in the institutions and the homes where they work. No, if we create a task force of workers who are who have this job of devising ways, devising and practicing sustainable forms of housekeeping, both at the domestic level and at the public space level.
Stefania, I mean, like, can you just, I mean, like, round up the intervention? We are about 10 minutes now.
Yes. So I think the food sector is also another sector where we could create a number of jobs that could be considered as climate jobs. If we create jobs in publicly funded and community-run projects of agroecology, agroforestry, non-industrial fishing, and other forms of subsistence food provisioning and food provisioning for local markets. And these projects could be developed on public land and also in not only in the rural but also in the urban settings, like for example urban farming. And then finally, I think that also community care could be considered a sector where we could expand climate jobs. Community care intended as the urban commoning movements that are regenerating abandoned and unused public spaces, and to where they carry out a number of community initiatives. And all this work, it must be considered as essential work for the well-being of the citizens, but especially of the most marginalized who don't have access to a middle-class lifestyle, and they do need to these spaces, to the urban commons to be expanded. And this is also, in my view, this could also be considered as climate jobs insofar as they would, for example, regenerate public buildings instead of building new constructions, or maintaining green spaces in the city and defending the access to green areas within the city. Okay, I will stop here and looking forward to hear what you think.
Thank you, Stefania. I mean, lots of really good ideas, I think, for everyone to think about and incorporate. Ooh, there's Larsen. And incorporate some of these thoughts into just transition approaches. I'm mindful that Jan might need to leave us, so maybe Jan probably saying thank you and goodbye, but do you want to say like 1 minute, I mean, before we are just allowing you to go for your other responsibilities?
No, I don't want to add too much. Just to say that the perspective on seeing care jobs and as part of an answer to some of the challenges we face, I thought was very interesting way of looking where you can create jobs and redefining also. And I see that as very much part of this beyond growth perspective. The other things, there are points where I would have to think of, because you have tensions also, no? Stefania, you referred to the centralized healthcare systems as CO2 emitters, and therefore you have to redefine them in a way, and there's tensions there as well. If you move out of that, how you do that. But I thought it was quite challenging, and that's what I like. No, challenging ideas which make you think. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Where should we go? Here's a tension. How can we solve that? How do we move forward? I thought that was very interesting. So I'll have to leave. Annabella, others, I leave you with good discussions. My comrade Bella is there for a good European Union perspective. Bella, the whole European Union movement now in your hands, Bella.
Beware of what you give. I mean, he gets the keys.
I know. You have to have trusting colleagues, no? Success,
thank
everybody.
You, and thank you for joining us.
We see each other at our next struggle. And maybe the 13th of October, many of you in Paris. And otherwise in the 13th of December in Brussels.
Excellent.
Keep well, keep battling on that. Ciao.
Bye, Jan. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Bella, you heard from Jan, from Stefania, and you also have your own sort of perspective and analysis of where the international and European labor movement is on navigating these tensions around the just transition concept and climate justice. So yeah, what are your thoughts at this stage? What do you like to share?
Thank you very much for the invitation and also the opportunity. So I'm Bela Gaguzzi from the European Trade Union Institute in Brussels. This is a research institute, so we are not making policy, we are not campaigning, we are doing research, mostly for trade unions. The objective is to provide a research background for the European Trade Union movement, ETUC, but EPSU and IndustriAll and national unions. At the same time, also doing academic research. So, just transition has been on, well, and the ETUI has the ambition to, well, a leading organization that tries to connect the environmental and the labor perspective. So, labor, social and climate, yeah, to bring together these concerns, not deal with any of these separately, but together. Anyway, so Jan Willem was actually making my task even more difficult than I thought, because it's really difficult to wrap it up. But I want to be quite critical, because, well, we have been doing just transition research, so all around the concept, having done sectoral studies, national studies, regional studies on what is happening in the ground. What I can say first, that it is an extremely contested concept and very much fragmented. Both elements of the word, the just and the transition, is completely contested. These are words behind these words, yeah? And it is absolutely not clarified what and how we interpret these. The transition, first of all, should be the one that brings us to net zero, as ambitious, in an as ambitious way as it is possible. So no compromise on the ambition, and this is absolutely not a consensus, not among governments, but not even among unions. Then we have the just. The just, how we define that? Just for whom? Me, us, my group, my members, your members, everybody. It's very broad and very much contested. And what actually we also learn from looking at some of the practices, that we are living in a world in Europe with millions of just transition for us strategies. Yeah? So everybody is trying to take care of his group interest in the context of just transition. It is a fight, and it is very much interest-based. And then, of course, we have just transition policies, practices at very different levels. Global, international, European, national, regional, plant level. And these are also not always synchronous with each other. I also need to say first that given all this diversity, the main dimensions are, it's about fair burden sharing on the way to net zero. Yeah, so and a balanced burden sharing. But and the main dimensions of these are at least mostly dealt with as the social effects, the distributional effects of this ambitious green transition. This means that different societal groups, household types are affected very differently by necessary climate policies, energy price, carbon tax, etc., etc. So there is a social dimension here that is true for everybody, and this needs policies that are addressing these social challenges. The second, and often it is in the biggest part, are labor market transitions. Transforming the entire economy that we have to do, production, consumption, mobility, means a paradigm change of everything we do. Yeah? So entire production systems, services, mobility, housing, everything. This needs to change. So the jobs are changing. It is not only about the coal jobs. There may be 60,000 in Saxony. In Europe, altogether 350,000 related to the coal as energy. So the indirect job. It is, it is a very small part of the entire 230 million jobs. But these are still important, of course. But it is not only about jobs getting lost. Most of the jobs, and these are the tens of millions of jobs, are going through fundamental transformation. And this transformation means certainly training and skills development, but it also means replacement, because the jobs are not always being created where the other jobs are disappearing or transformed. So it is a very complex process across the value chain, often in different countries. So how this process is being managed in a just way. And here, of course, workers' involvement and participation of workers, trade unions, works councils is absolutely essential. Then we have another dimension that I would see as affordability and accessibility of low carbon technologies. Because this is quite a huge challenge. How different groups in society have to access or have the possibility of adopting green technologies and low carbon ways of living. And these three are, well, one central element why it is a really challenging issue that we have a decarbonization agenda, at least in Europe, but mostly globally as well, based on two principles. Market. First, it's market-driven, and it is technology-driven. Market and technology. I wouldn't be that radical to say that we can throw out the market. We need market mechanisms, but what we have now is complete dominance of market mechanisms. So everything is going through the market, and on top of that is very much technology driven. We also need technology, but not only technology. And what the problem? What is the problem with the market and the technology driven green transition? Apart from that, it's actually by far not enough to manage this transformation, but it creates new inequalities. So it's not only that we have all the inequalities in society that are entrenched from income, housing, gender, migration status, everything, deepening inequalities. On top of that, we bring new ones. The new ones are, okay, if we make the mobility change via electric vehicles, then who is going to buy the Teslas? And the state is even giving support or subsidy for that. The same thing with the heat pumps, yeah? And it's not only about the price of a heat pump, but it's about if you use a heat pump, then you probably need to have a house first, yeah? And it's not kind of taken for granted that everybody is having a house. And this is the same for solar panels, and mostly how now the building sector is going through the decarbonization. So this means that we have also additional inequalities on top of the old ones, and they are completely interconnected with each other. Yes, okay, so this is a very big challenge, and the policies we have are absolutely not, by far not addressing this challenge. We have fragmented policies, small little interventions, a patchwork type of just transition policies that are addressing a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but absolutely no comprehensive policy. And this is what actually trade unions could do, and trade unions at international level could work for, having this comprehensive policy framework in place and argue for this holistic approach of just transition. But I also have to say one more thing, sorry for that. What I really find, well, probably alarming is too strong to say, but definitely not what we are seeing now. We are very much on this technology-based, green transformation. And it is absolutely clear that low-carbon technologies and low-carbon industry has a key role in that. But what we see in the world now is, and this is what is framed mostly by industrial policies, by open strategic autonomy, that is not open, but strategic autonomy, is that the rich world, the US, Europe, and China, are fighting for world hegemony in low-carbon technologies. it is a good thing, at least, that it is about low carbon technologies. So now it's about solar, about wind, about electric vehicles, about batteries, and who is extracting the lithium, and who has access to rare earths. This is an approach that is trying to divide up the world among the three: US, Europe, and China. And the rest of the world is completely out of this picture. So and it is not only a fundamental injustice in the global perspective, but it's not only about exploitation and extraction of materials in the global south, but it is actually making the entire green transition at global level impossible. Because how do you expect that the rest of the world, the developing world, global south, will manage this transformation? It is not about only Europe, that the 7% of Europe's share in emissions, how Europe is going down with it. It's much more important what Nigeria, Indonesia, or Brazil is doing or can do. And we don't see that happening, because the expectation is that Europe, US, and China are creating the technology, and the developing world is going to buy it and apply it and use it for decarbonization. So this is not really a model that can work. And by the way, the very last, the European, yeah, I mean, so the European Just Transition Policy Framework, European Commission, has nothing to do with climate justice. It is not there. The European Just Transition idea is only about addressing the social and employment effects of mitigation policies. Only mitigation policies addressing the effects for us, for European people. Yeah? That's all.
Thank you so much, Bella. I think there was a lot there, and thanks also for bringing the north-south, I mean, justice dimension to the conversation, and because we didn't really refer to it before, probably because of the composition of the group. But thank you for bringing that and some of the ideas. So. Yeah, but I think it's because maybe I might be in front of the, we are hearing a bit of Larsen still. So, are you there? Yes? Yeah? Are you here? Yes. On a Friday evening, this shows your commitment? Yeah. So, you had several things, and we've had several things. We have specific proposals on how to advance on some of the gaps that the just transition concept has or has had in the past. So in particular, Stefania was referring to some of the elements on care, I mean, as concrete ideas, policies, proposals that we could advance. Jan was also pointing out to some of the elements of context of what we have against us, like which kind of transitions are being proposed. So techno-driven, market-driven transitions, and therefore where is justice there, and what is the space for justice? And so maybe I can move here, because I think it's because I'm in front of that thing. What we can do in terms of justice when the forces setting up the policies are going into this market tech-driven space. So I guess what could be interesting to hear from you all, of course, any reaction specific to the speakers, but on top of that, your thoughts on where do you see entry points or spaces where your work, I mean, could advance a more ambitious, more visible, a more impactful just transition conversation. So I will stop there. And Clara is going to manage the floor.
So just giving a second to recollect ourselves. I can see people with hands up already, but just looking around, giving a chance for everybody to indicate. So there's only 2 people so far, okay. Oh, you'll be first then.
I'm actually making up for last time because I just got here. But I guess my main comment would be essentially the fundamental question that's really that really needs to be answered is, where is the urgency? For us here in the room, of course it's urgent. It's for that. It's our work. It's our campaign. It's our movement. But for the ordinary citizen, for the ordinary worker, for the general public, the questions that we are raising, the problems we are tackling, these are not their concerns. And a perennial problem we have in the labor movement, especially when it comes to questions such as climate justice, is that it is thrice divorced from workers' everyday reality. And by worker, I mean in the broadest sense possible, working people. It is thrice divorced. If it's not directly related to wages, benefits, livelihoods, it's hard to mobilize people. So how do you mobilize people in that context? And imagine, for example, how COP would look like this year if the day before or the week before the state parties meet and talk. Imagine if before that the global workers movement would say that all of the workers of the world across every continent for one day, at least for one day, we will all launch a general strike for a day. I think the conversations in COP between the governments, I think that the tone would change. The urgency would be there. And for me, part of the problem is, personally, I would say that the solution or the issue isn't really a technocratic one primarily. Of course it is. How do we use the technologies? But I don't think the question of climate justice, just transition, I don't think it's primarily a technocratic question. I think it's a political one. And I think that's the missing element, that there is, because if we stick to issues, industry level, technocratic issues, we tend to end up scattered. So we want a lot of things. We want for example, decommodification. Climate justice is impossible to achieve without decommodification, without talking about care work. But are we consolidating all of those things into a political, and formulating it in political questions? Do we have a political program that can summarize everything that we want? Something that we can use to build movements, to pressure decision makers, to build power, which is the crucial element we want for just transition. Our quote-unquote enemies, the big businesses, they have the power, they have the money, they can buy politicians, they can buy resources, they can buy off studies. Our currency is solidarity and collective action. I think that's the missing element. We don't have, at this point, we don't have a global movement that has the collective potential to match the urgency of the situation. And that's, for me, one problem. Maybe one, because the first day is about political program, right? So maybe that's something we should talk about. Because if we have a political program, then we can build a narrative. We can articulate the aspirations of people, our hopes, our dreams, what the world we want, and lay them down. We can get that if we get energy here, this here, etc. That's just an intervention.
I have two points to make. One is kind of adding further problems to our discussion, and the other one would kind of potential linkages. The one thing is why I'm so interested in this discussion is that, at least in my work, at least from the feeling here, everything changed when I think on 26th of September last year, Jake Sullivan, the security advisor of the United States, gave a speech and he's opened this speech and said, oh, it's funny that I am invited to an economist conference. And he said there are 3 sectors which are not any longer economic sectors, but from now on are under the guidance of national security. It's the information and communication sector, then everything related to biotechnology, and last not least, basically everything I want to have more, kind of green energy transformation. So solar power, wind energy, everything is now under the guidance of national security. And the EU reacted immediately with its own programs. So we are discussing something which is now in the center of this, I don't know, CIA, FBI, industrial militarized complex. It's not any longer market-driven problem, but it's far worse. In the perception of, let's call it the deep state, it's something which is suddenly, oh, damn it, it's not any longer about regional transformation, but if you are in favor of regional transformation, basically you might end up as being told that you're a Chinese agent or whatever. So this is really adding to the problem, because it's obviously with this idea of national security, the state has much more means to push through things than before. This is adding a problem. The other thing is now, as we're discussing on international trade union exchange, etc., is my hope is that we in Europe learn from the experiences of trade unions in Global South, due to what the EU is right now doing, this push for massive mining in the EU, because this is what they plan to up to, I think, 2025. There should be massive open pit mining and deep mining for anything we can use for the so-called green transformation. And there then would be coming at least this urgency, because basically they will just drill the whole earth in Europe to get the things needed for the German car industry and others. So this would be something, and this would be immediately something where it's not the North telling the rest what to do, but we are in urgent need to learn possible resistance measures, which has unfortunately been needed in the Global South for decades. So that might be a positive point where we can intervene. Thanks.
Yes, contribution not as facilitator. I start from like a position of frustration and anger, because we know that the governments, the multinationals, the companies, and the people in power, they don't care about just transition. That I know. But when it comes to the trade union movement, I'd like to believe that there's a genuine will of achieving just transition, whatever that means. So sorry for the comrade from Colombia who said the enemy shouldn't be the trade union movement. I agree, but at the meantime, I've got more power to act on changing the trade union movement or getting the trade union movement to act, whereas I've got less power to influence multinationals and governments. That's how I feel. So in terms of actions that we can take, I feel that there are actions we can take in our unions. And I'll share the experience in my union, Unite the Union in the UK. We are general union, so we do represent fossil fuel workers, automotive workers, aerospace, health workers, not-for-profit workers, local government workers, a whole range, and we've got 1 million members. And 10 years ago, as part of a minority of trade unionists, we were arguing for the just transition, and we weren't being listened. There was inroads made by the international trade union movement, and now our unions have reappropriated this idea of a just transition, and they have shut down a lot of workers out of this conversation and out of this process. And that's where I become angry. At my policy conference in July, we were trying to push more radical climate justice policy, especially on opposing new fossil fuel projects, not even shutting down the existing structures. And there was a very divided tactics where we were basically told to shut up by the oil workers. Nobody was going to like teach them what a just transition looked like. They were all over it. They were already doing it, which we know isn't true. And our union is not doing it. There is no just transition demand on the bargaining industrial agenda in those sectors. We're not putting them to the employer as industrial demand. We're not balloting for strike action when it comes to this demand. I am not going to shut down. I'm not going to accept that a small group of workers is going to shut down the rest of us where we don't have to have a word about it. This is not just about the jobs in those sectors. More people are going to die and are dying now than jobs in those sectors. And I care about life more than I care about jobs. So although it's a tricky one because you don't want to like divide the trade union movement, but it's already divided. So I think that we need to speak out in our unions in every sector. We want those just transition conversation in every sector of our union. Health workers are on the front line of the climate crisis already. You know, firefighters are, teachers are, and as somebody else said, it's a transformation that affects every sector. So that's, you know, I think one action we can take. The last point I will make on that is when the oil workers stood on those platforms telling us to shut down, to shut up, you couldn't help but notice, and this is for the UK, by the way, that there were mostly men on high wages with good terms and conditions, and the majority of people who wanted to challenge that were women on lower wages, and so this gender aspect that Stefania touched on, I think this is also okay.
Lots of notes. So I see you, Tom. I have Bella. Maybe Stefania also wants to pop. Okay, John as well. So I'm going to give the floor first to the ones that I have not heard yet. So Tom and John, and then probably we can get an input from Bella and Stefania, and then we keep on building on the list. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to just build quickly on what Clara said. I watched her talk at the United Union Conference, and it was brilliant what you said. So we're talking about keep fighting and keep pushing for people who don't have power. I want to see trade unions improving. Speaking from a UK perspective, when there's labour struggles and issues overseas, in the old days it felt like trade unions would always launch something in solidarity with the people of this country here or the workers in this sector. And I think anybody here who's a member of a trade union should really be pushing your unions that when we see people in the global south, let's say, struggling as a result of the climate or struggling as part of workers' struggles, to push your trade union to say they are our fellow workers, they're our comrades, because I personally don't see it enough from my own trade union. So if you're a member, make sure you keep pushing them on that, because I think there's a lot more to do.
Thanks. Yeah, Sean from Real News in London. I just wanted to be a bit more positive, really. The film, well, actually, I'll be amazed if anyone can last until 9 o'clock tonight, but if anyone does manage to and gets to watch the film tonight, we're taking this around the whole of the UK and beyond at the moment. And what I can tell you is there are loads of people out there who are really enjoying the chance to talk about just transition and are completely relating it to their own circumstances. And just to give you a couple of examples, when we showed it in Glasgow, there's a bit in the film with construction workers from Glasgow where we took direct action to reinstate a shop steward on Scottish Energy who'd been sacked and blacklisted for trying to organise a union. They won that within 4 hours by occupying the office of Scottish Energy and going around building sites. They've now got a recognition agreement, and not stopping there, they basically say in the film this is what they're trying to do. We should be unionising the whole of the renewable energy industry. And Unite, our union, the same one that Clara was talking about, are doing nothing to do that, so we're going to do it. Now, at the Glasgow screening, they came along to that and met really young climate activists from This Is Rigged, which is the Scottish version of Just Stop Oil. By the end of the night, they'd agreed to go on a picket line together. and continuing solidarity. So those young climate activists will now be going on the picket line with construction workers to try and unionise the renewable energy industry. The other quick example was when we showed it in Leicester. Leicester last Sunday had a demonstration of 500 garment workers who have had enough over losing jobs. They're on £5 an hour. Some of them said they were on £3.50 an hour. 500, that was the biggest mobilisation of Asian workers in Leicester. And for people who don't know, Leicester is the centre of the garment industry in the UK. That's the biggest mobilisation for 50 years. And then people from that community, we showed the film with them, they had a quick discussion and said, they agreed that they need to have a much longer discussion around just transition, and this is really exciting. But they said that discussion, we all agreed a just transition in Leicester means, for starters, transforming the garment industry. We're going to do that through our own action. Let's have that as the centre of a just transition and see what that means. And we're only in the second week of the tour at the moment. I think we're going to keep going around Britain, and I think you could go around every country and we'll find loads of people on the ground doing stuff, and particularly rank and file workers, and maybe we're just looking in the wrong places.
Thank you very much for the note of optimism. Stefania, any reaction at this point?
I don't want to take space from the discussion. I have already spoken a lot. So.
Fine, no, because you are not here, so I mean, probably I cannot hear. I cannot see your visual. I mean,
lots of interesting things I'm hearing. I'm taking note.
Okay, good. So, Bella, your quick reaction to this.
Okay, if I may say one thing.
Leonard also wanted to say something. Okay.
It's okay. Yeah. So. We cannot blame the oil worker, we cannot blame the coal worker, and not even the trade union that tries to defend probably interests of oil workers. What is necessary, and this is why, this is actually the essence of the just transition concept, that the state has a central role. The entire process of decarbonization is a policy-driven process because we recognize that for the interest of humanity, we have to change everything. This is policy-driven, the state is directing this, the state has a responsibility here. So the state governments need to create the preconditions that those workers who are affected are not left in fear. They don't, and this is not only about the oil worker. The problem is that our labor markets nowadays that are so much, well, infiltrated with precarious forms of work. So this is a very big part of the labor market that is precarious. These have no appetite for change, because change for people on their uncertain and insecure jobs and bad working conditions, change is the ultimate fear. They try to stick whatever they have. So to have a labor market context that is penalizing change, and at the same time we are trying to do the biggest ever change, it's a complete nonsense. So we need policies that are helping change and facilitating change, and that is the role actually of the governments. And it is not only that we need a 17 billion euro just transition fund to throw the money a little bit around, but much more comprehensive, and this would be really the thing to do.
Thank you, Bella. Leonard.
Thank you. So maybe a few thoughts. I'll try to articulate them together. So actually, starting by saying change is happening, right? We don't need to facilitate change. Change is happening. It's not our change. It's not what we want the change to look like, but change is happening. We had in Portugal 2 fossil infrastructures that got shut down, under the excuse of just transition, which was complete bullshit, because these same companies are investing in fossil fuels elsewhere, but they're still changing somehow, right? Like in Portugal, they're investing in green energy, and then they're investing in fossil fuels in the global south. But for the workers, like their life got completely changed because there was absolutely no plan, no just transition plan. And these companies are the companies that in Portugal are, as probably in like other countries, are getting the just transition funding from the European Union. So change is happening, and it will keep on happening. The question is whether it's the change we want to happen or not. And I think, like, to that regards, I think it's important to remember how the term just transition came around. And the term came around, and it was brought up by the labor movement together with the environmental movement, but it was about a guarantee of sorry, it's coming all in Portuguese now, of rights and guarantee of social security to workers and communities affected by climate policies and environmental policies. So it was about the right for workers and communities. And now the term has been appropriated by corporations, and it has now it means like insurances for stakeholders and for companies that they can transition from profit to profit. They're still changing, but they're the ones being insured, and profit makers are keeping on making profit. And I think we have to go to the yeah, I know that the term just transition now it's broader than just what it was back when it came around in the US, where it was actually like this set of guarantees for affected workers. And obviously now when we're talking about the just transition, maybe we're meaning a larger pack of policies, but I think it's still good to remember how there was this appropriation of the term. But it's also, I think maybe I also wanted to make the provocation of how I mean, at least in my perspective, part of the international labor movement has also been condescendent, how do you say it? Condescendent with that appropriation when there is active engagement from big labor organizations in, for example, like meeting with huge gas corporations to talk about a social dialogue for a just transition, when in the end we know that they will do whatever they want to do. And these gas companies, they are interested in new business models, and they're interested in painting these business models as greens, but we know they don't care about ensuring that the workers from the current fossil gas can go into the green gas. They don't care about that. They will need new workers, and probably the old workers will not be able to replace them. And they're not interested in securing training, in securing social rights, in securing the whole set of guarantees that these workers and these communities would need. And I think like and I agree with like governments should be the ones also guaranteeing this set of rights and ensuring that workers are not left without any solutions. But we know that our current governments are totally aligned with the interests of corporations. They're completely interlinked. So I leave the challenge of how can we then, as social movements, whether we're talking about climate movement, but also labor movement, then step up and kind of, if we know governments are not going to protect us, at least not these current governments, and maybe we get the power, we get into power, and then we are the government, and then we can do that. But with the current governments, they're not going to do it. Companies, they're not securing workers' rights. They're not interested in that, as long as they're not required to. So social movements need to step up. And again, like the framing of moving from social dialogue to actually building social power so that we can guarantee that we get the just transition that we want. Because change is happening, and if we do not stop climate collapse fast, it's gonna happen, and it's gonna be harder and harder to organize and to actually get any kind of justice at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. So, vale, entonces, let's just do a final check of demands for the floor. We have Moises, I have you, and then Stefania, and then we wrap.
Sí, es una pregunta para Estefanía, agradecerle su exposición, su conocimiento compartido al escenario. Tú nos hablabas de el asunto de romper con los sistemas de salud centralizados. Es decir, allí tocabas el tema pues, de la salubridad pública en el marco de toda la redefinición de nuevos empleos por el clima, nuevos trabajos por el clima. Pero quería preguntar hasta qué alcance han llevado la reflexión de si, por lo menos después de la pandemia del COVID-19, han contemplado el asunto de no solo la descentralización del sistema de salud, sino de toda la revisión del tema alimentario y del tema del acceso al agua en términos de la salud, ¿sí? Más allá que la mera redistribución de pronto de los locales o de los centros de funcionamiento. Pues yo he estado insistiendo aquí un poco en mis intervenciones en esa trípode de la soberanía alimentaria, la soberanía energética y la justicia hídrica. Entonces quería preguntarte si esa reflexión tiene ya esos alcances o si apenas está en construcción. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I want to add some thoughts to what I think Eleanor is her name, no? And Clara said. Eleanor said that there were in Portugal fossil infrastructure projects shut down, but to the detriment of the workers. They were without jobs afterwards, under the disguise of just transition. And I think there is a parallel to a certain degree to what Clara has been saying, that there is a group of oil workers who are actually basically saying, well, no, we are not going to move on anything, and we want to keep what we have. And I think the parallel for me is that probably the workers in the oil industry, they are afraid, and in many other industries as well, that there will no plan be in place, as we've heard from Portugal. And what ties the two things together, I think, is repeated betrayal from bureaucracies in the unions, from reformist workers' parties and socialist parties. And I think a key thing, and as far as I know, Climassimo has that approach, is that we need to acknowledge that a just transition and change within capitalism is absolutely impossible. Incremental changes to improve capitalism is not possible. So we need a revolutionary approach to overthrow capitalism. And there are really divisions in the working class that make that really hard. Sexism, racism are deeply ingrained. And last year, with the revolutionary movement in Iran, the slogan was out, woman, life, freedom. And a male-dominated industry, sugar factory, they proposed to change the slogan to bread, jobs, freedom. They basically were saying, your feminist demands, they're divisive. We should focus on the economic demands. And luckily, there was enough pressure from the streets that the workers changed their approach and they adopted the woman, life, freedom slogan. They gave a statement saying, daughters of the sun, you led us the way, the revolutionary working class will thank you when the revolution arrives, etc., etc. But that came through pressure, and I think there are no smart policy shortcuts. Pressure needs to be built by mass movements, by strikes in the workplaces, in the industries, in the universities, schools, quarters where people live, etc. And a key part of that is then also to democratize unions so that the rank and file have more say over the leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Stefania, over to you, and then we wrap.
Yes, well, can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay, great. So, first of all, thanks for the question about the healthcare. Well, the short answer is no. We don't. I don't have a detailed answer. Well, what I can tell you is that, because this is just something that is starting to be discussed, but what I can tell you is that in the COVID-19 pandemic that you mentioned, that was exactly the moment when the feminist movement came to terms with also with the climate movement and with the climate issue and with the pandemic and healthcare issue, trying to make the connections, and because it became evident how essential, but also at the same time how completely marginalized, invisible, and overburdened care work was, not only healthcare, but all kinds of care. So that's what inspired me and others to discuss this. And this also is what inspired the Care Income campaign that I was mentioning before, which is a campaign promoted now by the Global Women's Strike, which is an international women's movement originated 50 years ago with the Wages for Household campaign. They are now campaigning for compensating care work, all kinds of care work, all kinds of unpaid care work, not only domestic, but also, as I was saying, the community and also on the land. So the work that peasants and indigenous people do in provisioning food for their communities and for the local markets and food sovereignty, no? So this is all being understood now as part of care work, and the idea is that reframing energy and environmental policies around care should move us in that direction. But at the same time, I also want to say, referring to other things that were said before, very important things, is that I totally agree that the problem is the elephant in the room that we haven't been mentioning is capitalism. So until the governments will never look at the transition outside of the capitalist system because they are completely embedded with it. So I agree with the previous intervention that what we need is a mass social mobilization, which might demand would not be justice, cannot be justice, right? So one, and I close here, one idea that was coming by listening to this conversation, somebody before mentioned fear, and fear is very much what the just transition strategy was addressing, no? The fear of certain categories of workers, the fear of losing their jobs, but also losing a certain model of well-being, of wealth, etc. And I think addressing that fear is very absolutely essential and important. But fear, historically speaking, is a driver of regressive politics, of reactionary politics. What is a driver of revolutionary or at least progressive politics is hope. So we need the movement and the just transition movement, if we can call it like that, a mass social movement for just transition. We need to be geared around hope. And the hope I can see here is, and I agree with the person before who was saying that the masses, so to speak, are not moved by climate justice, the climate justice slogan. Only some of them are, because are directly affected, especially in some places, on the front line of climate disasters. But the majority of people are not moved by climate justice per se, I think that one thing that could really move people is decommodification, decommodifying things. So maybe this, because this is completely consistent with the just transition strategy, no? Because of course, to be really just, the energy transition, energy must be decommodified, and not just energy. Everything that people need to make a living need to be like care, for example, decommodifying care, decommodifying energy, decommodifying water, sanitation, decommodifying everything. I think this could be a slogan that people might resonate with, and this is not to be seen as alternative to the climate justice, but as you know, converging with climate justice.
Thank you, Stefania. Thank you very much for those ideas. And thanks everyone for being here. I mean, I would not pretend to summarize. I mean, I can see our sister here has done a fantastic job that we are all probably going to read tomorrow in our walls. But maybe just a couple of things that stick to me. First one is to say that, I mean, in my personal experience, we probably need to stop thinking about unions as being what we would like them to be, and more take them as for what they are, which is probably where the average working people are on some of our topics. I mean, the union is not the avant-garde of the working class. It's basically an average representation of where the working class is, whether we like it or not. I mean, so sometimes when we say, well, we would like to believe that people are there where we are, well, they are not. They are really not. At least in Argentina, they are not there. In France, they are not there. I mean, like, most of their concerns are nowhere close where we would like them to be. And I think an important part of our organizing work starts from realizing that whether we are in the unions, working with unions, or working with working people, that they are not departing from where we are in terms of their daily concerns. And I think that changes as well, maybe, a little bit of where we see the potential, because my sense, and this was said, we need to build power. The only way to build power is to build this massive movement. And something is signaling that the call is over. I mean, what I'm saying is, unions are not the ones that set the targets. They should never be. Like, what is the transition going? What is the emission reduction objective? Unions are not the ones that set that. They should probably not be the ones setting that either. It's the government, we know this. And the government will only do it pushed by a massive movement of which unions need to belong to. So we need to ensure at some point that unions converge in that vision of where we need to go. But I think putting on them a lot of this responsibility for sitting at the table with the objective with their employers, I think is misplaced, personally. I think it's not investing in the right thing. I think our convergence with unions need to be on that space of vision of where we want to go as a society, and then on the specific demands that we can do together to get us there. But probably I'm getting into my speech from tomorrow. There were two things that were said that I think were quite interesting in terms of all the elements of justice and all the elements behind the transition. And many of you referred to several of them. On the transition, the fact that there is decarbonization, but decarbonization is not the only goal. We have other environmental challenges, of course, biodiversity and other, pollution. But also we have well-being as a social objective for this transition. We also have, I'm saying well-being broadly in terms of reducing inequalities, in terms of rights and thriving lives. The transition to what? I think it has been mentioned several times. And then the justice aspect of it, how we get there. And several things were said by this little group also at the beginning. It's about jobs, but it's also about income, it's about care, it's about access to energy, to water, to other important things for daily lives. It's about democracy, it's about ownership. So I think there were several things that put everyone into a space of a really high ambition compared to where we are today. And I think there is enough for building solidarity across all these different spaces. And I really like what you were saying at the beginning, that we are poor, but we have solidarity and collective action. And I think that's it. We are poor, but we have solidarity and collective action, and that's not bad at all. Solidarity and collective action changes the world. So let's see where this takes us. Tomorrow and Sunday there are going to be lots of conversations about so what. So what do we do with this? But I think I just wanted to thank you all for this conversation. I think it was really interesting, and I think now you all deserve a little break, and hopefully people stay for the movie or for the film later, that I think was very nicely introduced by John, and I'm sure is also very cool. So thank you, Stefania. Probably you can get folks to the camera, and thanks, Stefania. We are more than what you can see. There are other hands here, Stefania. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. Thank you also to Bella for being with us. And thank you all. And Leonor, probably you have any announcement? Oh, just a clap. Okay.
Thank you, Annabella. Thank you, Stefania. Thank you, Clara, Bella, and Jan, everyone. What? Yes, thank you, the translators. I will also go there to thank them personally because they're rocking and I need to stop touching my microphone so much. So just a quick warning, I think food is almost ready. We have the movie here at 9, and so we have time to get some rest and eat. And tomorrow we're starting at 10, so a bit later than today, yay. And we are starting here again. So we have the translation here, we start here with the panel, and then we'll already be able to use the FNV building and also still stay here. But in the morning, we're all meeting here at 10. And we need volunteers for note-taking and to support with